Chapter 151, Part 1. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye it was already night. Because today is Mei Weixi's birthday, it is extremely lively in the hall today. The skeleton-like skeleton was wearing a bright red musician's dress, holding a musical instrument in his hand, swaying his body gently, and with their movements, bursts of melodious music resounded through the hall. On the ceiling of the hall, the whole body is made of white spider webs to form a huge amount of banner, with the words, "Happy Birthday Mavis," written on it, and there are a few bright red banners hanging beside it, which looks extraordinarily festive. In the hall, all kinds of strange creatures of different shapes walk through it. Although their appearance looks a little scary to ordinary people, at this moment, everyone has kind smiles on their faces, and they all look enthusiastic when they meet each other. They greeted each other with 087, and then rushed towards the stage set up in the center of the hall. At this moment, in the center of the stage, Dracula in a black robe walked slowly onto the stage, facing the crowd, raised the microphone in his hand, and said with a smile on his face, "Gentlemen and girls, first of all, welcome everyone to come to Mavis's birthday party. I am here to thank everyone in advance. Today is a big day for me and for Xiaomei, because today is Xiaomei's official adult day." Seeing Dracula, who was eloquently starting to give a speech on the stage, the crowd also responded with dignity. From time to time, bursts of cheers came from the crowd, and warm applause rang out. Seeing everyone's reaction, the smile on the already happy Dracula's face became more and more obvious. 10 minutes later, when Dracula finally finished his speech, under the expectant eyes of everyone, he pointed to somewhere in the audience, with a gentle smile on his face, and said softly, full of emotion, "Then, let's have today's protagonist, Xiaomei, come on stage." As soon as these words came out, the audience immediately began to boil. Looking at Mavis walking towards the stage step by step, under the stage, the tall Frank was holding the mummy Murray beside him and crying loudly. The eyes of the Wayne couple were also full of emotion, and the invisible man on the side also took off the mask silently. He took off his glasses, fixed his eyes on the stage, and said nothing. As an old friend who has been with Dracula for hundreds of years, Mavis also watched them grow up all the way, from the beginning of birth, to learning to walk, successfully releasing magic for the first time, and then to the current slim appearance. Scenes of memories flashed in their minds. During the hundreds of years of getting along with each other, unknowingly, they had long regarded Mei Weizi as their own child. For a while, everyone felt a lot of emotion in their hearts. Even if they are like this, standing on the stage and watching Dracula approaching his own daughter, this is the daughter he has worked so hard to raise for hundreds of years. When it comes to feelings, there is no one present who can compare to him. Coupled with the heart-to-heart conversation between the two last night, Dracula, who knew that her daughter would leave soon, felt a little sour in her heart. No matter how much reluctance is in her heart, at this moment Dracula already understands in her heart that since her daughter has grown up now, it is time for her to go out and make a living. The chick must learn to fly, and always bind her by her side. It's not a good thing for her to grow up. Although he had already made a decision in his heart, he still felt a little worried if he really let his precious daughter go out alone. Therefore, after thinking about it all night, he finally reluctantly thought of Chen Luo's figure. Strong strength, handsome appearance, and the huge wealth that is said to be incomparable to the enemy. After learning all kinds of news about Chen Luo from Eric, no matter how unwilling he is to admit it, he can't deny one fact, that is, with Chen Luo's conditions are enough to attract the favor of his own daughter. If even Chen Luo's qualifications are not worthy of his own daughter, I'm afraid no one else can be worthy of it, right? Thinking of this, Dracula couldn't help but turned his head to look down the stage. The tall figure who was at the end of the crowd looked unique, had dark eyes, and didn't know what he was thinking. Chen Luo, who was admiring Mavis on the stage, suddenly seemed to feel something. He froze for a moment and subconsciously shifted his eyes to Dracula next to him. Moved to the side, after a brief gesture, then quietly leave from the stage. Chen Luo also immediately understood Dracula's hint and also walked in the direction the other party left. The two left the noisy crowd and came to a secluded corner. Standing where they were, the atmosphere suddenly became a little quiet. Chapter 151, Part 2. After a while, Dracula's voice finally started to sound. "Chen, Xiaomei talked to me yesterday. She said she wants to see the outside world. You should be the one who influenced her about this matter?" His gaze was fixed on Chen Luo. His words were full of determination. Chen Luo had no intention of denying this, and nodded decisively to admit it, saying, "That's right. There are indeed my reasons for this, but more of it comes from Mei's own wishes. As Mei's father, Dracula must have, sir, you should also understand." Hearing this, Dracula couldn't help but fell silent. After a while, he sighed slightly. His face was no longer as serious as before, looked at Chen Luo, and said with unprecedented seriousness in his eyes, "Since this is Mei's wish, then I will not stop it. But you must promise me to take good care of her. Don't let her get hurt, understand?" After saying this, There was a pause, and he continued, "Yesterday, I heard from Xiaomei on 5.5 that you seem to be interested in my Proxima Midnight Magic, right? As long as you can guarantee Xiaomei's safe return, then I will practice Proxima. Let me tell you the way of Midnight Magic. Just treat it as an exchange. How about this proposal? Do you accept it?" Hearing this, Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, stared at the other party for a while, and then slowly shook his head. "I think, Mr. Dracula, you seem to have misunderstood something. I have already promised May before. I will take good care of her, so there is no need for you to exchange this. However, I'm really interested in Proxima Midnight Magic. Why don't I exchange it with a method that can help you overcome the weakness of vampires, sir? What do you think?" As soon as these words came out, Dracula froze in place for an instant. Chapter 152, Part 1. Dracula never thought that Chen Luo would make such a proposal. When he knew that his precious daughter was going to leave him soon, there was nothing Dracula couldn't do for her daughter's safety. So before looking for Chen Luo, he had already prepared in his heart. If he could use the mere Proxima Midnight Magic cultivation method in exchange for his daughter's safety, in Dracula's view, it would be a great deal. As the creator of Proxima Midnight Magic, Dracula naturally understands how powerful Proxima Midnight Magic is for a vampire. Being able to combine one's own spiritual power and blood to release magic as one's own source of magic power. It has to be said that this is indeed a genius-like creation. Thanks to the characteristic that vampires can recover quickly by sucking blood originally, there is no doubt that this kind of Proxima Midnight Magic can exert its greatest power in the hands of vampires. Dracula has this confidence in his heart, even with Chen Luo's current strength. After getting the cultivation method of Proxima Midnight Magic, his power will be further improved. If his ability to practice magic is very strong, the effect will be more obvious. However, Dracula wanted to give the Proxima Midnight Magic with such a powerful effect to Chen Luo for free, just to let him try his best to protect the safety of his daughter. I have to say that as a father, he has done his best hard work. Compared with the adoptive father Victor who only used Serena, and the crazy old guy in Baixiong country who used his own son as an experiment, it is much better. Thinking about it carefully, no matter whether it is the North Bear country or Europe, the fathers of Chen Luo's two girlfriends have never left a good impression on him. Until now, after seeing what Dracula has done for his daughter, he is very concerned about this. Chen Luo, the legendary founder of the Blood Clan, had a good impression for a while. As for the person he admired, Chen Luo didn't bother to take advantage of the other party. So after hearing the proposal made by the other party, Chen Luo refused decisively without even thinking about it. Instead, he came up with a proposal that he had thought up a long time ago to exchange with the other party, which was different from the proposal proposed by Dracula before, which was almost equivalent to a free gift. Chen Luo's proposal was full of sincerity. As for Chen Luo's sincerity, Dracula also received it, and while he was surprised in his heart, Dracula's impression of Chen Luo also changed greatly. After taking a deep look at Chen Luo, Dracula nodded slowly and said, "Yes, your conditions, accepted." A few hours later, as the carnival passed, the crowd also left one after another and dispersed. At the same time, Eric also approached 837 Dracula and bid him farewell. When he went back, Chen Luo also asked the other party to send a message to his family, saying that he might have to wait for a while before going back. After Eric left, Dracula called his daughter to the room, and in his room, Chen Luo had been waiting for a long time. As soon as he entered the door, when Mei Wei saw that the promise was also here, a happy smile appeared on his face. "Chen, you're here too." Seeing his precious daughter walking towards Chen Luo's back quickly, Dracula couldn't help feeling a little sour in his heart. But soon he regained his composure, came to Chen Luo and the two and said, "Mei, although Dad has allowed you to go out, you should also understand how dangerous the outside world is. So in order to ensure your safety to the greatest extent, the weakness of vampires must be eliminated as soon as possible." Hearing this, Mavis was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized that he subconsciously turned his head to look at Chen Luo. "Chen, do you want to? That's right?" Chen Luo nodded with a smile and said, "I have just discussed with Mr. Dracula. Mr. Dracula will tell me the cultivation method of Proxima Midnight Magic. In return, I will eliminate the weaknesses of vampires for Mr. Dracula and Mei." Hearing this, Mavis looked straight at Chen Luo, puffed his face a little unhappy, and said, "Chen, if you want to learn Proxima Midnight Magic, you can come to me. Why do you want to exchange it with Dad? My magic level is not bad." Seeing his own daughter give away his old father's hard work without any hesitation, Dracula is also bleeding from his heart at this moment, feeling very helpless for this daughter whose elbow is turned outward. "Mei, this magic is Mr. Dracula's painstaking effort. Even if I want to learn it, I think it's better to let Mr. Dracula know about it first." Although through Mavis, Chen Luo can also obtain the cultivation method of Proxima Midnight Magic, but compared with this method, the promise is more inclined to fair exchange, which is in line with his principle of doing things. Although Mavis didn't say anything about Chen Luo's words, his impression of Chen Luo became even better. Afterwards, Chen Luo looked at the two of them and said slowly, "Then next, I will share my blood with you. As long as you absorb my blood, then you will become the same as me and become the Source Blood clan in the future. This, you should be able to accept, Bab?" Regarding this point, the two of them obviously knew something about it a long time ago, and they nodded their heads to express their understanding. "Then let's start. Who will come first?" As soon as the words fell, the next moment, Dracula took the lead and walked out. Coming in front of Chen Luo, Dracula said with a serious face, "Then, let me try it first." Although he also believed that Chen Luo had no reason to hurt them, but just to be on the safe side, Dracula decided to let himself try it first, and let his daughter try it after confirming that there was no danger. Chen Luo didn't have any opinion on this, and immediately started to act. I saw him take out the cup he had already prepared, point his right wrist above the mouth of the cup, his left fingertips soared, and quickly began to become sharp. Aim your fingertips at your right wrist, and then swipe lightly. The next moment, blood suddenly flows down. Not long after, as the blood filled the cup below, Chen Luo moved the blood-filled cup to Dracula and motioned, "Please." Looking at the cup full of blood in front of him, Dracula picked up the cup without hesitation and then drank it down. After drinking all the blood, Dracula closed his eyes, carefully feeling the changes in his body at this moment. After a while, when he opened his eyes again, his face was already covered with joy. Looking down at his hands, Dracula murmured in disbelief, "This feeling is amazing. I feel that there is a new force flowing in my body now. It seems that my body can undergo another change." Hearing this, Chen Luo's eyes flashed, then he chuckled and said, "By the way, I forgot to tell you guys, after transforming into the Source Blood clan, if the ability is enough, it is possible to awaken a vampire technique of your own. I think Mr. Dracula should have his own vampirism." Chen Luo has no doubts about whether Dracula can awakening his own vampire technique. After all, this is the legendary ancestor of the Blood clan. Needless to say, his ability is so high. Even a descendant like Blade, who has a part of vampire blood, can succeed awakening vampire art. As the ancestor of vampires, it is not surprising that Dracula can awakening. Although there was no surprise about this, Chen Luo was still a little curious. What kind of vampire technique did Dracula awaken? But soon he knew the answer. After hearing Chen Luo's words, Dracula's eyes flashed with amazement, and he carefully felt the new power in his body. The next moment, with his thoughts, his body began to change instantly. Under the surprised gazes of Chen Luo and Mevis, Dracula's body quickly began to liquefy, and then turned into a pool of blood flowing on the ground. At this moment, the pool of blood transformed by Dracula seemed to have its own consciousness, walking around the room, looking extremely flexible. In addition to being able to move freely, this pool of blood can also change its shape arbitrarily. The file size is as desired, and the changes are unpredictable. It looks amazing. Finally, as if the pool of blood had had enough, it reappeared in front of Chen Luo and the two of them again. The blood slowly gathered again, and finally returned to Dracula's appearance. After returning to the original state, Dracula couldn't help showing a smile full of surprises on his face, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Is this the blood ghost technique? What a magical ability! Just when Dracula was deeply moved, Chen Luo on the other side also secretly sighed in his heart. It never occurred to him that the awakening ability of the blood ghost art that Dracula was able to turn into blood. In his opinion, this kind of ability is similar to the ability called elementalization. It is no exaggeration to say that after mastering this ability equivalent to elementalization, Dracula can already be regarded as a regenerative healing factor to some extent. As long as the blood transformed by the other party is not wiped out in an instant, then with the powerful recovery ability that the Source Blood clan was born that day, it may not take long before it can be restored to its original state again. Chapter 152, Part 2. It is almost unsolvable elementalization, coupled with the Proxima Midnight magic that Dracula has practiced for thousands of years. There is no doubt that Dracula of at the moment has taken a step forward in strength. Now he, even if it is Magneto, will no longer be his opponent. After feeling the changes in his own strength, Dracula couldn't wait to start trying. That is, after he transformed into the Source Blood clan, whether all the weaknesses of his own vampires have been eliminated. And this is also easy to verify. As long as the sun rises the next day, you can know the result. Anyway, left and right is only a few hours, and the three of them can afford to wait. So in this room, the three of them began to wait quietly. Soon, hours passed. As the moon sets, the sun slowly rises from the nearby mountain peaks, and the morning sun shines on the castle, casting a bright light on the castle. As the sunlight poured in from the balcony next to it, it directly hit the feet of the three of them. Looking at the bright circle of light under their feet, Dracula held back the excitement in his heart and walked forward slowly. Coming to the side of the aperture, stretched out his right hand, and slowly probed into the aperture. In the past, if he would have made such a move, the moment his body came into contact with the sun, he would have an instant violent reaction, as if a fire was burning his body, That kind of scene is absolutely breathtaking memorable. Just as he felt a little uneasy, at this moment his right hand finally came into contact with the bright light beside him. Different from the excruciating pain he imagined, what came from the back of his hand at this moment was a kind of warmth that he had never experienced before. There was no trace of burns on his body, and he just appeared under the sunlight intact. Staring blankly at this scene for a long time, Dracula finally came to his senses. The joy on his face could no longer be restrained. Looking at the balcony in front of him completely covered in sunlight, he couldn't wait to step forward and stood directly outside the window at the balcony. Open your hands, feel watching the sunlight from the outside fall from the sky and onto his body. He subconsciously closed his eyes and felt the warmth from his body. Dracula couldn't help being deeply intoxicated by it. Looking at this scene, Mavis Dunn, who was still in the room at the moment, couldn't bear it any longer. He turned his head, looked at Chen Luo eagerly, and whispered, "Chen, hurry up, it's my turn. I also want to feel, what kind of feeling is it like to be bathed in the sun?" For this, Chen Luo definitely would not refuse, following the same method. After drinking Chen Luo's blood, after a while, Mavis was successfully transformed into the Source Blood clan. While he was successfully transformed, on the other side, Dracula finally woke up from the joy of regaining a new life, and returned to her daughter again, looking nervously at her opponent. Square. The moment Mavis opened his eyes, Dracula couldn't bear it any longer, and asked quickly, "Well, May, you're all right?" Hearing this, Maywise turned his head and said with a joyful face, "Dad, I'm fine. And I feel like I'm also awakening the vampirism that Chen said." Afterwards, without waiting for Chen Luo and the two to ask, she impatiently began to show. I saw her pointing to the cup on the table in front of her, thinking about it, and then under the amazed gaze of Chen Luo and Chen Luo, she saw that the cup on the table at this moment began to happen quickly. Variety. The cup shook for a while. In the next class, the original glass material of the cup suddenly changed. A layer of greenness gradually climbed up the originally transparent cup, and then lines began to emerge. It only took a short moment for this cup, which was originally made of glass, to appear at this moment, turned into a wood material. Seeing the change of the cup on the table, Chen Luo and Chen Luo at the side subconsciously opened their eyes wide. How is it? Isn't it amazing? Looking at the two of them, Mavis smiled smugly at the moment. After some explanations from her, the two of them finally understood what the awakening ability was. To put it simply, she can change the material and shape of objects through her own vampirism, and this change is only for dead objects. If it is a living life, she can also change its life form. For example, she can use her ability to transform an ant into a life like a mouse or a scorpion, or even transform a human into other animals. However, this kind of transformation is not free. That is, it needs to consume her mental power to achieve this kind of transformation. The more precious the material to be transformed, or the more precious the material to be transformed, the stronger her life form is, the greater her spiritual consumption will be. After listening to her description, I have a general understanding of her ability. Chen Luo. I have to say that although this ability seems simple, its effect is unexpectedly powerful. In Chen Luo's view, Mavis's ability is not inferior to Dracula's elementalization. Seeing that the awakening ability of the two of them is so powerful, Chen Luo couldn't help feeling deeply in his heart. After successfully transforming into the Source Blood clan, Mavis immediately ran outside the castle with excitement, feeling the warmth of the outside sun. And Chen Luo also bid farewell to Dracula, and returned to his room, intending to try spiritual cultivation for the first time. P.S. Sorry, the first 2 chapters were sent by mistake, but they cannot be withdrawn. Now I will add the missing chapter. This chapter is the chapter after 151. Chapter 153, Part 1. After returning to the room, Chen Luo couldn't wait to start the first attempt. Sitting cross-legged with legs closed, eyes closed, mobilizing the blood in the body according to the method in his mind, and began to run in a certain trajectory. If it were someone else to practice, it would take a long time just to do the first step. After all, if you want to mobilize all the blood in your body, you need a strong mental force to sense it. Only when you sense the existence of blood in your body can you proceed to the next step of cultivation. And after sensing the blood inside the body, the next step is to have a very high control over the body in order to control the blood in the body to run along the trajectory you want. Just these 2 steps alone. If you practice according to ordinary people, there are very few people who can reach the cultivation standard. From Chen Luo's point of view, but to sense all the blood in the body, the required mental power value must be at least 50 points, which is simply astronomical for ordinary people whose average mental power is only in single digits number. Only a mutant with strong spiritual power like Professor X can meet this condition in terms of spiritual power, and this is only the first condition. The second step is also extremely difficult. If you want to control your body to the point where you can move the blood in your body at will, you also need an extraordinary ability, plus decades of hard work every day. Possible. But this is no problem for Chen Luo. With the blessing of the ability of the favor of darkness, Chen Luo's mental power can fully meet the standards of cultivation, and Chen Luo doesn't need to worry about the body control required later. After all, he still has the ability to control blood. With the blessing of this ability, as long as his mental strength value can reach the standard, then this so-called threshold will not cause any obstacles to him at all. And the fact was exactly as he expected. 10 minutes later, according to the records in his mind, he completely circulated the blood in his body for a cycle. When this cycle ended, the next moment, Chen Luo clearly felt that the blood in his body began to completely drain, boil up. In just a few seconds, the blood in his body had already evaporated by about 1/3. If it were an ordinary person, after losing such a large amount of blood, he would probably fall into a near-death state immediately, but this is not a problem for Chen Luo. Under the influence of the super speed regeneration ability, his body's hematopoietic function began to run at full capacity, and in less than 10 seconds, the blood in his body returned to a normal state, and the original fatigue on his body disappeared. Closing his eyes, Chen Luo carefully felt the changes in his body just now. At the moment when the blood in his body evaporated, Chen Luo clearly felt that some invisible substance was absorbed by his brain, making his mind instantly clearer. Opening his eyes, a light flashed in Chen Luo's eyes, and he looked forward. At this moment, he only felt that the dark room in front of him suddenly seemed a little brighter. Apparently, Chen Luo just tried to cultivate for the first time, and it already had an effect. Chen Luo is also a little curious about how much his mental attributes will improve after this practice, and now he calls out the system and starts to check. I saw that on the system panel, the column belonging to the spiritual attribute clearly displayed a new set of numbers. 61 points. Seeing this number, Chen Luo instantly lifted his spirits, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Compared with the previous 60 points, the value has increased by 1 point after just one practice. No, you must know that he is in a dark environment now, and is blessed by the ability of darkness, so the corresponding during this practice, his mental strength should have increased by about 0.5. But even so, such an increase is already very astonishing. You must know that it has only been about 10 minutes since he practiced this time. Such an improvement can be achieved in such a short period of time. The effect of this spiritual cultivation method is obviously great. It exceeded Chen Luo's expectations. Such a result can be achieved in just 10 minutes. What if it is replaced by an hour, or even a day? Perhaps by that time, his mental strength may have broken through to 3 digits. Thinking of this scene, Chen Luo was immediately excited, and immediately started the next round of practice with full motivation. Soon, an hour passed. With the end of this practice, Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes, feeling the weakness coming from his body at this moment. He couldn't help frowning slightly, and whispered to himself, "It seems that the limit has been reached." After several consecutive consumptions, the total amount of blood evaporated in his body has exceeded nearly 10 kilograms. Chapter 153, Part 2. And with the consumption of blood, at the same time, his body is also rapidly producing fresh blood, several times in succession. As the energy stored in his body is gradually exhausted, his regeneration speed also becomes a little weak. But this is not a problem for Chen Luo. Since he lacks energy, he just needs to replenish it. There are artifacts like the blood cup. Replenishment energy is simply easy for him. Take out the clear water that has been prepared and pour it into the blood cup. Under the transformation of the blood cup, the clear water slowly turns from transparent to red, and finally turns into a glass of crystal clear blood. Picking up the blood cup, Chen Luo gulped it down without any hesitation. As the blood entered the body, Chen Luo's body quickly absorbed all of it, and the body slowly recovered. After a while, it was back to its heyday. After shaking hands, Chen Luo didn't have the slightest intention to stop. After replenishing his own energy, he couldn't wait to start the next round of training. Afterwards, Chen Luo cycled back and forth on the way of practicing and replenishing energy, and several hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the sky had just arrived at noon, and only about 1/3 of the day had passed, so Chen Luo had to stop his practice. Slowly opened his eyes, carefully feeling the changes in his body, and then, Chen Luo smiled helplessly, and finally gave up the idea of continuing to practice. There is no other reason. The reason why he stopped practicing is not because of lack of blood in his body, but because of some problems in his soul. After several hours of practice, his soul seemed to be full, but he could no longer absorb the nutrients Chen Luo continued to provide, and naturally his spiritual attributes could not be increased. As for this problem, Chen Luo has no solution at all. Now it seems that the only thing he can do is to wait for his own soul to digest all the nutrients absorbed today before starting the next round of cultivation. After understanding this point, Chen Luo was also slightly disappointed. Originally, he thought that he could increase his spiritual value without limit, but now it seems that he thought too much. But this is not surprising. After all, the human soul is not a machine. It can absorb energy without limit. There must be an absorption process, just like the human body digests food. It takes a certain period of time before it can be absorbed. The energy has been digested. It seems that we can only continue to practice after waiting for a while, and I don't know how long it will take to digest it. Shaking his head, Chen Luo stood up helplessly, stopping his plan to continue practicing. But even if he couldn't continue to practice, Chen Luo was very satisfied with the results of the past few hours of practice. In just 7 or 8 hours, Chen Luo's spiritual value has risen from 30 to 50 points all the way, and this is only his normal value. If he is blessed with the ability of the blessing of darkness, then his spiritual power will officially break through to triple-digit heights. There is no doubt that compared to before, this is simply a leap forward. At the same time, Chen Luo also had a new understanding of the effects of spiritual cultivation. Next, Chen Luo stayed in this ancient castle for nearly a week. Until then, he felt that in his soul, the feeling of fullness that appeared all the time had disappeared. In order to verify his own judgment, Chen Luo immediately started a new round of training. And the result was not as he expected. This time the cultivation went smoothly. After feeling that he could continue to practice, Chen Luo didn't even want to enter the cultivation state again immediately. After one night, when Chen Luo opened his eyes again, his soul had already returned to the original state of fullness at this moment, and he could no longer absorb any nutrition. After realizing that he couldn't make progress, Chen Luo immediately stopped the idea of continuing to practice, and with a thought, he called up the system panel and began to check. After practicing this night, his spirit has now increased by about 15 points, and now under normal conditions, it has reached a height of 65 points. If he is blessed by the blessing of darkness, then his mental power will increase to about 130 points, which is a world of difference compared to when he first came here a week ago. Although very satisfied with the progress he has made, Chen Luo also found a problem. That is compared to the first practice. The results of this practice have also weakened a bit. But if you think about it carefully, this is a normal phenomenon. After all, no matter what kind of cultivation it is, it will become more and more difficult to improve in the later stages. If you think about it, this spiritual cultivation method can't escape this law. Chapter 153, Part 3. Now it is just the beginning, and the improvement effect is still very obvious. But if in the later stage, with the higher base of his spiritual value, if he wants to continue to improve, it may have to rely on the accumulation of time to complete. But that's all for the future, and now Chen Luo didn't think too much about it. After this test, Chen Luo also knew that it would take a week before he could continue to practice, and he just promised Mavis to accompany him going to the outside world to see. Now it seems that I can take care of both. While traveling around the world with the other party, Chen Luo can also use his spare time to practice, so as to continue to improve his own strength. In his opinion, this result is undoubtedly the best. It's been a week now, and now that I think about it, Mavis should be ready, right? With this in mind, Chen Luo immediately set off, intending to go to Mavis to check on the situation. Arriving at the door of Mavis's bedroom, he knocked lightly on the door, and then the door opened. What caught Chen Luo's eyes at this moment was an extremely lively scene. May, you take this, you will definitely need it when you go out. Eunice stuffed the parasol in his hand behind May Weiss, in the packed package, then turned his head and said to May Weiss with a firm face, "And this." Frank on the side also stepped forward immediately and handed the jar of sunscreen to Mavis. "I remember, Xiao Mei, you are going to Hawaii, right? Eunice and I have been there before. Although the scenery there is beautiful, the sun there is also very strong. If you don't pay attention to sun protection, your skin will easily turn black." "Is that so?" Hearing this, Mavis' complexion changed, subconsciously clutching the sunscreen in his hand tightly, and nodded seriously. "I see, Uncle Frank, I'll pay attention." May. At this time, the Wayne couple also came over at the right time, and delivered the gift they had prepared to May. "Weiss hands, since you're going to travel all over the world, you can't do without a camera. With it, if you encounter any beautiful scenery in the future, you can take pictures of them and use them as souvenirs in the future. Camera 777. I've wanted one for a long time. Thanks, Uncle Wayne, Aunt Huali." After taking the camera, Mavis nodded happily, obviously very satisfied with this gift. "There's me." At this moment, the invisible man on the side who had no sense of existence finally said, "May, how can you go on a trip without a pair of sunglasses? This is the latest model I picked in the human world. Take a look, are you satisfied?" As he said that, like a magic trick, a pair of sunglasses suddenly appeared in the air, and then they were slowly handed over to Mavis. "Thank you, Uncle." Mavis took the sunglasses, put them on, and then stood in front of the mirror, looking at his current appearance. His face couldn't stop being happy. "Haha, finally it's my turn." At this time, Murray on the side suddenly laughed, looked at the crowd full of complacency, and then slowly took out the gift he had prepared a long time ago from behind. He pulled out a scepter about 1 meter long and made of gold from behind, which looked extraordinarily luxurious, came to Mavis, and stuffed it into her hand. "Uncle Murray, this is..." Looking at the scepter in his hand, Mavis looked at him curiously and asked, "Surely, Xiaomei, You need travel funds when you go on a trip, right? It just so happens that this scepter still has some value, so you can sell it for some money. It's just the travel expenses provided by my uncle. At the moment, Chen Luo, who just walked into the room, was a little surprised when he saw this scene. Although he is not very interested in cultural relics, this scepter is quite old at first glance, and with the identity of Murray's mummy, the origin of this scepter can be imagined. This scepter probably belonged to a certain pharaoh in history. If this is the case, then the value of this scepter is immeasurable. Not only Chen Luo, but Dracula at the side also saw the value of this scepter, couldn't help but looked at his good friend helplessly, and said, "Murray, are you wandering around the other pharaohs' pyramids again? Didn't I tell you earlier? Don't just go to the pyramids of other pharaohs. If there is an existence like yours sleeping inside, and if the power of the other party is stronger than yours, then you may not be able to get out. Don't worry, Dracula. It's all right. The pyramids I went to have already collapsed. I also found this scepter in the ruins inside. No question topic." Regarding this, Murray waved his hand indifferently, obviously not listening to Dracula's warning. At this time, Mavis finally realized the preciousness of the scepter in his hand, and quickly handed the scepter back. "This one won't work, Uncle Murray. This one is too precious. I don't attack." Chapter 153, Part 4. Hearing this, how could Murray agree? And just as the two were at a stalemate, at this moment, Chen Luo's voice suddenly sounded. Chapter 154, Part 1. "May, since the elders gave it to you, you should accept it." Hearing this, May turned her head subconsciously, and when she saw Chen Luo, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she whispered, "Chen, you are here." Chen Luo nodded with a smile, came in front of the two, looked at the scepter in Mavis' hands, and said, "May, this scepter, do you want me to take a look?" "Definitely." Hearing this, Mavis handed over the scepter in his hand to Chen Luo without any hesitation. Looking at the scepter in his hand, Chen Luo scrutinized it for a moment, then smiled and said, "Well, May, I really like this scepter. Or, how about selling it to me?" After a pause, Chen Luo stretched out his index finger, looked at the crowd, and said softly, "I'll offer $100 million. If it's not enough, you can add more." As soon as these words came out, the audience suddenly fell into silence. The moment Chen Luo opened his mouth, all the eyes of everyone present were focused on him, and their eyes were full of undisguised amazement. This is the first time Chen Luo has shown his financial resources in front of other people, and it is also in front of this group of non-human races with abilities beyond ordinary people. Because of their different appearance from ordinary people, they cannot blend in like ordinary people. Human society. So even if they know that there are many good things in human society, they are limited by their pockets and have no way to buy them. Even Dracula, the wealthiest of them all. However, unlike other people, the castle where Dracula lives contains a lot of gold, silver, and jewels. In addition, he does not look much different from ordinary people. It is not difficult to successfully integrate into human society. If these jewels are sold, wealth will not be a small number. But because Dracula has always had hatred for human beings in his heart, he has never stepped out of the castle in these years. So even if he has a huge wealth, there is no way to convert it into substantial money. It is precisely because of this reason that even for gadgets such as cameras, in the castle where Dracula is located, there is only one medieval-style bulky camera with a very ancient shape. Although it can also take pictures, this camera can only be placed at home, but it is completely impossible to take it out. So in general, the life of Dracula and his old friends can be called shabby compared to that of Chen Luo. Therefore, after hearing the number Chen Luo just mentioned, everyone had such a big reaction. After all, they have never seen so much money. Over the past 100 years, they have a certain level of understanding of human society, so they can naturally understand what the concept of $100 million in Chen Luo's mouth is. At this moment, in their eyes, Chen Luo's body seemed to have a faint layer of golden light, which made them dazzled. After a while, everyone finally came back to their senses. Murray was the first to react, looked at Chen Luo, and asked tremblingly, "Chen, is this scepter really that valuable? I can find some other scepters here. Can you buy them all too?" In fact, there is only such a scepter in Murray's hands. The reason why he said this is obviously to shift his eyes to the sleeping place of his clan again. At this moment, he has already planned in his heart, if I sell a few more scepters to Chen Luo, what kind of wealth will I get? Not only him, but everyone else's eyes lit up after hearing Murray's words, and they leaned in front of Chen Luo and couldn't wait to start selling their own products. "Chen, I suddenly remembered that I still have a few crystals at home. I found them in an ancient human castle more than 100 years ago. How about I take them here and see how much they are worth? I have it at home too. It's the equipment left by the doctor who made us back then. It should be of some value, right?" Frank didn't show any weakness, and decisively wanted to exchange the equipment that the doctor made them back then for money. "Chen, I also have some old items in my house. Take a look." Everyone gathered around and looked at Chen Luo eagerly, their eyes full of anticipation. Chen Luo didn't think that a word he said casually would provoke such a reaction from everyone, but it was still a small scene for him, so he smiled slightly and said, "You don't need to talk about money with me. We are all Xiaomei's elders. If you need any help, just come to me." After a pause, Chen Luo thought for a moment, and then continued, "I don't think it's better than this. After I go back, let people come to build a small town near here. Usually, if you need anything, you can come to the town to buy it. What do you think of this proposal?" Hearing this, everyone's eyes brightened instantly, but then they seemed to think of something, and said a little embarrassedly, "But we don't seem to have much money. You don't have to worry about this." Chen Luo waved his hands and looked at everyone with a smile on his face. "I think this town should only be used to receive people like us in the future. In order for this town to operate normally, if everyone does not, if you mind, you can take a position in the town. Come and help manage the town. In this way, everyone will be equivalent to managing shares in the future, and they can get a certain dividend every year. After the dividends are paid, everyone can buy whatever they want." Speaking of this, Chen Luo turned his head, looked at Dracula, who was silent at the side, and said with a smile, "Since Xiaomei is going out for a while, Mr. Dracula has nothing to do if he wants to come here. Otherwise, this town will be managed by Mr. Dracula. Be the mayor. I believe that if Mr. Dracula is in charge, this town will become a monster town of world civilization." Monster town? Hearing this title, everyone's hearts were shocked, and there was a hint of excitement on their faces. Although Chen Luo's proposal was very tempting, none of them agreed to it. Instead, they turned their attention to Dracula, and the meaning was self-evident. Dracula is obviously the leader among them, so if Dracula doesn't nod on this matter, then they will never agree. Dracula naturally received the gazes of old friends. After hearing Chen Luo's description, I have to say that Dracula's heart was also slightly moved, and he couldn't help but start to think carefully. It is true that since his precious daughter will go out for a period of time, he will be very lonely if he continues to stay in the castle, and after seeing his daughter looking so happy after receiving a small gift like a camera, Dracula is also the first once experienced the charm of the items made by human society. And if he wants his daughter to live a better life in the future, enough money is also essential. In addition, according to Chen Luo's proposal, if a town specially built for monsters is built outside, then it is expected to be welcomed by all monsters from all over the world, and reception work like this is his old profession. After all, isn't that what the elf hotel he opened is for? So if you look at it this way, this job is really suitable for him. Not only can I pass the boring time after my daughter left, but I can also work with my old friends at my favorite job and receive monsters from all over the world. The most important thing is that I can also get a steady stream of income. If I have enough, isn't that what my daughter likes, and I can buy it for her? Thinking of such a scene, the corners of Dracula's mouth slowly raised a curve, and then under the eyes of everyone, he nodded slightly and said with great interest, "Sounds like fun. Then I'll give it a try." Seeing Dracula's reaction, finally, the other people present all smiled. They gathered together and began to discuss happily. Obviously, they are very motivated for their next work. As for their discussion, Chen Luo has no plans to intervene. The proposal he made just now is just his whim. He will not interfere too much in the specific process. At most, he will only send enough manpower and financial resources. Come and help Dracula and the others complete the construction of the town. In this way, Dracula will not be so boring without the company of his daughter, and secondly, it also gives them a chance to contact the outside world. Chen Luo also pays attention to the lives of elders like Mavis. Since he has the ability, if you help them out, then he won't be stingy with this mere money. After all, considering his current worth, wealth is just a number. Usually, he can't spend it all by himself, so why not spend it on something more meaningful? Signaling Mei Weizi to come to the other side with him, and returning the scepter in her hand, Chen Luo said with a smile, "Just put this thing here. After all, it is something given to you by your elders, so you can keep it. Come down as a souvenir. As for exchanging this thing for travel expenses, I don't think you need to worry about this. I can still get a little travel expenses for this. You just have to play with confidence." Taking the scepter with both hands, Mavis looked straight at Chen Luo, nodded slightly, and agreed. Well, I see. After getting along with each other these days, unconsciously, Mavis is already very dependent on Chen Luo, whether it is because she wants to see the outside world, or if she successfully overcomes the weakness of the sun, and now Chen Luo is for her. Chapter 154, Part 2. Everything his father and elders have done, as if nothing can stop him, is extremely reliable. As long as she stays by Chen Luo's side, she will feel a sense of peace of mind spontaneously in her heart. I have to say, this feeling makes her very intoxicated. Another day passed, and early the next morning, Mavis and Chen Luo, who had packed their bags early, came to the gate early and looked at the people behind them who came to see them off. This was the first time they had traveled far in their lives. While Mavis was a little excited, his face was also full of reluctance. "Father, I'm going to make a decision." He threw himself into Dracula's arms, unwilling to leave for a long time. Good girl, you've grown up now. It's time to go out and have a good look at the outside world. But no matter how long you go out, you must remember that your family is still waiting for you to come back. Gently stroking her daughter's hair, Dracula's face was also full of reluctance. Her voice became softer than ever before, and she spoke slowly. Well, I see. Father, I'll be back soon. Hearing his father's instructions, Mavis nodded heavily and agreed. Afterwards, Mavis waved goodbye to everyone with some reluctance, and sat in the hearse outside the door with Chen Luo in charge of sending them to the outside world. As the vehicle officially started, the figures of the two gradually disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Along the way, Mavis was sad for a while at first, and then under the comfort of Chen Luo at the side, he quickly got better, regained his original vitality, and looked at the scenery outside through the car window with great interest. Chun, where are we going next? Is it Hawaii? I want to go there. It's written in my mother's diary that it looks like heaven. I also want to see what heaven looks like. Don't worry. Chen Luo, he nodded with a smile, looked into the distance, and then slowly said, Next, let's go back to my house first. Wait for me to pick up someone, and then we'll set off together. Travel around the world. Huh, is there anyone else who wants to join us? Hearing this, Mavis turned his head curiously, blinked, and asked, Hao Zhao, who didn't answer. Yeah. As if thinking of something, Chen Luo raised a smile on his lips and said softly, I think. Then you will get along very happily. Hearing Chen Luo's words, Mavis didn't have any doubts at all, and nodded vigorously, with obvious expectations on his face. Regarding this journey, Chen Luo has already thought up the plan. He wants to use this time to start practicing spiritual power and Proxima Midnight magic. When Weiss and the others go on a trip, they should treat it as an adjustment on the way of cultivation, and it will not affect him at all. Anyway, he has nothing else to do during this time. Tony is still researching the vehicle that can pass through Skull Island freely. Eric also needs a certain amount of time to prepare. In addition, his power is now on the right track, and he doesn't need to worry about anything. Therefore, Chen Luo now has time to travel around the world with Mavis and the others. I think when they come back from their trip, there should be results from Eric's side, right? By then, I don't know if I can resist the White Emperor with my mental strength. After telepathy? Such thoughts flashed in his mind, and for a while, Chen Luo couldn't help but become more and more looking forward to it. Afterwards, Chen Luo returned to New York and picked up Erica, who stayed at home for another week. When they learned that they were going to travel around the world together, Erica didn't even think about it. Full of excitement, he agreed. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed, and after 2 years of traveling around the world, finally, a long-lost phone rang. After receiving the news from Eric, Chen Luo took Erica and Mavis on their way home again. Chapter 155, Part 1. 2 years later, New York looks no different than it did before Chen Luo left. As soon as they got off the plane, Erica and Mavis were talking and laughing at the front, and behind them, Chen Luo walked helplessly with a big bag on his body and 2 huge suitcases in his hands. In the rear, passively greeted the surprised looks from other people at the airport. It wasn't until the 3 of them came outside the airport and saw Brutal not far away who came to greet them that this situation finally disappeared. Handing over all the packages in his hand to the other party, Chen Luo finally relaxed and returned to the car. Looking at the 2 people who were already sitting in the car, waiting for leisure, Chen Luo didn't speak, just a long sigh. Seeing his appearance, the 3 of them have been together for so long, and they still don't understand his little thoughts. Erica and the 2 looked at each other and smiled tacitly, but they didn't feel the slightest bit about Chen Luo's misery. Ignore it. Seeing that his performance was fruitless, Chen Luo was not embarrassed. He interjected naturally, What are you talking about? Hearing this, the 2 of them paused, turned their heads together, and looked at Chen Luo. With an inexplicable smile on his face, Mei Weiqi chuckled and said, It's nothing, it's just that I was discussing with Erica just now. We plan to live with my father for a while in a few days. Yes. Ailian nodded in agreement. I heard that the town that Mr. Dracula was in charge of building last year has been completed, and now there are many monster tourists from all over the world every day. It seems very lively, so I also want to go and see it with Xiaomei. Is that so? Before Chen Luo could speak, Mavis' voice sounded again. So, do you want to go back with us? If you want to come to my father, he will definitely welcome you very much. Seeing the expectant smile on Mavis's face, Chen Luo's face instantly became a little embarrassed. He pretended to cough a few times, and then said seriously, I won't go. Eric just contacted me 2 days ago. We still have things to do, so I can only say sorry. Well, May, if you go back, please greet Mr. Dracula for me. By the way, there are gifts I brought to Mr. Dracula and Murray, and the others in the car. Don't forget to take it with you when you go back. At this time, Chen Luo didn't dare to go back no matter what. After all, he was not just abducting the other party's precious daughter. Ever since Erica was accidentally discovered by the other party, Dracula also knew the fact that Chen Luo was a playboy. How could he bear it when he was eager to love his daughter, and immediately wanted to rush to Chen Luo to be with him desperately? Desperately, if it wasn't for Mei Weizi's persuasion, he might have a real martial arts fight with his future father-in-law the next day. However, although the other party was persuaded by Mevis, if he dared to take the initiative to send it to the door at this time, it would be an unknown if the other party could really hold back and not attack him. Chen Luo, who understands this, has no intention of giving away his head at all. After all, facing this future father-in-law, he can't really do anything to him. So the best way to deal with it now is to wait for the other party to calm down first, and then it's not too late to get in. After these 2 years, the three of Chen Luo have also traveled to every corner of the world. While visiting the scenery of various places, Chen Luo has never let go of his own cultivation. Now that 2 years have passed, his strength has long been incomparable. Regarding this point, one can learn a thing or two from his current attribute panel. Host: Chen Luo race, Source Blood Clan strength, 150, 1 for a healthy adult male, speed, 50, 499.9 physical, 110 skills, fighting technique, high, knife technique, master, Proxima midnight magic, high ability, draw blood, super speed regeneration, blood control, steel body, assimilation, blood source, memory reading, bat transformation, darkness favor evaluation, not 1 step, not 2 steps. As the source of the new race, you have already advanced a certain distance on the road to greatness, but you still have a long way to go before becoming a real god. After 2 years of training, his mental attributes have changed from less than 3 digits to nearly 500 points today. The span is extremely huge. Compared with the previous mental strength, the current Chen Luo's mental strength is stronger. The increase can be described as hundreds of times huge. With the increase of the spiritual attribute value, his mental power is increasing at an exponential rate. From the attribute panel alone, Chen Luo's spiritual attribute has only increased by a few hundred points, but in terms of actual strength, it is not enough. It goes far beyond this category. Coupled with Chen Luo's Proxima midnight magic, which has been cultivated to a high level, when it comes to actual combat abilities, Chen Luo is confident. Even if he does not rely on his own physical fitness, he has the confidence to be as confident as Dracula in terms of magic. The creator of the magic of Proxima Midnight breaks the wrist, and after possessing such a powerful mental power, even facing Professor X, who is known as the strongest telepathy ability, he is sure to be able to defend against the opponent's psychic ability. Not to mention the queen of the previous level. Even without the helmet that can defend against telepathy that Eric promised, Chen Luo has absolute certainty about the next action. In addition to the increase in mental attributes, his physical fitness has also increased to a certain extent through the continuous absorption of blood in the past 2 years. But compared to the increase in mental attributes, it is slightly insignificant. Due to the skyrocketing of Chen Luo's spiritual attributes, his current strength has also been further improved. Although he has not really measured it, according to his estimation, his current strength may have surpassed the category of a king. Came to another situation. However, what kind of level has been reached in the end? You still have to fight to know it. And such an opportunity will come soon. Thinking of this, Chen Luo couldn't help but look forward to the next move. Although he can't wait to verify his current strength, Chen Luo still has another worry. That is, since his spiritual attribute reached 499.9 a month ago, no matter how hard he practiced, he could no longer make any progress. Such a situation made him a little puzzled. In addition to this, what puzzled him even more was that even after he used the bat transformation, his spiritual value showed no signs of increasing and was still at 499.9. At the beginning, Chen Luo didn't believe in evil and actually tested it, but found that it was completely the same as before the transformation. This result was far beyond his expectations. Chen Luo, who was very confused about this situation, even asked the system, but he didn't get any response. Seeing this, Chen Luo could only give up the plan of asking, and started to think about it by himself. After a month of thinking, after trying various methods but unable to further increase the mental power, at this time, Chen Luo also finally noticed the introduction at the bottom of the system panel, the distance from becoming a real god. Could it be that the way to further increase my spiritual power has something to do with this? Maybe I have to wait until I find a way to become a god before I can break through this boundary. Thinking of this, Chen Luo felt a little clear. However, although he has a little direction, he has no idea how to become a god. After thinking about it for several days without figuring it out, Chen Luo finally gave up on his own thinking plan. It just so happened that he suddenly remembered that he seemed to be in control of a vampire library that contained a large amount of mysterious side materials. Maybe he could learn something there. Not sure about the harvest. Afterwards, the three of Chen Luo returned home together. After 2 days at home, Mevis and Erica finally embarked on a journey to Monster Town, and not long after they left, Magneto and his team arrived as scheduled. The top floor of the building. It was still the 3 familiar faces. 2 years later, the 3 of them had hardly changed compared to before. When they came to the three of them, Chen Luo greeted them with a smile. "Long time no see, Eric." As he spoke, he then shifted his gaze to Raven, who was next to Eric, with an even bigger smile on his face. "Raven, we haven't seen each other for 2 years. How are you doing these years? If you feel like you're in Eric, you are not happy staying by my side, and I welcome you to join me at any time." After a pause, Chen Luo pointed to the familiar desk not far away and said slowly, "I've always reserved the position there for you." Hearing this, Raven glanced at the familiar desk subconsciously. It was the seat she sat as Chen Luo's personal secretary 2 years ago. Originally, she thought that after she left, there had already been another desk in that seat. People, now it seems, are not what she thought at all. To 0 for flowers. Feeling warm in his heart, Raven's gaze towards Chen Luo couldn't help becoming softer, and he couldn't help chuckling and said, "That's a good suggestion. Maybe I'll be bored here in the future, and I'll consider your suggestion." Chapter 155, Part 2. Okay, then it's settled. The two chatted for a while, then Chen Luo turned to Eric and asked, "Eric, I heard that you made that thing 2 days ago, right? Can you let me see it first?" "Definitely." Eric didn't refuse, and looked at Victor, who was beside him, gesticulating with his eyes. Since seeing the power shown by Chen Luo 2 years ago, in front of Chen Luo, Victor no longer has the arrogance of the past, and silently took out a silver-white body from the package behind his back, which looked similar to Eric's head. The helmets they were wearing were almost the same, and then handed them to Chen Luo. Taking the helmet casually, Chen Luo looked at the thing in his hand and asked curiously, "Can this helmet really defend against the control of telepathy ability users? It doesn't look very strong." After saying this, Chen Luo used his right hand slightly, and then, without a sound, when he pulled his right hand away again, at this moment, 5 clear fingerprints were imprinted on the edge of the helmet. Seeing this scene, the corners of Eric's eyes twitched slightly, and then he explained seriously, "That's definitely. The material used in this helmet is almost the same as the one on my head. It took nearly 2 years to find the raw materials alone. You should understand how precious the materials that can resist telepathy are. And this matter is related to our next plan. I don't need to use any methods on it." Chen Luo naturally also understands that although he has never heard of the material that can resist telepathy before, if this material is put on the market, it will definitely be snapped up by countless people. It is as precious as vibranium, or adamantium is not inferior in comparison. If it weren't for Eric's ability, it may be extremely difficult to find this kind of material, so Chen Luo will naturally not turn a blind eye to the other party's efforts. So he immediately said, "Eric, although I really want to believe you, just in case, we'd better experiment first. After all, what you are facing is not a simple opponent. You probably don't want to make any mistakes because of this, do you? If this helmet is really able to resist telepathy as you said, then I won't ask you in vain. Well, I will pay $1 billion to buy it at that time. What do you think? How about it?" As soon as these words came out, the faces of Eric and the three froze. 2 years later, after Chen Luo agreed to cooperate with Eric, he began to search for mutants around the world. But because they don't have the help of telepathy ability experts like Professor X, the search efficiency is greatly reduced. After the past 2 years, even with Chen Luo's powerful, we tried our best to help, but we only found a mutant with less than 1,000 people. And among these 1,000 people, most of them are those mutants with only 1 or 2 levels, whose appearance is very different from ordinary people, because their appearance is different from ordinary people, so it is difficult to find them. Those mutants that look like normal people are as difficult. But also because of this, the abilities of these mutants are mostly extremely weak, and at most they are stronger than ordinary people, let alone a level 4 mutant like Eric. Even if they are compared with the 3rd level mutant like Raven, there is also a big gap. Although they can't help much in terms of combat effectiveness, because they are all of their own race, Eric did not give up on them. Except for those underage, except for the children who were brought up in the special base built by Chen Luo, most of the rest were collected by him into the Mutant Brotherhood. And with the increase in the population under his command, the financial pressure on him has also become more and more tense, and now he is already a little overwhelmed. But if he has the funds promised by Chen Luo, his financial pressure will undoubtedly be relieved by huge amounts of, and he definitely has no reason to refuse the benefits of being delivered to his door. Nod in agreement. "Then let's experiment first." After saying this, Eric seemed to think of something suddenly. A trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes, and he said slowly, "It just so happens that I have an old friend. Maybe he can help us with this, ba?" Chapter 156, Part 1. New York, Westchester. This is a suburban county in northern New York, just on the outskirts of this area, surrounded by mountains and rivers. A luxurious manor with huge amounts of is located here, and this manor is the famous Genius Xavier Academy and Mutant. Some people may not be familiar with this name, but if you change the name and call it Xavier School, it may be a lot more familiar. As a mutant in the world, he is also known as one of the bipolar mutants with Magneto, and is also a rare 4th level mutant in the world. He is known as the strongest telepathy ability in the world. Professor X, Charles Xavier, lives here. As the principal of Xavier's school and also the leader of X-Men, Professor X has been implementing his idea of peaceful coexistence with human beings for decades, and under his teaching, the students in this school are thriving. In the process of growing up, he unknowingly accepted the concept of Professor X and became a dove mutant who is close to human beings. Contrary to Professor X, as the leader of the hawkish mutants, Magneto has always taken a hostile attitude towards humans, thinking that the mutants cannot be accepted by humans in a true sense, and may even be rejected by them. At the same time, he also believes that only mutants are the future of human beings, which is the inevitable result of evolution under natural selection. Compared with their mutants, human beings should undoubtedly be eliminated. Therefore, unlike Professor X who wants to get close to humans, what Magneto wants is to establish a kingdom that belongs to mutant and completely separate mutant from humans. The two also parted ways when they were young because of their different philosophies, each fighting for their own philosophies, and this difference is now, and the two have not seen each other for nearly 20 years since 027. Because today is Sunday, Xavier's school is obviously more lively than the previous few days. Inside the huge amounts of manor, on the patch of green grass, some children who seemed to be only about 10 years old were running and playing on it, and there were bursts of cheerful shouting from time to time. In addition to these children, in the middle of the road surrounded by green shade, there are some teenagers who look like 16 or 17 years old walking through it from time to time. They are either holding thick books in their hands and trotting forward in a hurry, or some young people are in pairs, holding hands and walking slowly on the road. They don't know what they're talking about, and their smiles are very bright. On the side of the hillside, under a big green tree, a figure with exquisite figure was standing there, looking at the harmonious scene ahead. A sincere smile appeared on his face. As one of the earliest students of Professor X, after nearly 20 years of growth, today's Aurolo has grown into a right-hand man of Professor X while becoming stronger and stronger, and lives here as a teacher of Xavier's school. Looking at the children I have taught for several years below, and the carefree lives of these children, the smile on Aurolo's face became more and more obvious. Unlike Scott, who is also a teacher, as the children's combat teacher, Scott's image in the children's minds is often strict and serious. On the other hand, Aurolo is more inclined to teach daily knowledge. Compared with the former, it is undoubtedly easier for people to get close. Super good looks, gentle personality, and profound knowledge. These factors add up to make Aurolo's image in the hearts of the children much better than Scott's. And in private, there are many people call her and Jean Grey, the psychological instructor, the two goddesses of the school, and her popularity has remained high for a long time. What's more, some youths who had sprouted in adolescence also boldly launched a pursuit of this goddess teacher, but without exception, all of them failed. Although the pursuit failed, it did not affect Aurolo's status in their hearts at all, and it even became more elevated than before. Just like the previous Sundays at this time, Aurolo always likes to come to this small hillside, watching the children below carefree and playing together, living in the sun without any scruples, don't have to endure other people's strange stares. Isn't this kind of life what she strives for? And through the joint efforts of her and other companions, as well as their teachers, after nearly 2 decades of development, they finally reached this stage. Thinking of everything I have done in the first half of my life, and seeing the smiling faces of the children below from the moment when I started, Aurolo could feel that everything she did was meaningful. Just when she was feeling a little secretly in her heart, suddenly, she seemed to see something. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and a bit of doubt appeared on her face. At this moment, in the direction she was looking at, a figure she had never seen before was slowly walking from not far away, and then stood there quietly, just like her, looking at the children in front of her. Looking at the other party carefully, the tall and strong body, because it is summer, the upper body of the other party is only wearing a short sleeve. Without the cover of the sleeves, the other party's muscles are clearly exposed in the air, which is like a knife carving, and the surrounding pedestrians they couldn't help casting amazed eyes. In addition to having a perfect body like a god, even if you can only see the side face, even Aurolo, who has seen many handsome guys, can't help being moved, and his eyes are unconsciously attracted by the other party. The angular and handsome face, the tall and strong body, and the shawl-length hair that draped casually, added a unique, unrestrained temperament to the visitor. The visitor just stood there casually, giving people a kind of attraction that cannot be ignored at all. They couldn't help but look at him frequently, and when they saw the face of the other party that they had never seen before, all of a sudden, the crowd couldn't help talking about it. Who is this handsome guy? Why have I never seen it in school before? Could it be a new student? It shouldn't be. I think he should be much older than us. It seems to be about the same age as teacher Aurolo and the others. If you say that, could it be that this handsome guy is here to apply for a school teacher? I don't know what subjects he will teach us. Be sure to check it out then. If there is such a handsome teacher to teach us, it will be worth it to teach us to fight. I would rather see this new teacher than Mr. Scott's serious face. What's the use of just talking about it? If you want to know what this handsome guy will teach us in the future, why don't you just go up and ask? At this time, A young and beautiful girl in the crowd took a deep breath and then walked quickly towards Chen Luo's direction. And just when she was about to take action on the other side, the handsome guy in everyone's eyes, that is, Chen Luo himself, seemed to have sensed something at this moment, withdrew his curious eyes, and turned his head to look at the small hill behind him. Superior. Huh, who is that? When he saw the figure on the hillside, Chen Luo's eyes lit up slightly. With a tall and sexy figure, she wears a simple and elegant black shirt on her upper body and a pair of skinny jeans under her body. Against the background of such clothes, her exquisite figure is fully displayed. He has short hair that reaches the ears, and the hair color is even more rare white, which seems to add a bit of unique charm to it. Coupled with the other party's super good looks, there is no doubt that in Chen Luo's eyes, the other party is she is a top beauty at the same level as Eva and others. While seeing the other party, Chen Luo had a vague guess about his identity. With such a dress, and that hair color that stands out in the crowd, in Chen Luo's impression, there is only the famous Storm. Chen Luo also did not expect that he would see such an important person just after he came here. As the teacher in Xavier's school, and the proud student one of Professor X, if he could directly find the other party and inquire, would he want to come here? It is not difficult to meet the legendary Professor X himself. Thinking of this, Chen Luo immediately stopped hesitation, turned around and walked towards the hillside. Forehead. Seeing Chen Luo's movements, the girl who was planning to strike up a conversation stopped immediately and followed Chen Luo's direction. When she saw the familiar figure in front of her, she was startled for a moment, and then subconsciously exclaimed, "Road, could it be that this handsome guy is Teacher Orolo's boyfriend?" As soon as the words came out, all the people who heard the girl's shout were also shocked in unison, and subconsciously turned their heads to look in the direction of Chen Luo, their eyes unblinking, back and forth on Chen Luo and Orolo in turn scan. In all honesty, from the looks alone, the two are indeed an exceptional match, and as far as everyone knows over the years, their teacher Orolu has never accepted the pursuit of others, and everyone has never been in love before. They had never met Chen Luo before, which made them have an idea in their hearts. Could it be that the real reason why teacher Orolo rejected other people's pursuit before is that she already has a boyfriend? Chapter 156, Part 2. This thought flashed through my mind, and for a moment, I don't know how many teenagers present were heartbroken instantly. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Chen Luo finally came to the other party, looked at the beauty like a black pearl in front of him, smiled and stretched out his right hand, and said softly, "Hello, may I ask, this is the Genius Xavier Academy, right? I have something to do with Mr. Charles. Can I ask this lady to help me guide me?" Hearing the intention of Chen Luo's visit, Orolo's eyes were fixed, and a trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes, and he asked calmly, "Do you have anything to do with the professor? If you can tell me that the professor has other things to do now. If this gentleman has something to do, maybe I can be busy with something? I'm afraid I'll disappoint you." Chen Luo shook his head lightly for Orolo's words, and said with a smile, "Ma'am, I'm afraid you can't do much for me. After all, as far as I know, this lady, you don't have any telepathy abilities." As soon as these words came out, Orolo's face became tense. Her body tensed up instantly, a sharp light flashed in her eyes. She stared at Chen Luo closely, and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Seeing the other party suddenly put on such a defensive posture, Chen Luo didn't care at all, raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers lightly under the surprised gaze of the other party. Immediately afterwards, the air just behind Chen Luo suddenly began to change drastically, as if an invisible tablecloth was suddenly lifted, revealing Eric and the three hiding below. Seeing the three people suddenly appearing behind Chen Luo, Orolo's eyes widened instantly, and she subconsciously said, "Eric? Long time no see, Orolo." Eric slowly walked past Chen Luo and came to Ororo, looking at the vaguely recognizable familiar silhouette of the other party. For a while, Eric was deeply moved back when he and Charles hadn't parted ways. Children like Scott, Orolo, and Jean were all found together by them. But since he left, they haven't seen them for nearly 20 years. Looking at Eric's familiar and pale with an old face, Orolu's gaze suddenly became a little complicated. Although she has been teaching in the academy these years, Orolu knows very little about what the other party has done these years detailed. After a while, Orolo finally spoke again. He looked at Eric solemnly, and asked in a deep voice, "Eric, what do you want from the professor?" From the moment she saw Eric, Orolo already subconsciously ignored Chen Luo. She instinctively thought that this time Chen Luo and the others came over, and Eric was the leader among them. Or, even if they are looking for Professor X, it must be from Eric's Wolf 4.6. Although the move Chen Luo showed just now is indeed interesting, but Eric is one of the bipolar mutants after all, so Orolo's thoughts are normal under normal circumstances. Down is no problem, but this time there was an exception. This question, I think you should ask the wrong person. Eric shook his head slowly, smiled, then turned his head to look at Chen Luo at the side, and said, "Actually, we came here today mainly because this one needs Charles's help with something." I'm just simply leading the way. Hearing this, Arolo couldn't help turning her head to Chen Luo's direction. Sizing Chen Luo up carefully, and after a while, she asked with some doubts, "Who is he? It's you recently found mutant?" Mutant? Eric's face was startled. He let out a laugh, and under the suspicious gaze of the other party, he said seriously, "I think you must have misunderstood. This is not one of our mutants. Let me introduce you again. 11. I think you should have heard the name of this gentleman, the new king of the Dark World, the new king of Blood Clan, and also my latest partner, Chen Luo." Speaking of this, Eric looked at the other party and smiled. "I don't think this name should be unfamiliar to you, right?" Chen Luo. Arolo frowned. Her heart moved. Her face couldn't help showing shock, and she subconsciously said, "You are that butcher?" After knowing Chen Luo's true identity, Orlog's heart was shaken. Her eyes fixed on Chen Luo, and her eyes became serious at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 157, Part 1. After knowing Chen Luo's true identity, Orolu has already reacted in her heart at this moment. Only the legendary butcher is qualified to be side by side with one of the bipolar mutants like Eric. Also, as the king in the Dark World, there is no doubt that the status of the two is at the same level. Therefore, Chen Luo naturally has the qualifications to talk with Eric on an equal footing. As for Chen Luo's terrifying series of victories 2 years ago, she has naturally heard about it, and she definitely understands the terrifying strength of the opponent. In her opinion, even if Chen Luo's strength is still not as good as that of a veteran powerhouse like Magneto, the difference is not far behind. Otherwise, if the strength gap is too large, based on her understanding of Eric, the opponent will definitely not would be so peaceful. Because I grew up with Professor X, I have a deep understanding of Professor X's best friend, not only her, but also Scott and Sheen. As one of the only 4th-level mutants among the mutants, he was identified by America as the most dangerous criminal in the world, and also a veteran king of the Dark World who has ruled the roost for decades, so his inner pride is naturally needless to say. With such an existence, only the strong who are also kings are qualified to talk to him on an equal footing. Just like the current Chen Luo. Thinking of the 2 king-level existences Chi-Chi coming to the academy, for a moment, Arolo, who didn't understand the other party's intention, couldn't help but tighten his heart, and his face became serious with the naked eye. Seeing the other person's face, Chen Luo didn't pay much attention to her guard. With the smile on his face, looked at the other person and asked slowly, "Don't be nervous, Arolo. We didn't have any malicious intentions this time. It's just that I have a small favor here, and I need the help of the professor." After a pause, Chen Luo thought for a while. Then under the astonished gaze of the other party, he slowly stretched out a finger and said, "However, I won't let the professor do this for nothing. How about it? As long as the professor is willing to help, then I can give $100 million as a reward. What do you think of this proposal?" Sample? Not surprisingly, local tyrant Chen Luo once again launched a money offensive. After all, for Chen Luo, who is now worth hundreds of millions, it is not a problem that can be solved with money, and money is not a problem for him now. It's just a number. Chen Luo has this self-confidence. Even if a strong man like Magneto can't refuse the money offensive, a professor who also has to bear the expenses of such a large college definitely can't refuse. Not to mention that what he wants from the opponent next is just a small just busy. The other party has no reason to refuse. Chen Luo's move can also be said to be tried and tested, and as expected, just after his words fell, Arolo, who was looking at him with a wary face, suddenly changed his face. I couldn't help but a flash of emotion in my eyes. Also, as a teacher of the college, she naturally knows that to maintain the operation of the college, the funds needed will definitely not be a small amount. Although relying on the inheritance left by the professor's parents before his death, the college can be encouraged to operate so for many years. But until now, with the gradual depletion of the inheritance, the financial pressure on the professor's shoulders is also very huge, which is also seen by them. If possible, they naturally want to share something for the professor, but the knowledge they have learned is used for teaching, and most of it is related to mutant knowledge, and they have been taught since childhood not to use their own in front of humans at will. Ability, which makes them powerless about the problems faced by the professors. But now it's different. If you can get the amount of funds promised by Chen Luo, then the financial pressure on the college will be reduced a lot, which is very tempting for Arolo, who has always wanted to help the professor share the pressure. And it was at this time that she finally recalled that the butcher in front of her had a bad reputation, and all the people who had noticed the rise of the vampire power finally realized that for hundreds of years, the vampire clan how amazing is the accumulated industry. Although there are people in the Dark World who have dealt with the race of vampires, in their consistent impression, apart from the long life that everyone envies, the rest of this race is not worth mentioning. After all, apart from the fact that this family is a little stronger than ordinary people in physical fitness, its shortcomings are even more impressive. Garlic, silver products, and even the most common sunlight can cause fatal damage to this family. It is for this reason that this family can only come out for activities during the nighttime. And even when facing vampires alone, As long as they are equipped with silver bullets or ultraviolet weapons, they can deal a fatal blow to them. In this way, even an ordinary person has the ability to hurt vampires. From the perspective of everyone in the dark world where there are many masters, this family is nothing more than that. But all this changed drastically after the rise of Chen Luo, the king. Through the astonishing performances 2 years ago, everyone finally realized the terrifying strength of this newly promoted king. And this was the first time that everyone realized that vampires could reach the level of Chen Luo. After these 2 years, most of Chen Luo's intelligence has been collected by various forces, so they all know about Chen Luo's ability. The steel body that can defend against bullets and even grenades, as well as the terrifying regenerative ability, and the speed so fast that people can't react at all, constitute an invincible killing machine. Such an existence, no matter who it is, I don't want to be provoked easily. In addition to the overwhelming strength displayed by Chen Luo, everyone was also surprised to find that the other party did not have the weaknesses that other vampires possessed. According to the investigation of interested people, they were able to collect evidence that Chen Luo traveled during the day. After learning of this situation, Jiang Ren was even more shocked. That is to say, with the rise of Chen Luo, the new king who was called a butcher by the world, all the Blood Clan forces around the world have also come under his command, even the remaining 10 who were against Chen Luo before. A large clan was also conquered by Blade, who returned from the North Bear Country, and the Werewolf clan led by Lucian in the past 2 years. With the last vampire force in the world also falling into the hands of Chen Luo, the industries under these clans also belonged to Chen Luo as a matter of course. It was at this time that everyone finally woke up and realized how much wealth this 1,000-year-old vampire clan had gathered. If all these wealth are added together, it is no exaggeration to say that it can even directly buy a country. As soon as Chen Luo thought that such an incomparably rich wealth was in Chen Luo's hands, for a while, all the major forces felt the same as Eric's thought at the beginning, and they were very annoyed. At first, because they didn't pay attention to the vampire family, they missed the best time to absorb the wealth of the vampire family. Now these wealth are controlled by Chen Luo, and they are intimidated by Chen Luo. Don't dare to think about it anymore. Orolu and the others naturally knew about the various information about Chen Luo, the new king, so after learning of Chen Luo's identity, she had no doubts about the other party's ability to come up with such a sum of money. Although she was a little tempted, she was a little undecided about Chen Luo's request for help from the professor. If Chen Luo's request violated the professor's principles, the result would be predictable. So for the sake of caution, Orolu took the lead and asked, "So, may I know what you're looking for about the professor?" "Definitely yes." Regarding this, Chen Luo naturally had nothing to say, and his eyes signaled Victor to take out the helmet he had already prepared and handed it to the other party, saying, "This is the helmet that Eric made for me to resist telepathy. I want the professor to try it. Is this helmet useful?" "This is." Looking at the helmet in Chen Luo's hand, Orolu subconsciously opened her eyes wide, looking at Chen Luo with some doubts. Regarding her gaze, Chen Luo could also guess what the other person was thinking, shrugged slightly, and said with a smile, "I think you should be able to understand. After all, the professor's ability is indeed a little scary, so I still need to take some necessary precautions. But don't worry, as long as you don't provoke me, then I won't use this to deal with the professor." Hearing this, Orolo's face flushed slightly, and she argued dissatisfiedly, "Professor, he's not that kind of person. He won't shoot at other people casually." "I also believe this." Chen Luo nodded in agreement with her argument, but then he changed the subject and said, "It just so happens that the professor and I are the same kind of person. So as long as professor, he won't do anything to me or anyone around me, and I won't do anything to him." Chapter 157, Part 2. But you also need to understand that the professor's ability is indeed very threatening. So just in case, I should prepare in advance, shouldn't I? Hearing Chen Luo's well-founded rebuttal, Orolo was at a loss for words. He bowed his head in silence for a moment, then nodded slightly and said, "Since this is the case, then I think the professor should have no reason to refuse. I know, and I will take you there." However, she had just finished speaking when a sexy voice full of magnetism came from behind her. "Alalo, I might disappoint you. The professor just left here for something." Hearing this sentence, Orolo turned around subconsciously. When she saw the person coming, her face became a little stunned and she said, "Chen, aren't you still studying in Columbia? How come?" "It's no longer necessary. My doctoral thesis has just been submitted, and I just need to wait for the results. Anyway, there's nothing wrong there, so I'll be back first." Chen came in front of the group of people, glanced at Chen Luo and the group, and completely ignored Eric who had found her with the professor before, and stared at Chen Luo closely. 10 dazzling red lights flashed past quietly. "Who is this?" Facing the gaze of the future phoenix, Chen Luo's heart moved. He stretched out his right hand and spoke first. "Chen Luo?" Seeing Chen Luo's movements, Chen narrowed her eyes slightly, with a bright smile on her face, and put her left hand into Chen Luo's wide palm. Feeling the temperature from the palm, Her heart instantly became a little restless. Jean Grey. 9:47 After the two got to know each other for a while, Jean took the initiative to ask, "By the way, Chen, just now I heard that you need to ask the professor for help? But the professor is out now, so I'm afraid he can't help you much." After saying this, she changed the topic and then continued, "But if you need the ability of the professor when you are looking for a professor, I think I should be able to help." Hearing this, Orolu on the side immediately reacted and couldn't help showing a hint of excitement on his face and quickly said, "By the way, Chen, you also have telepathy ability. If you come out with the help of your hands, you can also carry out the test." As she spoke, she looked at Chen Luo expectantly, waiting for his reply. Hearing this, Chen Luo was slightly taken aback, but did not refuse, looked at the other party, nodded with a smile and said, "That's fine. If that's the case, I'll trouble you, Jan. It would definitely be the best if I can help." Keeping her eyes fixed on Chen Luo, Chen smiled even more on her face and replied softly, "Testing done. This helmet does hold up to my telepathy." 11 Opening her eyes again and handing the helmet back to Chen Luo, Chen said slowly, "Is that so?" As a result of the helmet, Chen Luo nodded seriously, looked at the other party and said, "Chen, thank you for your help." Speaking of this, Chen Luo turned his head slightly, and when he saw the hesitant expression of Aurora at the side, the corners of his mouth raised a slight arc, and he said again, "Don't worry, even if it's not the professor who made the move, but as long as our goal can be achieved, the promise between us is still valid. When I go back, I will contact you here to find you. You just have to wait here." Hearing Chen Luo's answer, Orolo finally heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Chen Luo with a grateful smile on her face. By the way, at this time, Chen Luo seemed to suddenly think of something and said to Orolo, "Can I leave your contact information? This will also make it easier for my people to contact you in the future." "Definitely." Orolo nodded without thinking and was about to exchange contact information with Chen Luo. "Wait a moment." Suddenly, Chen beside them came to them, turned her back to Orolo, looked straight at Chen Luo, and said slowly, "Chen, if you don't mind, it's better to leave my contact information. Anyway, I'm here too, so it's the same to contact everyone, isn't it?" Hearing this, Orolo's face froze for an instant, and his body froze in place. Chapter 158, Part 1. On the other side, after hearing Chen's words, Chen Luo looked at the other party firmly, and then smiled slightly. "All right." After exchanging contact information, Chen Luo didn't stay any longer because he and Eric still had to discuss the next step, and left immediately. Looking at the back of Chen Luo leaving, Chen stood there quietly, motionless. At this moment, no one has noticed that in the depths of Chen's eyes, there are two dazzling fires rising quietly, burning blazingly, and their shapes are constantly changing. It looks like there are living creatures. Generally, under the illumination of these two flames, Chen's face full of intellectual beauty now also faintly reveals a hint of wild beauty, which looks dangerous and deadly. It turned out that when Chen returned to the academy, the first time she saw Chen Luo, deep in her heart, the consciousness that had been sleeping for a long time quietly woke up, and Chen Luo seemed to be exuding something. Like a fatal attraction, the consciousness that attracted her heart unconsciously wanted to get closer. As one of the few mutants of the 5th level, the ability that Chen possesses is not even as strong as the professor's, but this is also because her testosterone has been suppressed since she was a child. Because of the seal. After all, Chen has inherited one of the most powerful forces in the universe, the incarnation of life and spiritual power, the Phoenix Force since she was born. As a symbol of life and emotion, Phoenix Force not only possesses terrifying power, but also gives Chen the undisguised desire from Phoenix Force. Under the influence of this desire, it also caused Chen to release her own ability without any scruples since she was a child, doing whatever she wanted without hiding her instincts. And after she unscrupulously releases her own power, the damage to everything around her is also huge amounts of, no matter the surrounding environment, neighbors, the home she lives in, or even her own parents, under the incomparable power displayed by Chen, lived with trepidation. It wasn't until Charles came here that the situation finally calmed down. It is precisely because of seeing Chen's performance when he was young that Charles had to seal up her wild side in the depths of Chen's heart, hoping that one day when Chen really grows up, he can successfully control her. However, he didn't notice that after he sealed Chen's wild side, deep in Chen's heart, driven by instinct, the wild consciousness that carried most of the Phoenix Force was constantly trying to break free. However, it became even more frenzied. The instinct from the Phoenix Force makes Chen not willing to be restrained by nature, so while breaking free from the restraint, her strength also increases sharply every day, becoming stronger every day. Even if Chen Luo doesn't appear today, perhaps in a few years, Chen's wild side of consciousness will break free and return to the world. At that time, because of being sealed for decades, Chen's heart is full of hatred, and at the same time she has completely mastered her own power. It is also conceivable that Qin's next actions will not only be the Xavier school where she is now, even the whole world could be in danger. Definitely, this is according to the normal development track. But now after Chen Luo appeared, things suddenly turned around. The first time she saw Chen Luo, the wild side hidden deep in Qin's heart was instantly attracted by him, and she could clearly feel the powerful strength and vitality contained in Qian Nakong's body. In her more than 20 years of life, she has never seen a body as exuberant as Chen Luo's to the extreme. For Phoenix Force, the embodiment of life and emotion, Chen Luo's body is simply to her there is a fatal attraction. Driven by instinct, for Chen Luo, deep in Qin's heart, the wild side aroused a kind of emotion that he had never had before. Multiply. This kind of emotion came so suddenly, but it was so strong. It even overwhelmed the desire to avenge Charles. Under the strong impact of this emotion, finally, deep in Qin's heart, the road that Charles a small hole was opened in the seal, and the wild consciousness returned again, which affected Qin. But because only a small part of this wild instinct was released, Qin could still barely control her sanity. Although somehow, she had an inexplicable impulse and possessive desire towards Chen Luo, and even fought for it. Stopping Chen Luo and Arolo from exchanging contact information, this situation has never happened to her before. As for Qin's anomaly today, Arolo behind her also noticed something. Seeing Qin still standing there, looking straight at the disappearing back of Chen Luo and the others, Arolo's eyes flashed, and she was thoughtful. When she came to Qin, Arolo looked straight at her and said seriously, "Tell me honestly, do you have any thoughts about that Chen Luo?" Faced with her question, Qin finally came back to her senses, her eyes flashed, and a slight smile appeared on her face. Then, under the surprised gaze of the other party, she nodded generously and said, "I'm really interested in him. So, Arolo, I guess you won't fight with me in the future, right?" Hearing this, Alolo suddenly felt inexplicably flustered, waved his hands quickly, and said, "Definitely not." But, Qin, do you know the real identity of that Chen Luo? He is a dangerous person. If you get too close to him, I'm afraid you may be hurt. Afterwards, Arolo told Qin about Chen Luo's true identity. After listening to her narration, Qin's eyes shone even brighter, and at the same time a smile of great interest appeared on her face, and she slowly said, "The butcher is really a powerful man. It sounds like things are getting a little more interesting." Seeing Qin's reaction, Orolu had a bad feeling in her heart, looked at her hesitantly and said, "Qin, don't you?" The words haven't finished yet, but Qin already understood what she meant. She shook her head with a smile and said, "Don't worry, Orolo, I know it well. You don't need to worry about this matter anymore. I will handle the contact with Chen Luo in the future. I just came back from New York, and I'm a little tired now, so I'll go back and rest first." After that, Qin didn't care about her reaction, and immediately turned around and walked towards the room she was in. Seeing the back of Qin leaving, Orolo stood there for a long time, and finally, couldn't help but sighed a long time, then turned and left. On the other side, when Chen Luo and his party returned to the base camp again. In the office on the top floor of the building, Chen Luo played with the helmet in his hand, nodded to Eric with a smile, and said, "Since this helmet is indeed useful, then I will not break my promise. I told Craven just now that the funds have already been transferred to your account by now. If you don't believe me, you can take a look first." Regarding what Chen Luo said, Eric would have been a little happy if he had done it before, but since seeing Qin just now, his brows have been furrowed, and he seems to be preoccupied. For some reason, Eric looked at Chen Luo with extremely complicated eyes. Finally, he looked at Chen Luo and said slowly, "Chen, I think you have noticed that the woman named Qin looked at you just now, right?" "Oh, you mean that red-haired beauty?" Hearing this, Chen Luo's eyes flashed, and then he said calmly, "What? Is there a problem?" Chen Luo naturally noticed Qin's abnormal behavior just now, and relying on his own keen perception, Chen Luo could see a completely undisguised possessive desire in the eyes of the other party looking at him. It was the first time he saw such eyes. For a moment, Chen Luo felt a little weird in his heart. In his impression, Qin should be an intellectual beauty. Why would she send such a strong signal to herself after the two met for the first time? "I thought I met a fake Jean Grey." Facing Chen Luo's curious eyes, Eric's expression was extremely serious, and he slowly said, "Chen, I advise you to stay away from that woman. Her degree of danger is definitely not something you can handle." "Oh, how do you say that?" As soon as these words came out, not only Chen Luo, but also Raven at the side cast curious eyes. Because Qin is an extremely rare 5th-level mutant in our mutant family, Eric's words were like throwing a boulder into a calm lake, causing turbulent waves. "Level 5 mutant?" Raven exclaimed subconsciously. His eyes couldn't hide the shock. He looked at Eric in disbelief, and said, "There is such a mutant in this world? I thought you and Eric Charles is already as high as a mutant can be. You're thinking about it wrong." "Raven." Eric shook his head, as if recalling something, and said with a wry smile, At the beginning, Charles and I went to find Chen. There, we also saw the real history of Chen. At that time, Chen was only less than 10 years old, but even then, her ability was far beyond what Charles and I imagined. Now that so many years have passed, her power should become even more terrifying. If it's facing her, then even if I'm with Charles, I'm afraid I won't be her opponent. Speaking of this, Eric looked at Chen Luo and said word by word, Chen, although I admit that your strength is indeed very strong, but if you want to face Chen, I'm afraid it's not enough. The strength of the 5th level mutant is definitely far beyond your imagination. Chapter 158, Part 2. Now that he has confirmed that Chen Luo can be his partner, even if it is for future plans for the Hellfire Club, or for his own mutant brotherhood, Eric does not want any accidents to happen to Chen Luo. If it were someone else, he wouldn't bother with it at all, but if it was Chen Luo, for the safety of his ally, I have to say that Eric has done his best. Even Chen is willing to share with him a top secret like a 5th level mutant, so one can imagine the status of this ally in his heart now. Regarding Eric's words, Chen Luo didn't have any opinion in his heart. Chen Luo, who knows the plot, definitely understands what kind of existence Chen is. She is a mutant who has inherited one of the most powerful forces in the universe. If she is given enough time to grow, her future will never be limited to the Earth. When she grows to the peak, even an existence like the cosmic titan Thanos can contend. The strength can be imagined. That kind of strength is definitely far beyond the level of a king. With his current strength, it is indeed impossible to compete with it. And just when Chen Luo was thinking about this, Raven suddenly said, Eric, but according to my observation, the 5th level mutant you mentioned doesn't seem to have any hostility towards Chen. On the contrary, he seems to have a good impression of him, right? Stare blankly glancing at Chen Luo with interest, Raven said calmly. I don't think Chen will refuse such a beautiful lady who offered to send you to my door. Hearing this, Chen Luo's face froze. He looked at the other party helplessly, shrugged, and said, It seems that I have no other choice, right? After all, you have heard Raven. Chen is very strong. If I refuse, if I make her angry, then I seem to be nothing to do with it either. Hearing Chen Luo's explanation, Raven chuckled, and then said nothing more. On the other side, Eric also had some headaches. What Chen Luo said was exactly what he was worried about. Even if Chen Luo was willing to listen to him, if Chen over there took the initiative to find him door, he didn't know what to do. In fact, from his, Wang Zhao, point of view, it would be a good thing if the relationship between the two of them can really be achieved. Because this means that the strongest fighter among the mutants is now they will stand in their camp in the future, which is a good thing for their future plans and for the future of mutant. If there is Chen to join, then Hellfire Club can be wiped out, even if there are 2 kings, Xiao and Emma. So what? Facing this unprecedented 5-level mutant, Eric believes they have absolutely no chance to resist. In addition to this point, another point is that if Chen Luo is combined with Chen who is a mutant, then with Chen as a bridge, Chen Luo's position will inevitably be uneasy in the future. I feel that I prefer mutant. With the support of Chen Luo's billionaire net worth, mutant's situation in the future will definitely be much better than it is now. But this is the most ideal situation. You must know that Chen Luo is accompanied by people like Erica and Mevis now. Judging from Eric's impression of Chen when he was young, Chen at that time was simply like a beast who only followed instinct and acted as he wanted, without any scruples. Even after growing up, this kind of sexuality the character is somewhat restrained. But obviously it doesn't seem like a character who is willing to share. If the other party finds out about this, what will happen to Chen Luo? It is precisely because he understands this that he can only express his helplessness for Chen Luo's next encounter. As for such a situation, the current Chen Luo didn't think of any way to solve it. Since the other party hasn't approached him yet, Chen Luo simply didn't want to think about it so much. It is better to hurry up and proceed to the next step, and wait until the Hellfire matter is dealt with before considering other things. Then, when Chen Luo and Eric began to discuss the next plan. At the same time, as far away as Las Vegas, someone has silently set their sights on Chen Luo's direction. Chapter 159, Part 1. Las Vegas. In this city, known as the city that never sleeps. Now it's nighttime. The whole city is shrouded in brilliant lights. There is a lot of traffic, large and small casinos, hotels, and restaurant entrances. There are always people coming and going. The people who come here are dressed in bright clothes, and from time to time you can even see those well-known rich people who often appear in and out of TV broadcasts and magazines, and they all come to this city to spend money. Spending a lot of money overnight, just a random shot. The money spent may be wealth that ordinary people can hardly reach in a lifetime. But in the center of such an extravagant city, there is a distinctive club. Although there are not as many people coming and going at the entrance of this club as in other places, whenever a pedestrian passes by here, looking up when looking at the huge font engraved with Hellfire's name on the top of the club, they couldn't help being envious in their eyes. People who often hang out in this city know that in this club called Hellfire, it is not usually open to the public, but only those who have received special invitations can come to this rather mysterious club. Among them, experience what the extreme enjoyment, that has been rumored by the outside world will look like. Although everyone outside is envious of those who can enter this club, the fact is that when they step here, everything they see in front of them is nothing but their own fantasy. White Queen, Emma de Frost, is a powerful mutant with telepathy ability. Under her control, what people who walk in here can see are all the things they desire most deep in their hearts. Wealth, power, strength, beauties. Under the temptation of these things, it is not surprising that people choose to sink into them. It is precisely because of the existence of Emma that this place has won the reputation of paradise on earth and is sought after by countless people. However, in the process of obtaining such enjoyment, they naturally have to pay a little bit. But here, what they have to pay is a little bit more, that's all. As for how much, it is very simple. What they have to pay is their own soul. From the moment they stepped into this gate, their lives no longer belonged to them, but were controlled by White Queen Emma. In addition to allowing them to experience the extreme enjoyment, their wealth, fame, this moment is all owned by Hellfire. It is also because of this trick that Hellfire has grown to its current scale in the past few decades and has become the undoubted strongest force in the dark world. It's going to be worse. Although he has the huge wealth accumulated by all the vampires in the world for hundreds of years, Sebastian Shao has accumulated a huge wealth, no less than Chen Luo, in just a few decades by relying on the trick of Emma telepathy. In addition to wealth, many high-level officials in various countries in the world are also under his control. So in addition to wealth, Hellfire far exceeds Chen Luo's power in terms of politics and military affairs. With such a huge resource under his command, Shao naturally did not waste it. Over the past few decades, he has been using the resources of all countries in the world to find his mutant compatriots with outstanding potential. After spending a lot of manpower and material resources, this today's Hellfire Club. Now in the dark world, why is Hellfire Club called the well-deserved number one? In addition to their huge resources, the other is their strength. Compared with other forces, it can be called overwhelming the presence. The two kings are in charge, and at the same time there are elite mutants whose strength is not inferior to Sabretooth, such as the Red Devil, Torrent, Angel, etc., and the hundreds of third-level mutant legions whose ability cannot be underestimated. Such strength, even as a mutant world, it is very difficult for Eric and Charles to fight against bipolar. Although in terms of numbers, the number of members of the Hellfire Club is far less than that of any king-level power, but when it comes to hard power, no power is all their opponents. Even the newly promoted king-level force, the Chen Luo family, is the same. Excluding Chen Luo, who is now so powerful, there are only a few members of the Chen Luo family who can fight against the elites in the Hellfire Club. Blade, Lucian, Serena, Mavis, or Eva, whose strength has always been very mysterious. Except for these people who can participate in this level of battle, other ordinary vampires who want to participate in the battle, I am afraid that they will be defeated by the other party. The end of the slaughter. Among these people, Mavis is now living in his future husband's house, and he dare not go up to disturb him at this time, and Serena and Eva are going to live in Europe, and they have no time to take care of them. So now the combat power under his command is only Blade and Lucian. Definitely, if Lucian's subordinates, the Blood Clan werewolves transformed by Chen Luo's blood, can be regarded as good combat power, although they don't have the Blood Ghost technique of awakening like Lucian, but with their strength and numbers, if they come out in full force, they will definitely be able to fight against the Mutant Legion in the Hellfire Club. But such a result was not what Chen Luo wanted, because he understands that even if his werewolf army can win this battle, it will probably be a disastrous victory, and it is even very likely that the few remaining werewolf army will be exhausted. Such a result is definitely unacceptable to Chen Luo. In addition, compared to the Mutant Legion that he may have to face, the opponent may even launch other forces to encircle and suppress them. After all, Chen Luo has not forgotten that as far as the opponent has in terms of military strength, it is far more than the sum of his and Eric's two major forces. Thanks to Emma's influence, this also makes Shao have a very strong and huge influence in the human world. If there is a confrontation with her head-on, then I'm afraid they haven't come to the door, waiting for them. I'm afraid it's the one who assembled human army with modern weapons. After all, Shao is not a fool. He knows that the other party is going to hit him, and he has ready-made resources in his hand. Why should he use the lives of his compatriots? So it is conceivable that if they confront him head-on, then welcome theirs, except for the hundreds of mutant legions, is probably the suppression of firepower from the human army. Think about it. What kind of height can mutant cooperate with the modern army? What kind of blow will it cause to them? Such a result, I'm afraid Chen Luo and Eric are definitely not able to bear it. So at this moment, when Chen Luo and the others are discussing the next plan to fight Hellfire, it has never been their must to be tough, and their best choice is to find the opponent's lair and directly carry out the beheading operation. In this way, their losses can be minimized. And just as they were discussing related plans, at this moment in this luxurious club named Hellfire, 10 extraordinary talks were going on in a large hall at the same time. Let's talk about it. What do you all think about this matter? In the hall, a middle-aged man in his 30s, who was wearing a black suit and was a bit thin, was leaning on the spacious and comfortable sofa behind him. Looking at the crowd sitting in front of him, Xiao said calmly, "Road. Interesting. Unexpectedly, Eric will choose to join forces with other people, and he is also a vampire, which sounds really interesting." On the sofa not far from Xiao, there was a top-notch beauty in a white evening gown, blonde, hot figure, who looked to be in her 20s. She, Cad, narrowed her eyes slightly at this moment, said with great interest, "Emma, don't underestimate him." At this time, Xiao on the side spoke again. "As far as I know, this vampire named Chen Luo has caused quite a stir in the past 2 years, and judging by his strength, he can indeed be regarded as a strong man. Coupled with the power in the opponent's hands, it seems that it is indeed not to be underestimated." Speaking of this, an inexplicable smile flashed across Xiao's face. He turned to look at Emma beside him and asked, "Emma, guess what? Eric's cooperation this time. What do you want to do?" Hearing this, a charming smile slowly appeared on Emma's beautiful face, and she smiled lightly and said, "What else could it be? I think besides us, Eric shouldn't need to join forces with other people, right?" Hearing this, Xiao nodded unsurprisingly. Obviously, he was thinking exactly the same as Emma in his heart. Not knowing what to think of, Xiao sighed lightly and said with some pity, "It seems that guy Eric is unwilling to learn to give up no matter what. In order to deal with me, are you willing to join forces with creatures like vampires now? It's really a shame for our mutant clan. It seems that this time, I can't let you go." Speaking of this, a cold light flashed across Zhao's eyes, and while he was very disappointed, he couldn't help but feel a murderous intent. As an extreme racist, in Zhao's heart, the status of the mutant family is the most important. As an inevitable choice in human evolution, he has always firmly believed that only mutants are the future of the world, and has been fighting for this. Chapter 159, Part 2. And it is precisely because he has continuously mobilized resources from all over the world to search for his compatriots over the years that he was able to recruit such a number of third-level mutants, and then let the Hellfire Club develop to its current scale. It is precisely because of the deep recognition of his own mutant identity that when he learned that Eric wanted to join forces with Chen Luo to deal with these fellow mutants, his eyebrows moved for the first time to kill Eric. If there was still a glimmer of hope in his heart before, that was to subdue Eric and make him join his Hellfire Club, then now he no longer has this idea in his heart. Since the other party would rather join forces with outsiders if you rise up to deal with him, then he won't be polite to him. Since you want war, then I will give you war. There was only one thought flashing through his mind at this moment. After making a decision in his heart, Xiao slowly turned his head, looked at the figures on the other side, and said in a deep voice, "Since Eric has already challenged us, we don't have to be polite to him. Everyone, I think we should give them a greeting too. Acer, I will leave this matter to you. Please be sure to send them our greetings. By the way, don't forget that it's best to look for the other party's relevant information. I want to know how they have the confidence to attack us." As soon as the words fell, the tall figure who was leaning against the wall in front of Xiao and constantly playing with the coins in his hand, less than 5 meters away from Xiao, finally stopped his movements, turned around slowly, and faced the other party. This figure is about 1.9 meters tall, wearing a black casual outfit with red skin all over, especially behind him. There is a long tail constantly swinging in the air. This tail is red all over. It is the same color as his skin, covered with mysterious lines, combined with his pair of devil-like yellow pupils. It looks like a devil who came out of hell, hideous and terrifying. The person who came was the elite mutant of the Hellfire Club, whose status was only lower than the Black Emperor and the White Emperor, and possessed teleportation ability, the Red Devil Acer Zhua. Looking straight at Zhao's figure in front of him, the corners of Acer's mouth raised slightly, and he said, "I understand. Next, I will bring them our greetings." Hearing this, Xiao couldn't help but nodded in satisfaction, and said with a smile, "Then I'll leave this matter to you, Acer." Seeing Zhao's arrangement, Emma's eyes flashed, and then she suddenly asked, "By the way, Xiao, since you have decided to take action against Eli and them, what are you going to do? Do you need me to take action? I think our clients should be able to help too." Emma's implication naturally refers to those high-level human beings controlled by her. As long as she is willing, with the strength in her hands, even if other people in the club do not show up hands, will definitely bring huge amounts of trouble to Chen Luo and the others. Hearing Emma's words, Xiao thought for a while, then nodded and said, "Then I will trouble you, Emma. I need you to use the resources in your hands to find Eric, and there is the base camp where the vampire named Chen Luo is. But you only need to find their location. You don't need to call the Human Army Administration." 11. Speaking of this, Xiao couldn't help showing a sincere smile on his face, and said slowly, "Then we just need to get rid of Eric and the others. As for those under their command power, it is best not to destroy it. After all, whether it's the industry owned by the vampire, or Eric's fellow mutants, I'm very interested." Hearing this, Emma's eyes flashed brightly, and she immediately understood what he was thinking. Chapter 160, Part 1. Like Chen Luo and the others, After hearing the news that Eric and Chen Luo joined forces, other thoughts also arose in Zhao's mind at the moment. Since this time he won't let go of Eric, whom he regards as a mutant traitor, after dealing with him, the mutant brotherhood under him will be an out-and-out piece of fat. You must know that in the mutant brotherhood, besides the 4th-level mutant Eric, there are also 3rd-level elite mutants like Sabretooth and Mystique, and there are not a few other 3rd-level mutants with good strength. Such forces, he definitely thinks, get it under your belt. If the mutant brotherhood can be crushed and absorbed, there is no doubt that the power of the Hellfire Club will be further expanded. At that time, as long as the Xavier School where Professor X is located is included, then in the entire mutant world, the Hellfire Club will be the only one. Big. This is definitely a great temptation for Xiao. Same as Eric, Xiao is also in existence who takes the rise of mutant as his lifelong career. Although the power of Hellfire is already very good, he also understands that the power of Hellfire now wants to bring the whole world into in his hands. Letting mutant dominate the world is still a bit of a fantasy. Therefore, if you want to achieve your goals, the most urgent task is to integrate the current mutant forces together. Fight for dominance of the world. Therefore, as early as many years ago, Xiao had already had an idea in his mind about the well-known bipolar in the mutant world. It's just that what he thought before was to absorb Eric and Charles, who are also 4th-level mutants, into his club. So he has always been merciful to Eric, who has always wanted to seek revenge from him. If he really wanted to solve the other party, with their Hellfire's strength, he might have achieved his goal long ago. It is quite normal for Xiao to have such an idea. After all, as far as he knows, there are only him, Eric, and Charles in the total number of 4th-level mutants in the world today. Understand how precious a mutant that can reach this level is. It is an existence that is completely incomparable to other 3rd-level mutants. If we use weapons as an analogy, then there is no doubt that all 4 levels of mutants can be called nuclear weapons level. This kind of strength plays a decisive role even in the world. So if 2 people can be recruited, then for mutants the rise of the clan definitely played a crucial role. You must know that now only relying on Emma, who is still a 3rd-level mutant, because of her rare spiritual ability, Hellfire can gain such a large influence in the human world. If it were a professor with a higher spiritual ability, what he could do would definitely be even more terrifying. And Eric's ability is also extremely rare, not to mention that the helmet that he wears on his head that can defend against telepathy is from the opponent's hand. Relying on the opponent's ability, most of the weapons used by the modern army can't do anything to it function. Once you get close, not only will you not be able to attack the opponent, but even the weapons you have may be mastered by the opponent. There is no doubt that this kind of ability is simply a big killer for modern warfare. It can be said that as long as Eric is willing, he can easily destroy a military base with his ability. Another big reason why Xiao didn't agree to let Emma use the human army to attack just now. For a strong man with such a terrifying ability, Xiao definitely wants to take him under his command. For this reason, he has tried many ways to resolve the hatred between him and Eric over the years. However, it didn't work for Eric. Just like now, after realizing that he could not succeed in revenge with his own strength, the other party actually chose to cooperate with a new king like Chen Luo, and his actions undoubtedly touched Zhao's inverse scale. Xiao, who is deeply proud of his status as a mutant, absolutely cannot accept Eric's practice of uniting other races to deal with his compatriots. If it is just a battle between them, then he can still understand that it is just a battle between their fellow races. However, in this situation, it is a completely different concept. Just after the news that Eric decided to join hands with Chen Luo to fight against Hellfire came back, in Zhao's heart, he already had a strong killing intent towards Eric, and he no longer wanted to keep his hand, even if the 4th-level mutant was precious. Abnormal, but there is absolutely no need for a traitor like the other party to stay. This time, he not only wants to completely defeat the alliance between Eric and Chen Luo, but also takes all the elite mutants under Eric's command. Naturally, he wants to definitely regard the wealth that is absolutely invincible under Chen Luo's command. Although it is also a king-level existence, he doesn't think that the other party can pose any threat to him. It's just a small vampire. It's not like he hasn't encountered such a race before. Apart from the lifespan, it is worth mentioning, the rest is vulnerable. Even though Chen Luo, the so-called Butcher King, sounds different from other vampires, under his ability, Xiao doesn't think he has the possibility of failure at all. But although he doesn't pay attention to Chen Luo, a little vampire, he is very interested in the wealth he owns. Because he didn't set his sights here before, he didn't realize that the vampire family that he despised had such a huge wealth. Even if compared with the wealth he had mastered, it was not inferior, even better. If this kind of wealth can fall into his hands, there is no doubt that his pace of finding compatriots scattered all over the world will be further accelerated, and it may not take much time by then, and the number of compatriots joining the Hellfire Club will also increase greatly. Definitely, the compatriots that Xiao is referring to here are all 3rd-level mutants with good abilities. If they are like 1st-level and 2nd-level mutants, they not only have huge amounts of defects in physical appearance, but also have poor abilities. In his eyes, they can be regarded as failures of evolution, but in Zhao's heart, he has never regarded these people as his compatriots. And these failures, like what Xiao said, are the existences with the largest number of people in the mutant world today, even the Mutant Brotherhood under Eric's command. When Xiao decided to bring the Mutant Brotherhood under his command, at this moment in his heart, those failures had already been abandoned by him. Now that he decided to attack Chen Luo and Eric, he had the same idea as Chen Luo. In order to preserve the power of the other party to the maximum extent, Xiao also adopted the method of beheading. What's more, with the resources in their hands, it is not difficult to find the base camp of Chen Luo and the two of them. When they want to act, the initiative is also in their own hands, but just to be on the safe side, Xiao still decided, let Acer, who has the teleportation ability, investigate first. Wait until you have all the information on the other party before doing anything. It has to be said that even if he has the certainty of victory in his heart, it is extremely rare for Xiao to be so cautious. It can be seen from this that what Chen Luo and Chen Luo will face next is definitely a very difficult opponent. As for Zhao's prudent decision, everyone present had already experienced it, and there was no surprise. Afterwards, Emma and Acer nodded and agreed. Then let's make this decision first. After Acer gets the corresponding information, we will start the next step. After saying this, Xiao immediately planned to end the meeting. However, at this moment Angel, who hadn't said a word the whole time, suddenly seemed to think of something, and quickly got up and came to the crowd, looked in Zhao's direction and said, "By the way, Xiao, when I was in Africa recently, I found another fellow mutant." After a pause, she said seriously, "That mutant is very strong. Even among the third-level mutants, she is definitely at the top level. I think if she can join our club, she will definitely be able to improve the strength of the Hellfire Club." Oh! Upon hearing this, Zhao's eyes lit up immediately, and he was not in a hurry to leave. He looked at the other party with great interest and asked, "What's the name of that mutant? And what ability?" "I don't know about this either." Angel shook his head slowly, and then said, "But I know she is a killer now, code named Psylocke. As for ability, I don't know about other things, but I saw her. It seems to be able to condense energy out of thin air to form a long knife. I think it should be related to energy manipulation." Energy manipulation? Hearing this, Xiao raised his eyebrows, and the interest on his face became more intense. "This ability is really good. How about it? Do you have an invitation to join us?" After hearing Angel's description, it was no surprise that Xiao was a little moved by this mutant named Psylocke, and asked immediately. Although in the Hellfire Club, there are hundreds of third-level mutants, but there are still a few who can reach the level of Torrent, Angel, or Acer. If the other party can join his camp, the strength of Hellfire is also there can be no small improvement. Definitely. Chapter 160, Part 2. Angel nodded and said, "After hearing that I am a member of the Hellfire Club, the other party is indeed very interested, but according to what she said, she is currently on a mission. You may consider joining us after this task is completed." Speaking of this, Angel's tone paused, and after a while, he said with some hesitation, "But it's the task that the other party wants to carry out. I feel a little unbelievable." Ask for flowers. Hearing this, everyone present became interested in an instant. Emma turned to look at each other, and asked curiously, "Angel, what exactly is the mission? Looking at you like this, is there something wrong with the mission the other party wants to perform?" Emma still knows Angel's character very well, and naturally understands that the reason why she said these words here today must be her reason. And it is obvious that this task is not as usual for her to be so concerned about this task. It looks so simple. Sure enough, facing her question, Angel nodded quickly and said solemnly, "As far as I know, the task that Psylocke will perform this time seems to be related to the ancestor of our mutant." As soon as these words came out, everyone cheered up. The Rapids on the side were obviously a little stunned, looked at each other, and said doubtfully, "The ancestor of the mutant? Do we have this kind of saying for mutant? Why haven't I heard it before?" At this moment, Acer Zhua on the side suddenly interjected, "The ancestor of mutant. Could it be Apocalypse?" Hearing this, everyone's eyes quickly turned to him, and Xiao even asked straightforwardly, "Acer, what do you know? Tell us. I also want to know, what is the origin of this mutant's ancestor?" Speaking of this, Xiao couldn't help flashing a trace of curiosity. "About this point, I don't know a lot. After all, I was born more than 1,000 years ago, and the other party has lost news." Acer Zhua first explained a sentence. After recalling the relevant legends about the legendary mutant thousands of years ago, his face became subconsciously more solemn. "All I know is that the other party's ability is very powerful. He was the ruler of ancient Egypt at that time, and he was an out-and-out tyrant. His strength is likely to exceed the category of a fourth-level mutant. Moreover, it is said that the other party possesses eternal life, but it seems that an accident happened suddenly afterwards, and then there is no news about this ancient mutant. It seems that someone should have found some clues about Apocalypse, but they just don't know what they know." When he said this, Acer's eyes suddenly became a little apprehensive. "Xiao, I think we need to stop them about this matter. If they find something that causes Apocalypse to recover, it will not be a good thing for all of us. As a red devil who has survived in this world for thousands of years, Acer knows much more than others. Even in the era when he was born, Apocalypse had already disappeared for thousands of years, but his deeds were still widely spread. Until now, with the passage of time, many truths in history have been buried, which has led to the fact that people today are very concerned about Apocalypse. The name feels strange, but Acer's was different. As he grew up listening to the legend of Apocalypse, he still has a little fear of Apocalypse, the legendary mutant. So after learning that someone discovered Apocalypse, the first reaction is to block the news to prevent any accidents. But for Xiao, after hearing Acer's narration, he suddenly became interested in this mutant named Apocalypse. The ancestor of mutant? Really interesting. With a flash in his eyes, Xiao suddenly turned his head to look at Angel and said, "Angel, I will give you a task next. Find the mutant named Psylocke and tell her that we can help her with this mission. But there is a premise that they must share with us about the unrevealed information." "Xiao, you want to?" Hearing Xiao's words, Acer couldn't sit still for a while, and was about to speak to dissuade him, but was interrupted by Xiao waving his hand the next moment. "Don't worry, Acer. I'm just more interested in this mutant ancestor. So if I want to know more about him, I won't do anything else. And with our people following, if they really have any dangerous thoughts, we can stop them in time. This can also prevent the recovery of Apocalypse to the greatest extent, isn't it?" Hearing this explanation, Acer's complexion suddenly improved a lot. He nodded slightly and heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing that he didn't object anymore, Xiao then turned his head to look at Emma, who was on the side, smiled and said, "Emma, from now on, I will trouble you to go out with Angel. With your ability here, I believe there will be no problems." "Oh well." Emma, who was not surprised by this, nodded immediately, and a hint of curiosity appeared in her eyes. Obviously, she was also very interested in this legendary mutant ancestor. After discussing this matter, everyone dispersed. Emma's actions aside, Acer's side, after a period of investigation, is gradually approaching New York. Chapter 161, Part 1. As for why Xiao was able to get the news of Eric and Chen Luo's union, the reason is actually very simple. After all, in the past 2 years, because of the cooperation with Eric, the forces under Chen Luo have been searching for other mutants all over the world. Strange. Ever since he learned that there was such a force also searching for his compatriots, Xiao immediately became interested in it. After some investigation, he found the shadow of Chen Luo behind him as a matter of course. Not only Chen Luo, but because of the need to gain the trust of the mutants, Eric would send members of the Mutant Brotherhood to accompany him every time he found these new mutants. Because of the testimonials from his compatriots, these mutants were also very easy to follow. Chen Luo's people left. As for the members of the Mutant Brotherhood, how could Xiao, who has been paying attention, not know? So the moment he saw those familiar faces, he had already confirmed that Eric had reached an alliance with the newly promoted Blood Clan king in the Dark World. It was at this time that Chen Luo's figure finally fell into Zhao's field of vision. In the past, his attention was always on the mutant compatriots, and he had only heard a little about Chen Luo, the new king, and he was not very familiar with the other party's situation, but that was also a thing in the past. Naturally, it also aroused his interest. After some investigation, after learning more and more information about Chen Luo, especially the wealth under Chen Luo's command, Xiao immediately became very interested in this new king. Although with his pride, he naturally didn't pay attention to such a small, 647, vampire like Chen Luo, and he didn't usually have the idea of doing anything about it. But after seeing the wealth Chen Luo possessed, Xiao couldn't help being moved. You must know that it is the wealth accumulated by the vampire clan for hundreds of years. This accumulation is even larger than what he has mastered through Emma in the past few decades. If he can hold such wealth in his hands, then his subordinates, the power of the people, can definitely be greatly expanded. With the support of such huge wealth, his progress in searching for fellow mutants around the world will undoubtedly increase greatly. When he has enough powerful elite mutants under his command, or even an existence like Emma who can reach the level of a king, then the distance will be realized. His goal is one step further. After all, he wants to establish the mutant kingdom in the future, so that mutant will dominate the world from now on. If he wants to achieve his goal, he will need a lot of wealth to support him. So after learning about the wealth in Chen Luo's hands, Xiao has already decided, you must do it. Since he found out that there is such a piece of fat, even if Chen Luo didn't unite with Eric, Xiao would never let go of such a rare opportunity. In his opinion, the industries under Chen Luo's are simply fat to mouth. It doesn't take much effort to take it down. Such a good thing is usually very difficult to come across. How could he not take good care of it? So this time he sent Acer to look for Chen Luo's base camp. First, to confirm who Chen Luo and Chen Luo have. Using Acer's teleportation ability to quickly execute the decapitation operation, which will undoubtedly preserve Chen Luo's power to the greatest extent. That's right, in Zhao's mind, to deal with Chen Luo and his vampire subordinates, it is enough to dispatch Acer to assist him. As for the targeted arrangements he just mentioned, they are mostly set for Eric. From small troubles like vampires, Eric and others with a powerful mutant ability are his confidants. Acer's one naturally understands Eric's strength, so when he comes to New York this time, if he finds Eric's trace, he will not directly choose to shoot, but will use his ability to bring Xiao and others here, let them to deal with Eric at all. As for your own task, it is very simple. Just kill all those vampires, and then take over their property. In this way, the wealth owned by these vampires will undoubtedly belong to their hellfire. As for whether he can complete this task, Acer has absolute confidence in his heart. In his thousands of years of life, he has dealt with races like vampires. In all honesty, apart from the commendable longevity, this race is simply vulnerable to a single blow. Perhaps for ordinary people, vampires are simply invincible existences, but for elite mutants like the Red Devil, they are just small characters that can be easily solved. Even if the newly promoted king is different, in the eyes of Acer, he is stronger than ordinary vampires, and there is nothing remarkable about it. With his strength, he can definitely deal with the opponent easily. As an ancient mutant that has survived in this world for thousands of years, Acer has such confidence. After all, his ability is an unsolvable teleportation. With such an ability, he really can't believe what that vampire named Chen Luo can do to him. Definitely, he is not blindly arrogant, but he came to the conclusion after he has learned about Chen Luo's relevant information. According to intelligence, as the newly promoted king in the past 2 years, Chen Luo's strength is absolutely beyond doubt. Astonishing speed, strong defense, and a body that can heal quickly created such a human weapon. However, in the eyes of Acer, these qualities of Chen Luo are not a problem at all. In his opinion, an ability like Chen Luo is naturally very powerful in the eyes of others, but for him who has the teleportation ability, it couldn't be easier to solve it. Although he also admitted that the other party's self-healing ability comparable to Sabretooth is indeed a bit tricky, but he also has his own method. Since it is difficult to kill the opponent by ordinary means, if he uses the teleportation ability to bring the opponent to an altitude of tens of thousands of meters and let him fall freely, then no matter how strong the opponent's self-healing ability is, if he falls turned into a puddle of flesh, he still doesn't believe that the other party can still recover. As long as he can seize the opportunity, the outcome may be decided in a split second. So, with such confidence, Acer followed the clues he had found these days, and came to New York under the cover of night. As the most powerful force in today's dark world, Hellfire has an extremely huge intelligence network in the land of America. In addition, the disturbances caused by Chen Luo's command in the past 2 years are not small. So if you want to find out the news about Chen Luo is still very easy. Especially in the past 2 years, after the remaining 11 major clans were destroyed by Chen Luo, many descendants of the clans took advantage of the chaos to flee and wander around. With Hellfire's intelligence network, it is not difficult to find these people. So, after Acer's was successfully found one of the fugitive vampires, and learned that the other party's purpose was to deal with Chen Luo, the other party told him all the information he knew without him asking. At the beginning, the other party's face was full of hatred. Obviously, he hated Chen Luo to the bone. Originally, Acer thought it would take some time to find the opponent's base camp, but he didn't expect it to be so smooth. However, this saved him a lot of trouble. After learning that Chen Luo's base camp was in New York, Acer didn't stop and rushed towards New York immediately. In the center of New York, on the top floor of a skyscraper, a stream of red smoke suddenly appeared, and then Acer appeared on the spot instantly. Turning his head to look around, the demon-like red tail behind him swayed with the wind, extremely flexible, and matched with the opponent's pair of yellow pupils. Under the illumination of the night, just like a real devil coming, people can't help but feel a trace of fear from the bottom of their hearts. Acer's will looked down from the top floor, and when his eyes turned, suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something, and the corner of his mouth raised a slight arc, and said with a light smile, "Found it." Immediately afterwards, with a flash of red smoke, Acer disappeared in place again. On the street less than 200 meters below the skyscraper, there is a bar that looks magnificent and the door sign says Paradise. At the entrance of this bar, there is an endless flow of pedestrians, entering and exiting from the entrance of the bar. In addition, luxury cars pass by from time to time, parked on the side of the road, and then some familiar faces get off the car and walk quickly towards the entrance of this bar. If someone observes carefully, they will definitely find that most of these faces have been seen on TV or movies, and they are obviously celebrities. Although there are a few people who are definitely familiar with these people, they subconsciously took out their cameras and wanted to take pictures, but before they could make a move, they were spotted by the burly men in charge of guarding the entrance of the bar, and immediately stepped forward to stop them actions. They wanted to resist, but after looking at the size gap between people and themselves, they finally chose Zhongxin. Since Chen Luo became the new queen here, the first bar he stayed in was also the place where he rose to fame. So Paradise Bar has definitely received Chen Luo's unremitting support. Chapter 161, Part 2. At his request, after 2 years of development, Today's Paradise Bar has not only moved to the most luxurious location in the city, but is also known as the largest bar in New York today. After receiving Chen Luo's order, now the Paradise Bar is not only aimed at vampires, but has opened the door to humans. Under the restraint of Chen Luo, the vampires under his command no longer hunt humans for food, so the traditional blood feast here has definitely been cancelled. It is only open to the public as a leisure and entertainment place. Thanks to Chen Luo's unremitting efforts, the Paradise Bar is now the most famous existence in New York. Coupled with strict confidentiality measures, it naturally attracts many celebrities from all walks of life to come here to relax. In order to ensure the safety of this place, Chen Luo also arranged for an elite vampire team to guard here. Just like the guards standing at the door are one of the members of this team. The manpower of this team was subdued from the battle between Chen Luo and the coalition forces. Although Chen Luo had no resistance in front of Chen Luo, under Chen Luo's command, the combat effectiveness of this team was second only to the existence of the Daywalkers. Even against ordinary vampires, 1 against 10, let alone against ordinary people. There is such a small team guarding here, relying on their powerful fighting power. No matter whether they are vampires or ordinary people who come here, they all choose to be quiet and have no intention of making troubles, thus providing sufficient security for this bar guaranteed. Never had an accident in 2 years. It is precisely because of the unique security and confidentiality of Paradise Bar that many celebrities choose to come here to relax, and with their joining, the popularity of Paradise Bar has also increased. Inside the bar, on the large bar table, Garrett was wiping the wine glass in his hand, watching the lively scene in front of him, and couldn't help showing a satisfied smile. It looks like it's getting more and more lively here. Subconsciously sighed, recalling the situation at the Paradise Bar 2 years ago. Compared with the current situation, it is simply a world of difference. At the beginning, when Chen Luo, after coming back for the first time and announcing the news of Dickens' death to everyone, Garrett did not do much hesitation and joined Chen Luo's command together with Cassin and others. And for those old people who were the first to follow Chen Luo did not treat them badly. Just like him, Chen Luo even gave him the place where he started to take care of. For his own ability, Garrett is also very aware of his ability to run a bar like he is now. He has reached his limit, so the arrangement for Chen Luo in 3.4 Gallo also readily accepted. And in order to live up to Chen Luo's attention, Garrett has also paid a lot for this bar in the past 2 years. It is under his leadership that the bar can reach its current height. As for his achievements in the past 2 years, Garrett is very satisfied, but at the same time slightly regretful. Since Chen Luo went on a trip 2 years ago, he hasn't seen his boss for a long time. If Chen Luo's boss can see the current appearance of Paradise Bar, he will be very happy heart? Just as Garrett was thinking this way, the next moment, there was a sudden burst of screaming from outside the gate not far away. Relying on the vampire's superior hearing, Garrett instantly heard the content of the shout in front of him. Immediately, Garrett's expression changed, and he rushed out of the gate without thinking. And when he came outside the gate, what he saw immediately made his heart sink. Outside the gate at this moment, the elite team that was originally in charge of guarding fell powerlessly at the gate, and a huge amount of blood hole appeared on the neck, and the blood slowly flowed towards the gate. Flowing outside, the body is motionless, as if there is no sound. Seeing this scene, Garrett's face instantly became much uglier. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his gaze subconsciously swept across the corpses in front of him. Huh? What is this? At this time, on one of the corpses, Gallo suddenly discovered something, and slowly came to the front of the corpse, and took the black envelope on the other's chest in his hand middle. Turning to the front, when he saw clearly the special mark engraved on the envelope, Garrett's expression changed instantly. Chapter 162, Part 1. Since Chen Luo and Eric joined forces 2 years ago, and as a member of Chen Luo's command, Garrett naturally also got the news. He naturally also understood who the enemy they were going to face this time. Although when it comes to combat power, Garrett is only at the level of an ordinary vampire, but as a vampire, he has also been in the dark world for decades, so he naturally knows what the name Hellfire means. That is the strongest in the dark world today. In the past few decades since Hellfire Club was formed, he has witnessed step by step how the other party has gradually reached its current position. In all honesty, with the current strength of the Chen Luo family, it can be said that there is no chance of winning. After all, among the Hellfires, there are 2 king-level existences, but fortunately, they are not fighting alone now. After learning that their boss has teamed up with the famous Mutant Brotherhood in the Dark World to take action against Hellfire, Garrett was stunned and couldn't help but there was a hint of excitement. Because after the news spread, he immediately realized that they now have a certain amount of confidence in the face of Hellfire. As we all know, the reason why Hellfire can firmly occupy the top position in the Dark World is because there are 2 king-level figures, the Black Emperor and the White Emperor, sitting in it. The strength of the king is clear to the entire Dark World. They all have the same terrifying power as Chen Luo. It is no exaggeration to say that every king-level existence is an invincible force that can change the direction of a war or even capture a country by itself. There are only a few such existences in the entire world now. That's it. It can be said to be rare. It is precisely because of the scarcity of king-level combat power that it makes Hellfire with 2 king-level characters more invincible. But now that they have joined forces with the Mutant Brotherhood, the situation has changed. After all, the Mutant Brotherhood is also one of the well-known kingly powers. With Magneto, a veteran king-level powerhouse, and Chen Luo, the boss, even if he confronts Hellfire head-on, he still thinks that he has a good chance of winning. Although his boss is only the newest king who has risen in the past 2 years, he still lacks some foundation compared with those old kings. But in the eyes of Garrett, who has long admired his boss, Chen Luo's strength is still there. A blind confidence. After witnessing the astonishing performances of his boss, Garrett firmly believed that even in the face of a veteran king like Hellfire Club, his boss would never be at a disadvantage. Definitely, if his boss were to face the 2 kings at the same time, he wouldn't dare to say that he would be sure of victory, but now with the addition of Magneto, it is no longer an unrealistic fantasy to fight Hellfire. Therefore, in the past 2 years, everyone in Chen Luo's family has regarded Hellfire as an opponent they will face at any time. And for such an opponent, it is naturally impossible for him not to understand the symbol represented by the strongest force in this dark world. Just like the envelope in his hand now, the whole body is pure black, and the back looks a little ordinary, but when it is turned over to the front, the iconic poker symbol representing Hellfire comes into view impressively. After realizing who it was, Garrett took a deep breath instantly. His eyes were solemn, and he slowly opened the envelope to read the contents. And when he read the content, Garrett's face changed, and without thinking, he immediately sent people to clean up the scene and deal with the coming law enforcement officers. He got in the car and hurried towards Chen Luo's base camp. Go. Not long after, as the car stopped behind the Edgewood building, Garrett rushed to the top floor and found Craven, who was still working in the building all night, and then handed over the letter in his hand to him. In the past 2 years, as Craven has accepted the management of the group, he has also become Garrett's direct superior. In the past, if there was anything, Garrett would first find Craven to deal with it. After learning about the situation from Garrett, Craven also had a serious expression on his face, not daring to neglect at all, and immediately contacted Chen Luo, who was discussing countermeasures with Eric and others in the underground secret room. After receiving the news, both Chen Luo and Eric cheered up, hurried to the top floor, took the envelope and checked it. Interesting. It turned out to be a gauntlet. Looking at the contents of the envelope, Chen Luo was startled for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. He turned to look at Eric and asked, "Eric, what do you think?" "No way. Since the other party has already approached the door, it seems that we have no other choice." Eric was silent for a moment. He didn't know what he thought of. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he said slowly, "It seems that we can only fight head-on." Eric is not surprised that the other party can find out the combination of him and Chen Luo. With the addition of Chen Luo's combat power, and now that they have the means to protect telepathy ability, for Hellfire, Eric is not afraid at all. After personally experiencing the power of Chen Luo, Eric is confident that if they face off against the 2 kings of Hellfire, they will definitely have a good chance of winning. After gaining confidence in defeating the opponent, the reason why they haven't done anything is that apart from not being sure where the opponent's base camp is, they also don't want their forces to suffer too much damage, so they have been discussing countermeasures. But before they could discuss it, the other party had already heard the news and issued a letter of war to them, and judging from the content, it was obvious that they had the same idea as their respective top combat forces to participate in the battle, so as to separate out win or lose. Such a decision happened to coincide with them, so he definitely had no reason to refuse. As for why the other party did this, Eric also had some thoughts in his heart. I'm afraid that the other party is also like him, taking a fancy to each other's forces and wanting to be as intact as possible. The other party's thoughts were also seen by Chen Luo, but he didn't care at all. If he was a little bit afraid of Hellfire before, now that his strength has soared, Chen Luo already has a feeling in his heart. Sure to win. Since the opponent wanted to decide the outcome in this way, he naturally wanted it, and it happened that Chen Luo was also very interested in the mutants with different abilities under the opponent's command. 3 days later, on a deserted island in the Pacific Ocean. This is a good location. No one else will disturb us, and it's just convenient for us to fight. Thinking back to the contents of the gauntlet and what Craven told him about what happened at the Paradise Bar just now, Chen Luo didn't speak anymore, but his eyes became much sharper, obviously not as calm as it looked on the surface. There is no doubt that the other party's action just now was to greet them first, but this way of greeting has undoubtedly aroused Chen Luo's killing intent. At this moment, Chen Luo has already made a decision in his heart. No matter who the person who made this move is, he must make the other party pay the price. Now that the other party has already invited the battle, it is meaningless for them to continue to discuss countermeasures, so they returned immediately to prepare for the big battle 3 days later. Definitely, just in case. To prevent the other party from playing tricks, before leaving, Chen Luo specifically asked Craven to check the situation on the small island in advance to see if there was anything unusual. Craven also agreed to this without any hesitation. After giving these instructions, Chen Luo was about to leave when, with a rush of ringtones, Chen Luo's phone rang suddenly. Somewhat curiously, he took out the phone, and when he saw the name on it, Chen Luo's face changed slightly, hesitation for a moment, and then he chose to answer. Chen, what can you do with me? If possible, the current Chen Luo really doesn't want to have anything to do with this Phoenix who owns the Phoenix Force. After all, he knows the danger of the other party. Then even if he is now, I am afraid that he is not the other party's opponent. It is precisely because he understands the danger of the other party that even though Chen is also a beautiful woman with various styles, it is rare for Chen Luo not to take the initiative to contact her these days, in order to keep a certain distance from the other party. At the same time, he also used this method to euphemistically show to the other party that he did not intend to pursue her. I believe that Chen's IQ should not be difficult to see what he meant. However, his actions did not dispel Chen's thoughts at all. On the contrary, in the past few days, the frequency of the other party's initiative to contact him has also become higher and higher. Wudong, and every time we chat, there is a gradual upward trend. Looking at the momentum of the other party, it seems that there is a sense of vowing not to give up until the goal is achieved. Chapter 162, Part 2. As for the other party's enthusiasm, Chen Luo is not good at attacking him bluntly, because he is not sure if another consciousness awakening in the other party's body is caused by his own stimulation, how much it will cause him and the people around him harm. Because of his special ability, he can prevent him from dying out completely, but the people around him are different. Facing a fifth-level mutant like Chen, whether it is Serena, Mavis, or even his future father-in-law, who Dracula, the ancestor of the Blood Clan, is also unlikely to be the other party's opponent. So even if it is for the sake of the people around him, Chen Luo can only passively choose to get closer to the other party. It is precisely because Chen Luo never refuses the other party's phone calls, so his actions also mean some kind of signal to Chen. After she realized that the other party did not intend to refuse, she called Chen Luo more frequently. It's nothing. In Xavier's school, in Chen's exclusive room, when she heard the voice from the phone, Chen's eyes flashed red, and the corners of her mouth raised a slight arc, smiling and opening. I just want to ask, Chen, do you have time tomorrow? Speaking of this, her voice paused, as if organizing some words, and then said, it's like this. Tomorrow I want to bring a group of students to New York to have a look. I think you are also in New York. You should be familiar with this place. So can you please come and show these children the outside world? I think so coming is also a good thing for their growth. Although that is what he said, Chen Luo was very clear about the purpose of the other parties coming here. After thinking about it, he had no intention of refusing. He simply nodded and said, that's just right. If you come to see me a few days later, maybe I don't have much time yet, but I really don't have any plans for tomorrow. That's fine. You will wait for me at the academy tomorrow, and I will send someone to pick you up and those children. Then I will trouble you. Hearing this, Chen smiled even more and immediately agreed. Afterwards, the two chatted for a while and finally hung up the phone with some reluctance. Thinking of meeting Chen Luo again tomorrow, for some reason, her heart suddenly became a little urgent. In this college, the students do have the opportunity to go out once a year, but usually they go home separately, and this is the first time that they went to New York together like today. As for the reason, naturally it was because of the influence of her teacher. After learning about Chen's thoughts, the professor didn't intend to stop her. Instead, he readily agreed. Some confused 433 puzzled, but the professor didn't explain much about it. Seeing this, Aurolo could only suppress her curiosity and didn't ask any more questions. However, although Aurolo can do this, it is a bit difficult for another person. Just like now, after getting the news from Chen Luo, Chen immediately got up and planned to announce the news to her students. However, when she just opened the door, a familiar figure suddenly appeared outside her door. Scott, why are you here? At the moment, standing outside the door was a tall, serious-looking man in a black, casual suit. Just by looking at the sharp-edged face of the other party, one can tell that the man in front of him is definitely a handsome type. Coupled with the fact that he is wearing it on the other party's eyes at the moment, that blindfold, which looked rather strange in shape, added a bit of mystery to him. This man, like Chen and Aurolo, is the first student taught by the professor, and now he stays with Chen and others to teach at the school when he grows up. And his identity is also self-evident. As a member of the X-Men, he has the ability to radiate energy rays from the eyes, and his strength is also the same as that of Aurolo, at the third-level elite at the top of Mutant, Cyclops, Scott. It's just different from the past. Scott from at the moment seemed a little nervous. He lingered at the door of Chen's room for a long time, reaching out to knock on the door several times. But in the end he stopped moving. Just as he was having some hesitation, the next moment, the door opened. After seeing Chen's face, Scott was silent for a moment, and finally said with some hesitation, Chen, I heard you're taking the kids to New York tomorrow?
Yes.
Chen nodded with a smile and said, I think it's time for these children to go out and see the big cities. I think this should help them broaden their horizons. Scott subconsciously nodded in agreement, and then a look of interest appeared on his face and said, "Speaking of which, I haven't been to New York for a long time. This time, I just have the opportunity. Otherwise, shall I go with you? Maybe I can be of some help?" Hearing this, Chen froze for a moment, then seemed to think of something, with a smile on his face, and nodded again and again. "Okay." Seeing Chen's reaction, Scott was overjoyed and was about to continue speaking. "Just after arriving in New York, the children will be handed over to you. I have an appointment to attend." Speaking of this, Chen's face became even more joyful, and she looked at the other party gratefully and said, "Scott, this time is really thanks to you. Originally, I planned to ask a Rollo to help. I'm busy, but now it seems that I don't need it." Dating? Hearing this sentence, Scott's face froze, and his heart suddenly turned cold. Chapter 163, Part 1. Standing in place, Scott was silent for a long time, and then said a little stiffly, "Chen, can you tell me who you are going on a date with tomorrow? Don't get me wrong, I just want to get to know you." "Definitely." Facing this good friend who grew up together, Chen did not hide anything, nodded lightly, and said, "His name is Chen Luo, and he is a very attractive man. It happens that we will go to New York together tomorrow, and I think I can see you." Chen Luo. Although the name seemed familiar, Scott didn't think much about it, and continued to ask with some doubts, "Chen, the identity of this Chen Luo is?" Speaking of this, as if he was afraid that the other party would misunderstand, he hurriedly explained, "You should also understand our identities. I just want to say, if the other party is an ordinary person, can he accept us?" Hearing this, Chen blinked subconsciously, and then said with a smile, "Don't worry, Scott. He already knows our identities, and even if we go to New York this time, we will be taken care of by others. Doesn't he? What kind of prejudice will it have against us? So, he's rich?" I have to say that Scott's perspective is very different. Chen was also stunned, and after thinking for a while, she nodded slowly and said, "This should be counted, Scott. If you search the internet, you should be able to find Chen's information." "Is that so?" Scott nodded heavily, smiled at Chen Chong, and then said, "I see. Have a good time tomorrow then." "Thanks." After the two finished talking, Scott turned around and left with some heavy steps. Some doubts looked at the back of the other party leaving, but then Chen didn't think much about it. Remembering her purpose just now, she hurried forward, and she couldn't wait to share the news with the children. The other side. After hanging up the phone, recalling the conversation between the two just now, Chen Luo shook his head helplessly, then turned to look at Craven and said, "Craven, make arrangements tomorrow, send a bus to Xavier's school tomorrow, and pick up the children over there." "Clear." Craven nodded, very tactfully without asking further questions. After arranging things, Chen Luo didn't stay too long and turned around to leave. However, when Chen Luo just stepped out of the gate and was about to move forward, at this moment, accompanied by a flash of red smoke, behind him, a deep and hoarse voice sounded softly, "Finally found you." Hearing this, Chen Luo's complexion changed, but before he could make a move, the next moment, he only felt his body lighten, and then disappeared in place in an instant. In fact, as early as at the Paradise Bar, Acer had already made a plan in his heart. Through investigation, Acer's was naturally no stranger to this bar, which can be called the place where Chen Luo started. After realizing that this place is also the stronghold of vampires, he suddenly had an idea. After killing the guards at the gate with ease and leaving the gauntlet, Acer did not choose to leave, but stayed not far away and began to wait. The reason for this is also very simple, because he firmly believes that as long as the other party finds out the content of this gauntlet, they will definitely bring it to Chen Luo. And the fact was not as he expected. When the other party saw the content of the gauntlet, they immediately rushed towards Chen Luo's base camp. After seeing the opponent's movements, Acer's also followed without thinking. Following the direction of the opponent, he also easily found the location of Chen Luo's base camp. But after finding the place, Acer's didn't act rashly, but chose to wait quietly outside. He has only one goal this time, and that is Chen Luo himself. As long as he can get rid of Chen Luo as a key person first, then it will be much easier to deal with the two coalition forces, Chen Luo and Eric. Although he has confidence in Xiao and the other party also has two king-level existences after all, so the safest way is to find a way to get rid of one of them first. However, he also knows how powerful the existence of the king level is, so if he can't solve the opponent with his own strength, then he can also use ability to teleport it to other places, and then return immediately to bring Xiao and others to here. At that time, in the absence of a king's combat power, they will have their enemies in this battle. As for the head-to-head battle mentioned in the letter of war, although it was indeed entrusted to him by Xiao, since there is a better chance to wipe him out in one fell swoop, Xiao would not refuse it. Just like now, when Chen Luo just walked out of the gate, Acer recognized his target at a glance. Without any hesitation, he immediately teleported to behind Chen Luo, and before Chen Luo could fully react, he took him and disappeared in place in an instant. Because this scene happened so suddenly, brutal, who was standing outside the car and was about to welcome him, opened his eyes subconsciously before he could make a move. When Chen Luo reappeared, he had already been taken by Acer to the sky above a icy and snowy Dianda snow mountain. At a height of several thousand meters, due to the influence of the surrounding environment, the surrounding wind is bitterly cold, icy cold, and the ground is a vast expanse of whiteness, and there is no life at all. Undoubtedly, compared to ordinary people, this place is definitely a forbidden area for life. If you step into it rashly and don't make enough preparations, it may be very difficult to survive. Not so for Chen Luo. Under normal circumstances, Chen Luo's physical attributes already have more than 100 points. With the addition of the ability of the Man of Steel, the mere cold has no effect on him, even if he is at an altitude of thousands of meters. Goodbye W. Looking at the snow-capped mountain under his feet, just as Chen Luo was a little confused, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo only felt his body relax and then went to the doctor heavily. Behind Chen Luo, the Red Devil Acer looked at Chen Luo's falling figure with indifferent eyes. This kind of situation has long been expected by him. Even though Chen Luo may be stronger than him in terms of hard power, he has the unsolvable ability of teleportation. The other party didn't react at all and was teleported thousands of miles away by him. In his opinion, no matter how strong Chen Luo's body is, if he falls from an altitude of several thousand meters, he still doesn't believe that the other party can be intact. Even if the opponent survived by luck, relying on the natural environment of this snow-capped mountain, it is possible to trap the opponent for a period of time, and he took advantage of this time to return directly to the opponent's lair with people and deal with the ally Eric first. At that time, even if the opponent returns again, with his own strength, how can he be their opponent of Hellfire? Thinking of this, the corners of Acer's mouth could not help but twitch slightly. After dropping Chen Luo from high altitude, the Acer commander didn't have flight ability after all, so naturally he couldn't stay in this high altitude for a long time. Although he was a bit regretful that he couldn't see what happened to Chen Luo, but he didn't intend to stay any longer, and immediately activated his ability to leave. However, just as he was about to leave, a dark purple light instantly enveloped the surface of his body. Affected by the light, Acer's body instantly froze in place, motionless. Then, a black shadow suddenly appeared from below, passing by his side in an instant, violent airflow blowing towards the surroundings, setting off gusts of wind and blowing on his face. Combined with the freezing temperature around, it instantly swept across Acer's face. A thin layer of ice crystals condensed on it. At this moment, Acer's whole body stays strangely high in the sky, motionless, with no tendency to fall, as if he has just mastered the flight ability. But at the same time, his whole body is now completely out of his control, unable to move at all. Only a pair of eyes are left, which are filled with panic in an instant. Feeling the body that is completely out of his control at this moment, even though he desperately wants to activate his ability, no matter how he moves, there is no slight change. Seeing such a situation, Acer suddenly became anxious. However, before he continued to try for a long time, a huge black shadow instantly enveloped the sky above his head, accompanied by strong air currents from time to time, causing his cheeks to ache. He wanted to raise his head to see the situation above, but because his body couldn't move at the moment, he couldn't even do this small movement. It seems that you are the Red Devil? At this moment, accompanied by the sound of flapping wings, Chen Luo's figure slowly fell in front of Acer's. Looking at the strange, devil-like mutant in front of him, Chen Luo said calmly, I think you should be the one who did the incident at the Paradise Bar, right? Speaking of this, Chen Luo finally had an expression on his face. He shook his head slowly, looked at the other party with some pity, and said, Do you know? In fact, you could have survived. After all, your ability is indeed useful to me, but it's a pity. You shouldn't provoke me in this way. Now, it's your turn to pay the price. It's time. Chapter 163, Part 2. Staring blankly at the figure of Chen Luo in front of him, Acer's eyes were full of shock at the moment. It never occurred to him that Chen Luo still possessed the flight ability, and besides that, he was completely unable to move at all, which was obviously caused by the other party. Such an ability has never been investigated by him before. If he had known that Chen Luo had such an ability, he would never have come to him to die. But now no matter how much he regrets it, it would be too late. Looking at the current situation, Chen Luo obviously has no intention of letting him go. Precisely because of the lack of intelligence, Acer, who possesses the unsolvable teleportation ability, was caught off guard by Chen Luo in an instant. After losing his ability at this moment, he was like a fish on a chopping board to Chen Luo. Human slaughter. Seeing the other party slowly approaching him, Acer suddenly jumped up in his heart. Under the threat of death, his eyes were filled with fear for an instant, and he kept looking at Chen Luo, his eyes full of prayers, hoping that Chen Hao would let him go. His life. If it weren't for not being able to speak now, I'm afraid that he would declare his allegiance to Chen Luo immediately now. It has to be said that when this life is about to end, Even the usually fierce and cruel Red Devil can't restrain his heart. He was so timid that he desperately wanted to seize his only chance of survival. Chen Luo is also aware of Acer's prayers. If he hadn't taken the initiative to provoke him before, Chen Luo might choose to let him go, but now, flutter. Following a flash of cold light, the next moment, Chen Luo cut a huge amount of slit on Acer's neck, and a large amount of blood gushed out instantly. With a flick of his hand, he completely ignored the terrified face of the other party and poured all the scattered blood into the blood cup. With the flow of blood, Acer's eyes gradually began to dim, and finally completely lost its luster. Then with the removal of the immobilization magic, the light covering Acer's body instantly dissipated. Immediately, without the blessing of magic, Acer's body began to fall from a high altitude in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, it sank into the vast snow-capped mountains under his feet and lost his trace. Chen Luo didn't care about this either. Wang Zhao. He took the blood cup back again, then looked around and chose a direction at random. His wings flapped violently behind him, and a violent air flow surged out. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo's figure disappeared instantly. But before leaving, Chen Luo didn't realize at all that at the top of the snow-capped mountain at his feet, a man wearing a dark yellow robe with a thin figure, holding with a small folding fan. A middle-aged woman with a delicate face is raising her head at this moment, quietly watching Chen Luo's leaving back. After staring quietly for a while, the other party quietly disappeared above the snow mountain without saying a word. At an altitude of several thousand meters, Chen Luo's speed is at full speed. Because of the cover of the clouds above, there is no sunlight above Chen Luo's head at this moment. Therefore, his darkness favors his ability also acted at the same time. With the blessing of ability, Chen Luo at the moment was able to reach the limit height of about 3 times the speed of sound. Under such a rapid speed, he successfully escaped from the envelope of the snow mountain in just a few minutes. Feeling the warmer temperature around him, Chen Luo simply stopped planning to continue the flight, because at this moment, he suddenly had a better idea. He found a small hill at random and slowly descended to the top of the hill, not caring about the barren environment around him, turned his palm over, and the blood cup appeared in his hand again. Looking at the blood in the blood cup, Chen Luo's eyes flickered, and he was also slightly curious. I don't know. Is it possible to obtain the mutant's ability in this way? He has always kept this doubt in his heart, and now he just absorbed the blood of a mutant, and now he has the opportunity to try it. Thinking of this, Chen Luo immediately wanted to take action. Chapter 164, Part 1. Then, just as he was about to make a move, he transformed and absorbed the blood in his hand. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, looked at the blood in his hand. His eyes flickered slightly and fell into deep thought. Because at this moment, he suddenly thought, since he has the blood of this Hellfire mutant in his hands, can he use his memory extraction ability to detect the information he wants by directly absorbing some of it, so that be able to perceive the other party's plan for them? And if they can successfully detect the location of the opponent's base camp, then the initiative will fall into their hands. However, in order to detect the memory in the opponent's blood, the blood he wants to absorb must not be transformed by the blood cup. So this means that the blood he stores needs to be consumed additionally. In this way, if you continue to use the ability of the blood cup, even if you get the ability of teleportation, it will be difficult to say whether the effect will be compromised. I knew I shouldn't be so impulsive just now. Maybe I can save the other party's life first, and it's not bad to be a human flesh. Thinking of this, Chen Luo couldn't help but sigh with some pity. But now is not the time to be upset, and Chen Luo finally made up his mind without doing more hesitation. Even though there may be risks that he is worried about, in his opinion, the intelligence of Hellfire is more important. The reason is also very simple. Although the ability of teleportation is precious, it is not the only one. As far as he knows, there seem to be other mutants with such abilities, and even Kamartaj besides the ability of the mutant. Teleportation magic? Although he still doesn't understand the principle of teleportation magic, but with his magic attainments, if he can see the cultivation method of this kind of magic, he might be able to master it successfully. Since there were other alternatives, Chen Luo had nothing to worry about and started to act immediately. I saw that he first took out part of the blood from the blood cup to absorb, and then immediately activated the memory extraction ability. The moment the ability was activated, the next moment, countless miscellaneous memory images flooded into Chen Luo's mind, which contained countless memory fragments of Acer's thousands of years of life. But because of too little blood, the longer that those memories became more and more fragmented, and only the memories of recent days were still intact. But 610 is enough for Chen Luo. After a while, as the memory was finally extracted by him and after digesting the information he had obtained, Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes, frowned subconsciously, and said with a surprised expression, "Apocalypse?" Didn't expect him to appear. Chen Luo really didn't expect that. He just wanted to find information about Hellfire, but he never thought that he would even know the news about the ancestor of the mutant. Recalling all the information about Apocalypse, Chen Luo's expression changed for a while. It started to get heavy. If he guessed correctly, this mutant ancestor Apocalypse is probably a genuine level 5 mutant. His strength must definitely surpass the king level. Although it may not be as good as Qin's Phoenix Force, but for a 4th level mutant like Eric or Xiao, I'm afraid it will have an absolute advantage. Even after 2 years of training, Chen Luo, whose strength has further increased, faces such an opponent, and the odds of winning are unpredictable. After all, as far as he knew, Apocalypse possessed a lot of abilities. After reincarnation again and again, by attaching his own consciousness to the body of other mutants, he also took away the mutant abilities of the opponent. Strength, speed, recovery ability, telepathy, psychokinesis, energy manipulation, flight. It can be said that there are at least 10 kinds of mutant abilities in him. When these abilities are combined, the final form is this is an unprecedented level 5 mutant in mutant history, Apocalypse. As one of the few tyrants in history, if Apocalypse is successfully revived with his power, I'm afraid the world will fall into turmoil again. Although he understands this, Chen Luo has no intention of going to stop it. After all, this kind of thing has nothing to do with him. As long as he doesn't offend him, no matter what the other party does, Chen Luo has no intention of interfering with it. Even if things got out of hand in the end, wouldn't that Sorcerer Supreme make a move? With the strength of the opponent, Apocalypse would not pose any threat to him. And what he has to do right now is just to deal with the Hellfire, which is enough. Through the memories he just learned, Chen Luo also discovered something that is very beneficial to them. That is, White Queen Emma has set off with Angel to find clues to Apocalypse, which also, BFBB, means, in the current base camp of Hellfire, only Xiao, who is the Black Emperor, is guarding it alone. This is a good opportunity for them. As long as they can get rid of the opponent first, then if there is only one Emma left, it can be said that they will not pose any threat at all. After all, for her most lethal telepathy, now both Chen Luo and Eric have countermeasures, so there is no need to worry about what troubles the other party can cause. As long as Zhao's trouble is solved, the whole Hellfire will also be destroyed. There is nothing to be afraid of. Looks like we have to act quickly. Chen Luo's eyes flashed brightly, and he quickly made up his mind. But before taking action, there is still one thing that needs to be tested. Looking at the blood cup in his hand, this time, Chen Luo had no hesitation, and with a thought, the blood in it quickly began to transform, and after a while, it became a crystal clear color again. He drank the transformed blood in one gulp, and immediately after, a warm current began to emerge in Chen Luo's body, and then flowed all over his body in an instant. Before Chen Luo could feel it carefully, the next moment, the warm current surging in his body quickly began to heat up, and finally it seemed to be transformed into magma, beginning to crazily destroy Chen Luo's body. Unprecedented severe pain came, and Chen Luo's muscles tensed all over his body, and veins popped out of his forehead. He couldn't help letting out a deep roar, gritted his teeth, and began to wait silently. He is no stranger to this kind of scene. He had already experienced such a severe pain 2 years ago when he was in the 2 abilities of Awakening, Bat Transformation, and the Favor of Darkness. So now he is mentally prepared. Although his whole body was in extreme pain, and the muscles in all parts of his body began to crumble and dissolve, but fortunately at this time, his super speed regeneration ability started to take effect in time, quickly repairing his body, so that his pain could not help but began to ease. I don't know how long it has passed, but finally, when the pain dissipated, Chen Luo got up slowly, recalling the pain just now. While Chen Luo was still terrified, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Judging from his feelings just now, this time the pain caused by the awakening ability was stronger than last time. When the pain reached the strongest, he even doubted that he would die from the pain. Compared to pain awakening, it's a world of difference. Is it because the more abilities awakening has, the more intense the pain will be? Just as Chen Luo was thinking, the next moment, the familiar system prompt sounded. Ding! It is detected that the current awakening ability of the host has reached the limit. If you want to continue to increase the ability, please increase the physical attributes as soon as possible. Ding! It is detected that the host's awakening ability has successfully reached 10, and the special selection is now enabled. Option 1. Successfully kill Sebastian Shaw in the battle with Hellfire, destroy the Hellfire Club, and become the strongest force in the Dark World. Reward. You can arbitrarily specify to erase one of your own abilities. Option 2. Insist on drinking a ton of blood every day for the next 5 years. Reward. 50 attribute points. Hearing this familiar voice, Chen Luo was stunned and understood instantly. It turned out that he was still wondering why every time he awakened a new ability, he would have such a violent reaction. Is it because of his own physique? Because your constitution is too weak, so you can't bear the extra ability? Rubbing his chin, he looked at the 2 latest choices in the system. Looking at the first option, looking at the reward below, Chen Luo frowned slightly, did not speak, and then looked at the second one. When he saw the second choice, Chen Luo's face turned black instantly, and he subconsciously began to complain. Drinking a ton of blood a day? What is this taking me for? A buffalo? 1 ton a day is enough, and he has to persist for 5 years, so that he can only be rewarded with 50 attribute points. Although this choice is not difficult, the price/performance ratio is too low. The second one, but the first one seems to have some room for manipulation. Turning his eyes to the first option again, Chen Luo suddenly thought of something, his eyes brightened, and he immediately made a choice without even thinking about it. I choose the first one. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a new method. It seemed that through this method, his physique should be improved quickly. The method is also very simple. Chapter 164, Part 2. If he remembers correctly, Zhao's mutant ability seems to absorb external energy to strengthen himself, so if he can take his ability, wouldn't he be able to achieve the goal of quickly improving his physique? But because his ability is already full now, even if he can solve the opponent, there is no room to get his ability. So in this way, this option reward is very necessary, as long as one unnecessary ability of oneself is eliminated, and then absorb Zhao's ability, so that you can perfectly solve your own problems. Thinking of this, Chen Luo became more and more eager to solve the Hellfire Club as soon as possible. It seems that I have another reason to deal with you. With a sigh of emotion, after confirming his next goal, Chen Luo didn't rush to leave. After all, he had just obtained a new ability. For his new ability, Chen Luo was already eager to try it. With a thought, he subconsciously called up the system panel and began to check. Host, Chen Luo race, source blood clan strength, 150, 1 for a healthy adult male, speed, 50, 499.9 physical, 110 skills, fighting technique, high, knife technique, master, Proxima midnight magic, high ability, drawing blood, super speed regeneration, blood manipulation, steel body, assimilation, blood source, memory reading, bat transformation, darkness favor, grow by sucking blood evaluation. Not 1 step, not 2 steps. As the source of the new race, you have already advanced a certain distance on the road to greatness, but you still have a long way to go before becoming a real god. It's still a growable vampire technique? Seeing the introduction on the panel, Chen Luo's eyes suddenly flashed with joy. Originally, he thought that after losing part of the blood, the effect of teleportation would also be reduced, but now it seems that everything is still possible to recover. Even though his teleportation range is not as good as the Red Devil's now, if he absorbs a lot of blood to further increase this ability, then it is very possible restored to the same level as the former, and even surpassed. Such a result undoubtedly made him very satisfied. After reading the introduction of this ability, the next step is to test. Chen Luo's gaze moved into the distance, and then his mind moved. Following the activation of teleportation, Chen Luo instantly disappeared in place the next moment, and when he reappeared, at the moment had already appeared on a boulder hundreds of meters ahead. This is teleportation? Interesting. He lowered his head to look at the boulder under his feet, and then looked in the direction he was originally in. Although he had expected it, Chen Luo was still amazed by the teleportation effect. Already, this way of moving is much faster than pure speed, and it is even more unexpected. In Chen Luo's opinion, this can be regarded as a magical skill. Whether it is used for traveling or fighting, teleportation definitely has huge amounts of effect, and it is also a big boost to Chen Luo's strength. Then let's take a look at the limit of this teleportation. He wanted to test the limit distance of teleportation, so Chen Luo disappeared in place again and started the next round of testing. After some tests, Chen Luo also gradually figured out his teleportation ability. Like the ability of blood control, the range of teleportation is also related to Chen Luo's own mental power, and with his current mental attributes, whether it is the range of blood control or it is the maximum distance that teleportation can reach, and it is about 5,000 meters. Such a distance is far inferior to that of the Red Devil, but Chen Luo is not disappointed about it. After all, there is still room for growth in this ability in the future, and maybe there is still room to surpass it. In addition, the distance is enough for Chen Luo, so there is no need to worry too much. Immediately afterwards, after testing his new ability, Chen Luo looked into the distance, eager to try it out. Now that there is a new ability, Chen Luo immediately decided not to use the flight ability this time, but to simply use teleportation to travel, which is not only faster in speed, but also it is also convenient to exercise his new ability, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Do it as soon as you think of it. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Luo disappeared in place again with a thought. And just as Chen Luo hurried towards the base camp, on the other side, after witnessing Chen Luo's sudden disappearance, Brutal also reacted instantly, hurried to the top floor of the building, and told Craven about the matter. After hearing the news of Chen Luo's disappearance, Craven's expression changed instantly, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. Chapter 165, Part 1. Knowing the seriousness of the matter, Craven immediately sent people out to search without any hesitation. At the same time, he also strictly blocked the news to prevent others from revealing the disappearance of Chen Luo. Immediately afterwards, Craven called Magneto and others who were allies again without stopping, inviting them to come back to discuss some matters. The reason why Craven was willing to tell Eric and the others who were allies about Chen Luo's disappearance was naturally due to his considerations. In his opinion, if there is no threat of hellfire, even if they and Eric have become allies, if they know that their allies suddenly disappear for no reason, there is no guarantee that the other party will not have any thoughts on the forces under the allies' command. On this point, Cleven, who has managed the family in Europe for hundreds of years, has a deep understanding. An alliance or something is only based on the equal strength of the two parties. If one party's strength is out of balance, the other party may tear up the alliance at any time. What's more, their family's current wealth has expanded to an eye-popping figure. It is absolutely impossible to say that the other party will not be tempted by such an incomparable wealth. Now that he knew about it, the reason why Craven still told his allies about the disappearance of his leader was also very simple, and it was because of the pressure from Hellfire. After receiving the letter of Gauntlet from Hellfire, both Craven and Eric knew that the day to fight Hellfire was very close, and they also knew the strength of Hellfire. If you want to compete with it, it is absolutely very difficult to have a chance of winning. To fight against the two kings of Hellfire, it is only possible to join hands with Chen Luo. Otherwise, both the Chen Luo family and the Mutant Brotherhood have the risk of being destroyed by Hell. In this way, after learning the news of Chen Luo's disappearance, as long as the other party's IQ is online, the other party's first reaction will never be to attack them, but to find a way to find Chen Luo's whereabouts first. Otherwise, even if the other party here the power is occupied by them, if the Hellfire comes, it will be nothing but someone else's wedding dress. After receiving the call, although Eric and others were a little puzzled, they still came as scheduled. However, as soon as they arrived, they received such bad news. What did you say? Chen Luo is missing? Hearing the news from Craven, before Eric could open his mouth, Raven, who was beside him, eagerly stood up. Coming in front of him, a trace of urgency appeared on Raven's face, and he asked quickly, "What's going on? Why did Chen suddenly disappear?" "I'm not very clear about this. It was Bruto who first discovered that Mr. Chen Luo had disappeared. He is still here now. I called him to ask." Then Craven brought in Brutal, who was still waiting at the door on the other side. Seeing the person coming, Raven quickly stepped forward and looked at him eagerly, asked about the incident in detail. Regarding this, Brutal didn't dare to neglect in the slightest, and quickly told the whole story of what he saw. "It's like this. At that time, I was waiting for the boss outside the car door, but the boss just walked out of the door and suddenly disappeared." Suddenly disappeared? At this moment, Eric, who was silent at the side, suddenly stood up, came to him, and asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure you didn't see anything else? Think about it again. All I want is all the details." As Craven expected, after learning the news of Chen Luo's disappearance, he has no other thoughts at all. The pressure from Hellfire is getting closer and closer. The colossal monster is only possible with Chen Luo's power. So now he is absolutely no less eager than others to find out the whereabouts of Chen Luo. Faced with Eric's question, Brutal didn't dare to neglect, and quickly recalled carefully. After reminiscing for a long time, finally, he suddenly remembered something, and said with a little excitement on his face, "That's right. I suddenly remembered that before the boss disappeared, there seemed to be a red smoke suddenly appearing behind him. But after the boss disappeared, the smoke disappeared. Up. I thought I was blind at the time, so I didn't care." Red smoke? Hearing this, Raven on the side also seemed to remember something, and his face instantly became ugly. Su Luo. "I think I know who it is. Red Devil. Only his teleportation ability can produce such red smoke. I think Chun should have been taken to other places by using his ability." Raven is very clear about Acer's ability, and the reason is very simple. More than 10 years ago, probably due to the absolute similarity in appearance, Acer had pursued Raven for a while, although she didn't accept it. That is, during that time, the other party often used ability to haunt her, and she was definitely not unfamiliar with the characteristics of the other party's ability. After hearing Raven's words, Craven at the side suddenly became a little excited, and hurried to her side, eagerly asked, "Is Master Chen Luo okay? How is the strength of that red devil?" "Hard to say." Facing his question, Eric on the side looked solemn and said slowly, "The Red Devil's teleportation ability can teleport people to any corner of the world. It's fine in other environments, but if the other party teleports Chen to the base camp of Hellfire." Although he didn't explain what he said next, everyone already understood the meaning. If it is true as Eric said, Chen Luo was teleported to the opponent's lair by the other party, then facing the siege of the two kings and the Hellfire, it is very difficult for Song to survive. At this time, Eric also suddenly remembered something, turned his head to look at Craven, and asked with a heavy face, "Craven, did Chun take the helmet I gave him before he left?" Hearing this, Cleven immediately realized what the other party meant, and his face also sank, slowly shook his head. Seeing Craven's actions, everyone present changed their faces. If it is true that Chen Luo was taken to the base camp of Hellfire as they had guessed before, in their opinion, no matter how strong Chen Luo is, he may still be unable to defend against Emma's incomprehensible telepathy. Without the protection of the helmet, and Chen Luo has to face the siege of the two kings, I am afraid it is very difficult to survive. And this is not the worst. If Chen Luo is not killed by the opponent, but is controlled by Emma, by then, Hellfire may usher in a third king-level existence, with Chen Luo joining. If they attack them again, they will have absolutely no chance of winning. Thinking of such an ending, all the people present fell silent for a while, their eyes solemn. But this should be the worst case, right? In case Chen Luo is not brought to the Hellfire Club, then with his strength, there shouldn't be any problem. After a while, Raven came back to his senses first, looked at the crowd, and put forward such a hypothesis. That's right. Hearing this, Cleven nodded again and again, regaining confidence on his face, and said, "And I have confidence in Master Chen Luo. With his strength, he will never fail so easily." After a pause, a stiff smile appeared on his face, and he continued, "Perhaps, Master Chen Luo is already on his way back now, and it's not necessarily true." Regarding his statement, although Eric felt a little heavy in his heart, he didn't open his mouth to continue to beat everyone's confidence. He nodded slowly and sighed, "Maybe. Now we can only hope." After all, he is a veteran king who has been in the world for decades. Eric quickly calmed down, looked at Craven, and said, "Then let's split up and send people to look for each other. 3 days later is the day we agreed on the decisive battle. We must find Chen Luo before then, otherwise, we will have no chance of winning the next battle." Up. Craven also understood the seriousness of the matter, nodded immediately, and agreed with a serious face. Afterwards, the two sides immediately launched operations, each dispatched a large number of manpower, and secretly began to search. In just a few hours after they started to move. When the time came to the early morning of the next day, at the entrance of the Edgewood building, accompanied by a wave of fluctuations from the space, a figure instantly appeared there the next moment. Who? Seeing the movement in front of them, the vampire squad who was always in charge of guarding the gate was refreshed, raised their weapons subconsciously, and shouted sharply. No wonder they are so nervous. After all, they have all received the news now. After learning that their leader disappeared for no reason, everyone is always in a state of nervous tension. In addition, they also know that the decisive battle with Hellfire is imminent. Since the other party chose to attack their leader first, there is no guarantee that they will not continue to attack them. So now they don't dare to be careless in the slightest. As soon as there is any disturbance, they can immediately attract their attention. As it is now, facing the question in front of him, the figure paused, and then, a voice that was extremely familiar to them sounded. "Relax. Carly, it's me." Chapter 165, Part 2. Ask for flowers. Hearing this voice at the front of the crowd, Kale, who was originally on guard, froze for a moment, then reacted instantly, watching the figure slowly appearing from the darkness, especially when he saw the familiar face of the other party. Behind his face was instantly filled with excitement, and he subconsciously exclaimed, "Boss Chen Luo?" Just when Chen Luo finally returned. On the other side, in an unremarkable apartment, only Raven and Eric were sitting in the apartment at the moment. Eric sat on the sofa, bowed his head in silence for a long time, then raised his head to look at the figure of Raven in front of him. High-face said seriously, "Raven, if Chen Luo's whereabouts are still not found after another day, I need your help." "Me?" Hearing this, Raven frowned subconsciously. Her brain was spinning rapidly, and then she suddenly thought of something. A flash of surprise flashed in her eyes, and said softly, "You mean to transform me into Chen Luo, temporary replacement?" "That's right." Seeing that the other party understood his intention so quickly, Eric nodded slightly, and then explained, "If Chen Luo hadn't returned by that time, then with our mutant strength, I'm afraid it would be very difficult to contend with Hellfire. And there are only 3 days left before the decisive battle. In such a short period of time, we must try our best to make arrangements so that it is possible to win this war. Without Chen Luo's strength, if we want to fight against Xiao and Emma at the same time, my strength alone is not enough. But it is not impossible for us to turn defeat into victory. The best way now is to prepare a large number of weapons and ammunition in the fastest time, and then after the battle starts, I will control these weapons and bomb the island indiscriminately. You should understand my ability. As long as we have enough ammunition, our chances of winning can be greatly improved. However, if we want to prepare these things now, our strength is definitely not enough, so we must rely on the forces under Chen Luo's command. With their connection with the human world, we can couple with their wealth, they will definitely be able to purchase what we need in a short time. If we have these, we may not lose." Looking directly into Eric's eyes, Raven subconsciously frowned, thought for a moment, and then said, "Eric, besides this, we have another way." "Huh? What's the solution?" Hearing this, Eric was subconsciously stunned for a moment and asked. Facing the suspicious eyes of the other party, Raven said seriously, "Maybe we could ask Charles for help. You should also understand that with Charles's ability, if he is willing to make a move, we also have a chance of winning." It's useless. Eric shook his head without thinking, not to mention whether Charles is willing to fight Hellfire with us, even if he is really willing to make a move. But his ability is of no use to Emma or Shaw. They all have the means to defend against telepathy ability. In addition, you don't know about Charles's legs. With his ability, not only will it not help us, but it may even become our hindrance. So don't point it out, look forward to him. It is not that Eric has not considered asking Charles to help, but whether it is Shaw's helmet or Emma's diamond transformation, they can well resist the threat brought by telepathy. Can't get any help. Hearing this, Raven's eyes dimmed instantly, just as he was about to say something. The next moment, a phone rang suddenly. She took out her mobile phone and opened it subconsciously. When she saw the contact name displayed on it, a hint of excitement flashed in Raven's eyes. Some couldn't believe it and chose to answer, and then, a familiar voice sounded. Raven, I heard you were looking for me? Chen Luo. Hearing this voice, the joy on Raven's face was no longer concealed. While chatting with Chen Luo, she couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. On the other side, after hearing Chen Luo's voice, Eric's heavy heart couldn't help but relax a lot. As long as Chen Luo can come back safely, then they will have a greater chance of winning the next battle. Just when he was a little secretly rejoicing, Raven had also finished the communication with Chen Luo, hung up the phone, looked at Eric with a happy face and said, Eric, Chen Luo told me just now that we should go there quickly. He seems to know the location of Hellfire headquarters. Chapter 166, Part 1. Morning hours. Less than an hour after Chen Luo returned to the headquarters, Eric and others who got the news came back here again. When they came to the office on the top floor, they looked at the familiar figure in front of them. Although they had expected it in their hearts, they still couldn't help being a little surprised. Raven stepped forward, looked Chen Luo up and down, and said with a surprised face, Chun, were you really taken away by the Red Devil today? Where were you taken? How did you come back so soon? She is very clear about the Red Devil's ability, which is an incomprehensible ability that can teleport thousands of miles away in an instant. But even so, Chen Luo was able to return safely in less than a day. It still far exceeded her expectations. Originally, she thought that even if Chen Luo was not taken directly to the base camp of Hellfire, if he was teleported too far, it might not be easy to come back. So after seeing Chen Luo appearing in front of her, in addition to being a little happy in Raven's heart, there is also a considerable degree of surprise. Don't worry, I came to you this time to tell you these things. Chen Luo smiled at Raven's question, and then began to explain. Definitely, apart from concealing the matter of his teleportation ability, the rest of Chen Luo told everyone truthfully. The purpose is definitely very simple. After all, the ability of the Blood Cup is really strong in the past. It is not a good thing to let others know too much, and it may cause unnecessary troubles. In order to avoid this, Chen Luo simply does not explain directly, even if other people find out that he has the teleportation ability in the future. At worst, he can find another excuse to explain it. As long as the ability of the Blood Cup is not exposed, then even other 073. When people have doubts, it is not easy to say anything. After listening to Chen Luo's narration, everyone's faces showed excitement. Eric looked closely at Chen Luo and asked around, Chun, is what you said true? The Red Devil is really dead? Chen Luo nodded and said, that's right. If I remember correctly, I should have thrown his body on the top of Mount Everest. On the way back, Chen Luo also realized where he was now. After seeing that he was already thousands of miles away, Chen Luo sighed in his heart that the Red Devil's ability is powerful, but at the same time, he felt sorry for what he had obtained. Teleportation ability can't help but have more expectations. After seeing Chen Luo nodding his head in confirmation, Eric also heaved a sigh of relief. Now that the Red Devil is dead, we will be much more relaxed in the face of Hellfire. At this time, a rare relaxed smile appeared on Eric's face. Regarding the strength of Hellfire, he has obviously studied it carefully over the years and has a deep understanding of the status and role of the Red Devil in it. Relying on the Red Devil's teleportation ability, there is no doubt that even in the face of their cooperation, Hellfire has an absolute advantage in mobility. After all, as long as it is a place where the Red Devil has been, it is equivalent to marking it here. As long as he thinks, this place is like his own back garden, and he can come in and out freely. He even brought other people here besides him. Getting here is a breeze too. Just like today, since we have found the location of Chen Luo's base camp, if Acer can be more cautious, go back and gather his partners first, and then bring them here together, and launch a general attack directly, then there may be a great possibility to let Chen Luo's forces lost in half. At that time, even if Chen Luo, who had improved his strength after 2 years of cultivation, was able to keep all of them here, the losses he suffered would certainly be heavy. Such a good opportunity was in front of him, but the Red Devil at that time was too conceited, and he also had a lot of contempt for vampire forces like Chen Luo. He was not in a hurry to do it directly, but wanted to attack Chen Luo first. It was only then that Chen Luo was given a chance to counterattack and successfully beheaded him. After the death of the Red Devil, it is undoubtedly impossible for the Hellfire to easily come to its headquarters and launch an attack directly. Without such a mobility advantage, Chen Luo and the others don't have to worry all day long about the opponent's attack. At any time, bring a large group of people over at any time and launch an attack directly. For Chen Luo and Eric, this undoubtedly made them a lot easier. More importantly, with the death of the Red Devils, the other party still knows nothing about the location of their base camp, but they are the opposite. Fell into their hands. And the most wonderful thing is, according to the news brought by Chen Luo, White Queen Emma, one of the Hellfire Kings, is now dealing with other matters with Angel. After the two left, the current Hellfire headquarters also there are only a few mutants left, such as Xiao who is the Black Emperor, and the Rapids, and their strength is at the lowest point in history. This is undoubtedly an unprecedented opportunity. After realizing this, the excitement on Eric's face could no longer be concealed. He looked at Chen Luo with burning eyes and said in a deep voice, "Since Hellfire's battle strength is empty now, we don't have to wait for the day of the decisive battle. Let's do it directly. As long as we get rid of Xiao first, Hellfire will have nothing to fear." In Eric's heart, he doesn't have any idea of a fair fight with the other party. As the enemy who killed his mother when he was young, he hates Xiao deeply. Now that he has such a good opportunity, he will not let it go no matter what. He has made a decision in his heart now. Even if Chen Luo is not willing to act with him, then he does not intend to give up. After all, such an opportunity is really rare, and Emma, who is the White Queen, is not around. So even if he is alone, there is still a chance. Fortunately, Chen Luo is not such a rigid person. Regarding Eric's thoughts, he also had the same idea in his heart. From Chen Luo's point of view, since the Red Devil still chose to attack him after the other party made a statement of war, it is obvious that the other party is not a reputation-based existence. The opponent, Chen Luo, definitely won't give them any credit. Nodding his head immediately, Chen Luo also agreed with the other party's thoughts and said, "That's all right, let's get ready. Tonight, we'll go straight to Hellfire Base Camp." As for the next action, Chen Luo was also resolute. Tonight, he directly planned to attack Hellfire without giving the other party any time to react. After all, the Red Devil has just died, and presumably the news hasn't reached the other party yet. At this time, the Hellfire Base Camp should be the most defenseless, and this time is undoubtedly the best choice. That's good. Then I'll call up people now. Eric nodded and agreed immediately. Afterwards, the two discussed the next action for a while, and then Eric left in a hurry to prepare to gather relevant personnel. It's the same with Chen Luo. Although there is only Xiao alone on Hellfire's side now, it is the base camp of Hellfire after all. Blade and Lucian, who have been in various places, are back and join the battle together. Craven also listened to Chen Luo's instructions one by one, and nodded to show his understanding. But then he seemed to think of something, looked at Chen Luo with some hesitation and said, "Master Chen Luo, regarding this operation, I would like to inform Master Dracula. With the power of Master Dracula, I think I can help this operation." It's not that he doesn't trust Chen Luo's strength, but in his opinion, since they still have a king-level combat power like Dracula, there is no reason not to use it. When the time comes, 3 king-level combat powers will attack at the same time. The chances of winning could be greater. For Craven's cautious thoughts, Chen Luo didn't explain much, but said calmly, "No need. We are enough for this battle. Okay, you go make arrangements. We're leaving tomorrow night, tell Blade and them, don't be late." Seeing this, Craven didn't say anything more, nodded slightly, then turned around and left immediately, and started the relevant preparations. After arranging the next matters, Chen Luo didn't stay here too long and turned to leave. Back home, the outside sky is getting brighter now. Looking at the scenery outside the window, Chen Luo stood there quietly, as if thinking about something. For tonight's action, Chen Luo also had some expectations in his heart. After 2 years of training, compared with 2 years ago, the current Chen Luo has been completely reborn. With great improvement in strength, he may even have successfully passed the level of the king and reached another realm. If the king level generally corresponds to level 4 mutants like Magneto and Professor X, then with his current strength, he may already be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with level 5 mutants. If a level 4 mutant can stand alone against a fully armed army, or even capture a country, then at the level of a level 5 mutant, there is probably very little in this world that can harm him. Just like the legendary mutant ancestor, with his ability, human weapons may hardly pose a threat to him. Even the most powerful nuclear bomb is like a plaything in his hands. In Chen Luo's view, this kind of strength has truly stood at the apex of the world. Chapter 166, Part 2. Even in the vast universe, he is definitely a well-deserved strongman. With the power of Apocalypse, I am afraid that only those who have mastered the Phoenix Force Qin, or the Sorcerer Supreme who has guarded the Earth for thousands of years, can suppress it. Apart from these two, he really couldn't think of anyone else who could be the opponent of the other party. With a strength like Apocalypse, although Chen Luo doesn't know whether his own strength can match it, he has this confidence in his heart. The existence of a General King is no longer a threat to him, even if it is a veteran like Xiao. The same is true for the king. Chen Luo has absolute confidence in this action. Apart from the fact that this action is an unprecedented good opportunity, The most important thing is that Chen Luo is bound to win Zhao's variant ability. After all, the problem he has now is urgent. If he wants to continue to increase the number of abilities, then a stronger physique is also necessary. So as long as he gets the opponent's ability, then the essence of Chen Luo also has room for rapid improvement. In fact, if his Man of Steel ability continues to improve, it can also increase his physique. In the past 2 years, he has been eating blood. As the growth ability of Man of Steel becomes stronger, his physique also improves. Further improved. But this speed is too slow after all. He has sucked a lot of blood in the past 2 years. But even so, his physique has only increased by about 30 points, and this is the fastest growth at the beginning. In the end, the improvement of physical fitness is also getting slower and slower. Judging from the current improvement speed, if he is given another 2 years, he may be able to increase by less than half at most. Such a speed obviously cannot satisfy him, but it would be a different matter if he could get Zhao's ability. The improvement speed in terms of quality will undoubtedly be further accelerated, and by then, his body will be able to accommodate more abilities. As for the role of ability, now Chen Luo's feeling is getting deeper and deeper. He now clearly realizes that when the strength reaches a certain limit, only the special ability brought by ability can be used. Only then can he be able to provide him with further improvement. Like the skills he has mastered today, in the final analysis, they all need the most basic physical qualities as a support in order to exert their maximum power. Whether it's fighting or swordsmanship, the stronger the strength and speed, the more dominant it is. Even the magic is the same. Under the same level of control, obviously, the party with the stronger mental power can exert the greater power of magic. As for the improvement of these physical fitness 4.9, although relying on one's own hard training can also have a certain effect, how can it be faster than the improvement brought about by ability? It's like the blessing of his iron body ability to his physique, and the doubling of the attributes of his body brought about by his bat transformation ability. No matter which one is, it will improve his strength. Leaders have huge amounts of effect. So if his body can be strong enough to accommodate enough abilities, then his strength can be imagined, and it will definitely rise to an unimaginable level. Just as Chen Luo was thinking silently, the next moment, a bell rang, and he also randomly recovered from this state of thinking. After recovering, he subconsciously chose to connect, and then, a familiar voice rang from the phone. "Chen, we're already in the car. Thank you for sending someone to pick us up." Hearing this voice, Chen Luo's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly recalled that today, he seemed to have promised the other party that he would accompany the other party to take those children around the city. Now that they have all boarded the car and are about to come here, although he still has actions against Hellfire today, it is night after all, and there is still some time now, so he had no intention of refusing, and nodded with a smile, saying, I see. When you come to New York, I will pick you up on time." Afterwards, Chen Luo and Qin chatted for a few words before ending the call. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo washed up briefly, and after resting at home for a while, he checked that the time was almost up, then got up and went out, and walked towards the agreed place. At the same time as Chen Luo went out, on the other side, the bus arranged by Chen Luo was also slowly driving towards the city center. Chapter 167, Part 1. Hours ago, the sky had just dawned, and the gate of Xavier College was already full of crowds. Most of them are children who are only about 11 or 12 years old. As mutants, they were taken here by the professor to teach them. In addition to being able to go home during the holidays on weekdays, there are very few opportunities to go out for picnics like today. Few. Definitely, it's not that the professor doesn't allow them to go out, it's just that as a mutant, they have seen the outside world's opinion of them from news reports over the years, and this has further deepened their estrangement from the human world. I would rather stay at school than go to the outside world to bear those strange eyes. But even so, they still have a deep desire for the outside world. After all, they were not labeled as mutants since they were born. They were born in human families, but they also had their own human time when they were young. Under the subtle influence of their families, even now they cannot change their status as mutants. Facts, but psychologically, they still think that they are more like ordinary human beings. It is under such psychological effects that they always hold an extremely complicated emotion towards the human world, wanting to be in contact with it, but afraid of being hurt. This is probably the truest thought in the hearts of most mutants in the academy. And as the youngest group of people in this college, although these children have such thoughts in their hearts more or less, but more, they still have the desire for the human world. So when they learned from Qin Ko that they could go to New York for an outing together today, these children were all excited without exception. Like now, at the front of the crowd, a sweet-looking little girl who was only about 11 or 12 years old held Qin's right hand tightly, looking forward with big eyes full of expectation. "Mr. Qin, are we really going to New York to play next?" "Definitely, Katie." Qin responded with a smile, and couldn't help but recall Chen Luo's familiar figure in her mind. Her eyes were also filled with anticipation. "I think, in the next day, we will definitely have fun, very happy." The little girl named 16 Katie nodded vigorously, and subconsciously held Qin's right hand tightly. While her face was full of anticipation, she couldn't help showing a little timidity. As if seeing what she was thinking, Chen gently stroked her long brown hair and comforted her. Katie, don't worry. We're going to pick us up to play with, but they're not ordinary people either. In a way, we might be called the same kind of people. Katie subconsciously opened her eyes wide, looked at Chen with some surprise, and asked crisply, Teacher, is it Mutant who will come to us next? Can he actually live in the human world? It's really amazing. Hearing this, the other children on the side were suddenly not quiet, and surrounded them with excited expressions and couldn't wait to ask Chen various questions. Teacher, who is that person you were talking about? Is he really our compatriot? Teacher, what is your relationship with him? Teacher, the person you're talking about, isn't he your boyfriend? You came here this time just to meet him, right? As he was talking in the crowd, there was a thin, blonde-haired, handsome boy who seemed to have suddenly thought of something and suddenly realized something and shouted impatiently. As soon as these words came out, the crowd immediately began to boil, and all the boys and girls surrounded Chen closely, asking questions one after another, their faces full of curiosity. Regarding these children's questions, Chen didn't shy away from them at all. She nodded generously and said, Teacher admits that a large part of the reason why we came to New York this time is to date him. Speaking of this, Chen turned her head to look at the boy who took the lead in the booing and said with a smile, But John, don't get me wrong, we are not in a relationship now. Definitely this is just for now. So what the teacher means is the teacher now, are you pursuing him? At this time, beside John, a handsome boy with brown hair and blue eyes also yelled loudly, not to be outdone. Oh, hearing this, the gang of little devils suddenly became extremely excited and looked at Chen with admiration. They never thought that teacher Chen, whom they had always respected, would be so proactive in dealing with feelings. Their eyes were shining brightly. While they admired their teacher's initiative to pursue their feelings, they were even more curious about the man who had successfully captured their teacher's heart without meeting him. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Bobby, you're just a joke. Listening to his little friend's guess, John's eyes widened, as if he had opened up a new world. Looking at the two children who took the lead in booing in front of her, Chen smiled helplessly and didn't correct anything, just acquiesced. Not far away, Scott stood there alone, watching the lively scene in the crowd, especially Chen's gentle smile. His face became more and more rigid as a playmate who grew up with Chen. Scott had an extraordinary feeling for Chen since he was a child. Definitely, he didn't understand what this feeling meant when he was young. It wasn't until he grew up that he gradually understood come over. After realizing his feelings for Chen, he wanted to confess his feelings to each other several times in the past few years, but unfortunately, Chen has been studying in Columbia for the past few years, and there were not many times when he returned to the college. So there has been no chance. Until now, after learning that Chen has officially submitted a thesis and is about to graduate from university, Scott has gone through a fierce ideological struggle and finally decided to have a good chat with his seniors last night. However, at the moment when he came to the door, Scott knew that at the moment's heart had already been filled with the shadow of another person. Especially when this person has only known Chen for a few days. This made Scott very frustrated. But soon, after learning of Chen Luo's real identity from Arolo, Scott suddenly cheered up again. Scott had already heard about Chen Luo's identity. After hearing about Chen Luo's deeds, he was shocked. At the same time, he was shocked by Chen Luo's image as a butcher. He didn't make a good impression either. Because he was influenced by his professor's precepts and deeds since he was a child. Although he has the extremely powerful ability of Cyclops, he seldom uses this ability. As a member of the moderate faction, he rarely killed people unless necessary. Not only him, but also the elite mutants like Arolo and Chen. It is precisely because of their style of dealing with things that whether it is the Mutant Brotherhood, who is a mutant hardliner, or Chen Luo, who has blood on his hands, they are subconsciously repulsed. Definitely, this kind of rejection has been greatly reduced after Chen Luo spent a lot of money and donated $100 million to the college. Even everyone, including Arolo, felt a little grateful for Chen Luo. After all, without his assistance, the college's financial pressure would undoubtedly be very tight. If there is no room for turnover, I am afraid they will have to temporarily suspend the opening of the college and will not recruit new students until they have enough funds. For this matter, Scott also admitted that they did receive Chen Luo's kindness. But one size counts for one size. If he is asked to give up his feelings for Chen, it is absolutely impossible for him to accept it. And in his opinion, Chen Luo, who is known as a butcher, has a strong and domineering style, and he must have many differences from them in terms of handling style, and even have great differences in many concepts. Just like two people with different personalities, it is impossible to get together forever. So he is quite pessimistic about the relationship between Chen Luo and Chen. Therefore, long before he came here, he had already made a decision in his heart. When he went to New York this time, he must explain this matter to Chen Luo face to face. He wanted Chen Luo to understand that there is absolutely no way between the two of you. Such thoughts flashed in his mind, and for a while, Scott's face became more determined. While he was thinking about these things, the next moment, there was a huge amount of engine roar, and then a huge amount of bus slowly came to the entrance of the college and stopped immediately afterwards. The door of the bus opened, and a tall and strong man with a somewhat ferocious appearance got down from the driver's seat, came to Chen, and whispered respectfully, "Miss Chen, I am the driver who came to pick you up this time. Please take these children to the car. The leader is already waiting for you in the city." Seeing such a burly man walking towards them, these children were a little scared at first, but when they saw how respectful he was to their teacher, their expressions immediately changed. They all turned their heads to look in Chen's direction, their eyes lit up, and they couldn't help showing shock. If it turned out that they were only a little curious about the man their teacher liked, then seeing the ostentation brought by the other party and the tone of the man's speech just now, for a while, these children felt even more concerned about Chen Luo's identity. "I am very curious. Hey, Bobby, what do you think?" Chapter 167, Part 2. The man the teacher likes is some kind of gangster? In the crowd, John tugged on the sleeve of his friend beside him, lowered his voice, and whispered his guess. "John, why do you think that?" Bobby turned his head, looked at him curiously and asked, "Does it need to be said?" John raised his eyebrows excitedly, glanced cautiously at the tall and burly figure not far away, and lowered his voice. "Didn't you hear that big guy calling the teacher's sweetheart just now? Is it the tone? Leader. Who else would use this title other than the gangsters who have gone underground? Teacher, she is really cool. I never thought that I would have the opportunity to get in touch with such big bosses. I don't know what those big bosses usually look like in their daily lives. Is it really like in the movie? You know, I love Marlon Brando the most. His Godfather fits all my fantasies about a big guy like this." Speaking of this, John couldn't help but said with some fascination in his eyes, "It would be great if I could have the opportunity to join such a big boss when I grow up. But if we come into contact with such a gang force, won't we be in any danger?" Hearing John's conjecture, Bobby subconsciously asked with some concern, "What's there to worry about?" John said indifferently, "Don't forget, our strength is not weak. If anything happens, it may be our chance to show our talents." "John, Bobby." At this moment, another voice suddenly sounded from the side. The two subconsciously turned their heads to look at, but Katie's little puffy face. Gazing at the two of them, Katie explained seriously, "You guys are thinking too much. Mr. Chen, he won't take us to do anything dangerous. This time we came out, it's just a simple outing." "Really?" John was still a little unconvinced, and asked back with a look of unwillingness to be outdone. "Then how do you explain the title of that big guy just now? You don't think anyone can be called the leader, do you?" "This?" Katie's expression froze, and after thinking for a long time, she couldn't think of how to refute, and finally said a little angrily, "Anyway, I won't believe you with that strange idea. The man the teacher likes must be a good man. Then let's wait and see." While the two were confronting each other, on the other side, Chen had already led people towards the bus, and after she had arranged everyone, she realized that the three of them hadn't boarded the bus, so she immediately turned around and returned to the original place. "What's wrong with you guys? It's time to set off. If you don't get in the car again, we'll leave you behind this time." Coming behind the three of them, looking at the situation where the three of them were confronting each other, Chen couldn't help but said a little funny. Hearing this sound, Katie turned her head and hugged Chen's arm tightly, and a crisp sound sounded. "Teacher, just now John secretly said bad things about the teacher's sweetheart. He said that the teacher's sweetheart is a gangster." "Nonsense. How can this be a bad word? I'm saying it as a compliment." John jumped to his feet and retorted, "Teacher, we're going out this time. Is there anything wrong?" Unlike the bickering between the two, Bobby looked worried. Later, after an explanation from Katie, Chen finally understood what happened just now, shook her head helplessly, and said with a smile, "Don't think about it. Chen is not a bad person. Even for us, he is our benefactor." Hearing Chen's words, the three turned their heads to look at her in unison, their eyes full of curiosity. Looking at their curious eyes, Chen smiled gently, and then told them about Chen Luo helping the academy. After listening to Chen's explanation, the three of them opened their eyes wide and couldn't help exclaiming, "Road, $100 million? My God, this figure is too exaggerated." Bobby's eyes were full of shock. "Let me just say that the teacher's sweetheart is a big boss. If it weren't for the big boss, how could he get so much money?" John still insisted on his thoughts, said eloquently, but this time Katie was not in the mood to refute his statement. After listening to Chen's explanation, she became more convinced of what she just thought. "What I said is indeed true. The teacher's sweetheart is indeed a good person." After saying this, Katie turned her head quickly, looked at Chen and said seriously, "Teacher, I think your choice is right. Only such a good person is worthy of being the teacher's boyfriend." "I agree too." On this point, John, who has always been convinced that Chen Luo is a gangster, also agrees with both hands. Even Bobby, who has always been a little too cautious, voted in favor of it rarely. Looking at the three little guys with serious faces in front of her, the smile on Chen's face became more and more beautiful, and at the same time, she became more and more looking forward to the next meeting with Chen Luo. Chapter 168, Part 1. Hours later, as the bus slowly drove into New York, an international metropolis, and seeing the bustling traffic on the streets, the children on the bus who had never been here before couldn't help but let out sincere exclamations. Is this New York? It looks so beautiful. This building looks so high. I guess it's 100 meters away. Bobby, come and see. What is that? It looks so lively. Suddenly, John saw something in the car, hurriedly touched his friend next to him, and pointed out the car window excitedly. Let's see, Heaven Club. It looks like a nightclub. Looking at the huge fluorescent logo not far away, Bobby said with some uncertainty. Nightclub. Hearing the name, John looked even more excited. He looked at the lively scene not far away without blinking, as if he wanted to deeply engrave this nightclub named Paradise Bar deep in his mind generally. As John, who grew up in a small town, everything here looked so novel, the surrounding high-rise buildings, the bustling square, and the nightclub that looked extremely luxurious just now, all deeply attracted his attention. Notice, unlike John's excitement, because he grew up in a big city like Boston, Bobby has long been familiar with everything around him. Although in terms of prosperity, New York is indeed better, but in his opinion but there is no difference. Compared with these, now he is more interested in the sweetheart that teacher Chen said he has never met. After several hours on the road, after they persistently asked Chen, what did they think about this man named Chen Luo? Immediately, I became more curious. After some understanding, they also got a general idea about Chen Luo. According to Chen's description, the other party is the leader of a family power, and that's why the driver just called Chen Luo that way, and besides this, the other party is also an undoubted high society elite in New York City. Although they haven't shown up much in the past 2 years, if you look carefully at the newspapers 2 years ago, the reports about Chen Luo, Tony and others drifting at sea for several months and finally returning safely are still obvious. Definitely these are not the most important to him. The most important thing is that the other party is just like them. They are not ordinary human beings. This kind of identity also gave them a lot of sense of identity and invisible. Because Chen didn't tell them Chen Luo's real identity, so in their view now, Chen Luo is also a mutant just like them. After all, in their world, apart from ordinary humans, the only thing that is different from humans in this world is mutants. As for the possibility that Chen Luo might be a vampire, they never thought about the possibility of it. Therefore, in the eyes of Bobby and others today, Chen Luo is just like them, a senior with a mutant identity. For this senior to achieve such a great success in the city of New York, these children couldn't help but feel a strong sense of admiration in their hearts. Thinking of meeting such a senior soon, Bobby and the others felt a little excited. As the vehicle passed by, it gradually stopped at the entrance of a luxurious amusement park with huge amounts of money. Okay, here we are. At this time, Chen stood up suddenly, turned around to look at the crowd, and said with a light smile, "Now we can get out of the car." When everyone got out of the car one by one and saw clearly the luxurious amusement park standing in front of them, the next moment, everyone cheered and jumped for joy. This is Disneyland? Is this where we're going to play today? Am I dreaming? I've wanted to go here for a long time. But I heard that the tickets here are very expensive, so my family has never brought me here. Teacher, if we want to play here, do we need a lot of money? Everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look in Chen's direction, their eyes full of desire and expectation. Seeing the eager faces of the children, Chen was hesitating about how to answer. The next moment, a familiar voice sounded behind her, "Don't worry, there will be no charge here today. Just play as you please." Hearing this, Chen subconsciously turned around. When she saw the familiar figure, her eyes suddenly lit up, and her smile became brighter. She quickly walked to Chen Luo's side and asked with a light smile, "Chun, is this the place you plan to bring us to play today?" "Yes." Chen Luo nodded. His eyes unconsciously swept across the well-dressed piano body in front of him. A long red hair shawl, a good face, and the dark red dress she wore on her body showed her original bumpy figure more vividly. Intellectual and sexy coexisted on her body, exuding a unique, special charm. Although he was a little apprehensive about the phoenix force on her body, Chen Luo had to admit that the other party was indeed a rare beauty, with an outstanding demeanor not inferior to Serena and others. The astonishment flashed by, and Chen Luo quickly regained his composure, and then came to these children together with Chen. Looking at the immature faces of these children, Chen Luo also showed a gentle smile on his face, and said, "Originally, when Chen called me yesterday and asked me to bring everyone to New York for fun, I was still a little unsure what everyone liked. Since it's hard to choose, I might as well come here. After all, there is everything in the amusement park. No matter what you want to play, I think there should be something here." Speaking of this, Chen Luo paused for a moment and then continued, "Also, in order to let everyone have fun, The tourists in this amusement park today are only you all. So after you go in later, you don't have to worry about any other strange looks. Just go and have fun. It doesn't matter if you use your abilities at will. No one will care. Today, this is your own paradise. As Chen Luo's words came to their ears, everyone subconsciously opened their eyes wide, turned their heads to look behind them, and then looked at Chen Luo again, their faces full of disbelief. Really? Can we all play casually in this amusement park today? At this time, at the front of the crowd, John was the first to come back to his senses, looked at Chen Luo excitedly and asked, "Definitely. If you don't believe me, go in and try it now." Chen Luo nodded with a smile. Seeing Chen Luo admit it, these children were very excited, their faces flushed, and their eyes looking at the huge amusement park behind them were instantly replaced by longing at the same time. They were greatly shocked by what Chen Luo did. They never imagined that Chen Luo would take them out to play in such a way. Even children who are the least sensitive to money can feel this when they see that the huge amounts of amusement park behind them belong to them today. The cost must be an extremely huge number. And when they thought that the reason why Chen Luo did this was to prevent them from enduring other people's strange eyes, the eyes of these children looking at Chen Luo were replaced by gratitude for a while. Beside Chen Luo, after seeing what Chen Luo has done for these children, Qin's gaze at Chen Luo couldn't help but soften a bit, and the smile on his face became more and more beautiful. There, boys. Haven't you guys wanted to come out and play for a long time? Now Disney is beckoning to you. Come in and play. Hearing Qin's words, everyone's faces showed emotion. Katie raised her head, looked at Qin expectantly, and asked, "Teacher, what about you? Won't you come with us?" Qin shook her head with a smile, pointed to Scott who was not far away, and said, "Teacher, there are other things, and your teacher Scott will take care of you from now on." Huh. Katie blinked her big eyes. Her eyes subconsciously walked behind Chen Luo, and after a long while, she finally nodded with a sudden realization. Could it be that teacher? Are you going to? Before he finished speaking, he was pulled towards the amusement park by John and Bobby behind him, and while walking, John complained in a low voice, "Katie, you are so stupid. You can't even see this, do you understand? Teacher, she must have a date with Mr. Chen Luo, so let's not bother them at this time." Not only Katie, everyone has understood now. Chi-Chi looked in the direction of Qin, with an inexplicable smile on his face, no longer disturbing the two of them, turned around one after another, and turned towards the direction of the amusement park behind him. Facing the eyes of everyone watching, Qin's face subconsciously showed a hint of dizziness, but soon recovered, turned to look at Chen Luo, and with the increasingly manic consciousness in the depths of his heart, he was hiding in the depths of her body, under the effect of the Phoenix Force. She has no intention of hiding her emotions at all, and her eyes are full of enthusiasm when she looks at Chen Luo list. However, before she could open her mouth, the next moment, Scott, who was standing still at the side, made a sudden movement, quickly walked to Chen Luo, stretched out his right hand, and said in a serious voice, "Scott." Seeing the opponent's movements, Chen Luo was slightly taken aback, and then stretched out his hand to hold him tightly. Chen Luo. After introducing each other, Scott didn't intend to go around in circles with Chen Luo, and went straight to the point, expressing his thoughts very directly. "Mr. Chen Luo, to be honest, I don't think you and Qin are so suitable." Oh? Chapter 168, Part 2. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes subconsciously, and asked in an inexplicable tone, "How do you say that?" "Scott." At this moment, Qin finally came to his senses, and hurriedly walked in front of the two, frowning, staring at each other closely. "What exactly do you want to say?" Even in the face of Qin's questioning, Scott did not hide his thoughts at all, and said bluntly, "Mr. Chen Luo, I think you should also understand that our ideas are not the same. Although I am very grateful for everything you have done for the Academy and those children, we are two types of people after all. Our X-Men were created to fight for peace between humans and mutants, and Mr. Chen Luo, your actions are just to satisfy your own ambitions. Furthermore, in my opinion, killing one's own compatriots at will in order to satisfy one's selfish desires is not a wise approach. Even if you want to unify the Blood Clan forces in the world, you don't have to use such violent methods. The whole process can be done in a peaceful way. So whether it's the concept or the style of action, I can't see any similarities between you and us, and this is also the reason why I think you and Qin are not suitable." As soon as the words fell, before Chen Luo could speak, Qin on the side said with an ugly face, "Scott, I don't need you to remind me about this. What's more, I have the freedom to choose who I am, and I don't think you have the right to stand up and criticize. Besides, I don't think there is anything wrong with Qin's previous actions. Sometimes, killing may indeed be the most effective way to deal with it." Hearing this, a trace of shock subconsciously appeared on Scott's face, and he looked at her incredulously. "Qin, why do you think this way? Did you forget the professor's teaching?" At the moment, he definitely didn't understand that in the depths of Qin's heart, the sealed wild consciousness had begun to gradually recover, which also affected her character to a certain extent, which also affected her personality. As a result, compared with the past, she is a little different now. Faced with Scott's doubts, Chen didn't answer directly, but looked at him coldly and said word by word, "Scott, this is my own business. I think you just need to spend time with the children. Chen and I have a date to go, so I won't stay here with you." After saying this, without waiting for him to answer, Chen immediately took Chen Luo's right hand and walked quickly towards the amusement park ahead. Watching the backs of the two leaving, Scott stood there blankly, his face full of doubts and incomprehension. Recalling Chen's reaction just now, Scott felt an inexplicable pain in his heart, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of sourness in his heart. At this moment, he already understood that after passing by him just now with that action, from now on, he will never have the possibility of pursuing the other party again. Thinking of this, his figure suddenly became a little rickety, as if he had received a major blow, and he was extremely depressed. On the other side, after entering the amusement park, Chen Luo came to a secluded corner. Chen took a deep breath, turned around and looked at Chen Luo with regret, and said, "Chen, I'm sorry, maybe I shouldn't bring Scott here today." Chen Luo didn't care too much about this. He waved his hand casually, smiled and said, "Don't worry, I didn't take it to heart." Chen Luo was well aware of this. If it wasn't for his rash intrusion, Scott and Chen would have been together long ago, so he was very concerned about the hostility that Scott showed. Unexpectedly, Chen Luo also thought of the reason immediately. To be honest, if Scott didn't take the initiative to jump out, then Chen Luo might still be evasive towards Chen. But now that the other party has said so, Chen Luo is on the contrary. When I became interested, I didn't avoid Chen as before, but seemed to take the initiative a lot. The reason why Chen Luo did this was firstly because of the impact of Scott's words just now, and secondly because of Chen's reaction just now. To be honest, after seeing Chen take the initiative to stand up and defend when he was alone, Chen Luo's heart warmed, and he also had a deeper understanding of Chen's feelings for him. So this time, he no longer intends to evade, but rather let nature take its course. Because of the change in mentality, Chen Luo also quickly changed his attitude towards the date between the two this time, and became much more serious. Thinking of this, Chen Luo couldn't help grabbing the opponent's hand with a little more strength, looked straight into the opponent's eyes, and said softly, "Then next, it's time for the two of us." Hearing this, Chen's eyes lit up instantly, a smile appeared on his face again, and he nodded vigorously. Chapter 169, Part 1. The two wandered freely in the amusement park. Looking at the children playing freely in the amusement park, Chen couldn't help but stop, watching their playfulness quietly, with a gentle smile on her face. Seeing this, Chen Luo also stopped and stood beside her. Looking at the children not far away who were unscrupulously displaying their abilities in the amusement park, a trace of surprise flashed in their eyes. I saw that not far from the two of them, the little girl named Katie was playing hide and seek with her other little friends. When the little friend closed his eyes tightly and started counting down, Katie suddenly rushed towards the sealed small castle not far away, and at the moment when the two were about to touch, her body suddenly became illusory, and then quickly sank into it. It looks like a phantom that suddenly disappeared. This is... At this time, Chen, who was quietly watching the children playing, suddenly said, "That's Katie's mutant ability. She can turn her body into an illusion, so that she can pass through any obstacles." After a pause, the corners of Chen's mouth slowly drew a curve. "That's why we usually call her Shadowcat." Shadowcat, that title really suits her. Chen Luo's eyes subconsciously moved to the castle that the other party had just disappeared, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. No wonder he thought this ability was familiar before, so it turned out to be one of the members of the future X-Men? Chen Luo is also very interested in Shadowcat's ability. Although she can only travel through objects now, but when her ability becomes more proficient, she can even bring other people to travel through objects together. To some extent, this is simply an escape skill. Definitely this is not her strongest point, but Chen Luo clearly remembers that in the plot of reversing the future, Katie can even use her own ability to make other people's consciousness travel back to the past a few days ago. When she was in the Sentry Crisis, they relied on this ability to escape Sentry's pursuit several times. What's even more outrageous is that if she cast her own ability on people with super speed regeneration ability like Chen Luo or Wolverine, she can even bring their consciousness to the past decades, thus completely changing the direction of the future. So to a certain extent, waiting until Katie's ability is developed to the depths will have extremely strong strategic significance. Relying on this ability, even though it may not be as powerful as Eric or the Professor's ability 540 in terms of power and destructiveness, in Chen Luo's heart, her importance may even exceed the former. Seeing a talent with such superior potential, Chen Luo couldn't help being moved for a while. But the surprises these children brought him were more than that. Besides Shadowcat, on the other side, Chen Luo could also see the kid named John standing on the wide square with a full face of interest, playing a game of ballooning with his friend Bobby. I saw the two standing side by side and 10 meters in front of the two. Another child who looked a little taller, obviously a head taller than the two, was holding a full balloon in his hand and shouted at the two. John, Poppy, are you ready? I'm about to start. Don't worry, Pyatt. We're ready. We can start anytime. John responded loudly. After saying this, he turned his head quickly, looked at his friend beside him, with a confident smile on his face. Bobby, let's compare. This time, I will definitely win. Facing the friend's provocation, Bobby just smiled slightly, with bursts of coldness in his palm, and slowly said, that's not necessarily the case. John. The two looked at each other, their eyes full of belief in victory. They are all 11 or 12 years old. It is normal for children in this age group to like to be competitive, so even after seeing this scene, Chen has no intention of stepping forward to stop it. Instead, she watched it with interest. Stand up. While watching, she did not forget to explain to Chen Luo beside her. Chen, you have to be optimistic about it. Their abilities are the best among these children. When they grow up, they will definitely be able to become a qualified X-Men. Really? Then it is necessary to take a good look. Chen Luo became a little interested in what Chen said, and turned his head to look at it. Then I'm about to start. Get ready, 3, 2, 1, go. As the countdown ended, Pyatt suddenly let go of his hands, and then quickly released all the balloons in his hands. In the moment he just moved, at the same time, John and Bobby also started their performance in an instant. A fireball the size of a basketball file quickly condensed in John's hand, and then, with a wave of his hand, the fireball shot out quickly, hitting the balloon that was constantly floating towards the sky. Boom. After being hit by the fireball, the balloon exploded instantly, and the ribbons wrapped in it scattered in all directions. With the scattered flames, it was like a small firework suddenly appeared, which looked really beautiful. On the other side, Bobby also made a movement at the same time. The cold air gushed out of the palm of the hand quickly, and then condensed into an ice cone out of thin air. With a flick of the wrist, the ice cone in his hand burst out instantly piercing the balloon in the air, and bursting into pieces in the air. The two had a great time playing. Fireballs and ice cones kept flying in the sky. With their movements, the floating balloons in the sky disappeared and shattered. It took less than a minute. At the moment there are less than 10 or so balloons left in the sky. Definitely, when the two unscrupulously cast their abilities, because the ice cone does not quickly disappear into the invisible like a flame, but after the balloon is punctured, it will quickly fall towards the ground. Coincidentally, now Pyatt is standing in the lower position. Regarding the dozens of ice picks that were about to fall from the sky, Pyatt didn't panic in the slightest. In fact, he had already used his own weakness as early as the moment the two released their abilities. Under Chen Luo's amazed gaze, he saw the opponent's body rapidly transforming towards silvery white, and in the blink of an eye, he was covered with a coat of steel, greatly increasing his defense. When the ice picks fell one after another and hit him, it was as if they had hit a solid piece of iron. They shattered instantly, scattered into countless tiny ice crystals, and fell powerlessly to the ground. As for Pyatt himself, apart from a little ice slag remaining on the surface of his body, there is no harm at all. Pyatt's ability is to transform himself into a steel form. In this form, he can have the strongest strength in our academy. After testing, the current strength of Pyatt is about 10 tons. In the future, it is not ruled out. There is a possibility of continuing to rise. In addition to strength, in the form of steel, his defense is also indestructible. We have done some experiments on Pyatt's body. If we have not made a mistake in our calculations, his strength should only be between vibranium and adamantium. Under a metal. Because of his characteristics, Pyatt also has his own nickname. We usually call him Colossus. As for the abilities of John and Bobby, you have also seen that one of them can control flames, and the other can freeze water molecules in the air through their own abilities, thus condensing them into ice. Because of their abilities, so it also has its own foreign minister, Burning John, Poppy Iceman. Hearing Chen's introduction, Chen Luo realized that these were also 3 familiar faces: Colossus, Pyroman, and Iceman. With their mutant ability, there is no doubt that when they grow up, they must also be quite powerful. Even in Chen Luo's view, with their potential, it may not be impossible to grow into a 4th-level mutant in the future. Take John's control of flames as an example. Although it seems that he can only control the existing bead flames to form attacks and cannot create flames by himself like Poppy, but this does not mean that his ability will be weak to wear. You must know that in the natural world, there are many sources of flames, and the most intuitive and powerful huge amounts of is probably the surging magma in the Earth's crust. If John's ability can grow to a certain level, in Chen Luo's opinion, he might even be able to control the underground magma to start erupting to the surface, thus creating a natural disaster like a volcanic eruption. With such destructive power, I am afraid that a city can be destroyed in an instant. When John can really grow to this level, his ability can definitely be called the king level. Not to mention Bobby, according to Chen Luo's knowledge, his ability has been developed to the depths It can artificially create a terrifying ability of absolute zero. In theory, he can even freeze an entire planet in an instant. This kind of ability may not be enough to be summed up by 4-level mutants, and according to the official setting, Bobby has the potential of 5-level mutants. It can be said that the potential in the true sense is endless. Although the last Piot was relatively simple in terms of ability, if his ability can be developed to the extreme, then his defense and strength may be improved again. Chapter 169, Part 2. In the end, if he can really improve his exaggerated defense power comparable to that of Vibranium, coupled with his ability to compete with Hulk in a short period of time, he will be like a big killer on the battlefield. It is said that he has a king. The strength of the level is not too much. These 3 people plus Katie, besides Chen beside him, they are also the mutants with the highest potential that Chen Luo has seen in the past 2 years. Looking at these people, Chen Luo can't help feeling secretly about the professor's luck. These are all existences that can be called the pillars of the next generation. And it's not just them. After Chen's introduction, Chen Luo was even more surprised to find that although the potential of these other children is not as strong as Bobby and the others, they are also rare to see. Judging by his standards, each of these children may have the potential of a 3rd-level mutant. When they grow up, it can be expected that the strength of Xavier's school will definitely have a huge amount of improvement. Thinking of this, while Chen Luo lamented the professor's luck, he couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart. It would be fine to say that we can meet good seedlings with potential once or twice, but if this happens every time, then it is a bit abnormal. Looking at these children with full potential, Chen Luo has to doubt, when choosing in the process of students, these children may be finally determined after careful screening by the professor. Otherwise, if the other party is really willing to accept all mutant children, then it is impossible for these children to be non-existent, just like those 1st- and 2nd-level mutants with physical defects. Because of their appearance, which is very different from that of human beings, they are more rejected by human society than these mutant children who look like ordinary people. Thinking back carefully, Chen Luo also suddenly came to his senses. It seems that when he went to the academy, he had never seen a mutant child with a flawed appearance. Is Professor X still a member of the Appearance Association? Chen Luo couldn't help but flash such a thought in his mind. Although he had such speculations in his heart, Chen Luo did not open his mouth to express his doubts to Chen, but quietly listened to her proudly introducing these things that he had lived in the college since he was a child. The children couldn't help but smile on their faces. I can tell, Jean, you really like these kids. 11. Seeing her expression, Chen Luo nodded slightly, but then he changed the subject, held the other's right hand with a little more strength, looked at her without blinking, and chuckled. He opened his mouth and said, but I think you must have forgotten something. Now it's our date, so, are you sure you want to keep introducing your students to me? I think it's time for us to have some privacy. After passing through Chen Luo's body shape, Chen finally came to his senses, with an embarrassed smile on his face, and whispered, I'm really sorry. I think I might be a little too excited. And to be honest, I didn't have much dating experience before, so? Oh. Hearing this, Chen Luo's eyes flashed, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he said, since this is the case, then, it seems that I need to perform well. Otherwise, if you make your first date too boring, it will be my responsibility. Really? A bright smile slowly appeared on Chen's face. She stretched out her hand and gently took Chen Luo's arm, and said with a smile, Then it depends on your performance already, Mr. Chen Luo? The two looked at each other and smiled, and then, Chen Luo also immediately fulfilled his promise, taking each other to play every inch of this amusement park, and the various facilities of this amusement park. There were 2 figures left behind. Especially the various thrilling and exciting entertainment facilities. Chen Luo took the other party to experience it several times, and he didn't know what his purpose was. In addition to this point, even in a corner where no one could see, Chen Luo directly used magic to lift the 2 of them into the sky when he got excited, causing Chen to exclaim. Just when the 2 were immersed in this state, unconsciously, the sky gradually dimmed, and as the sun gradually set, this time's outing also gradually fell end. In a blink of an eye, it was time for them to leave. Chapter 170, Part 1. Under the reluctant eyes of the children, everyone gradually walked out of the amusement park, came to the front of the bus, and got on the bus one by one. In the end, only Chen Luo and Chen Luo were left standing in place. Chen, thank you. Today's date is really unforgettable for me. Chen stood in front of Chen Luo, with the bus behind him less than a few meters away. Although the day has come for them to return to the academy, it seems that Chen has no intention of leaving. Her eyes are shining with a different kind of light. She looks at Chen Luo, blinks her eyes, chuckles lightly, and says, So, won't you invite me to sit at your house tonight? Hearing this, Chen Luo's heart skipped a beat for a moment. How could he not understand the other party's implication? If it were normal, he would definitely not refuse this tempting proposal, but he has other things to do tonight. So no matter how regretful he was, he still had to refuse. I'm really sorry, Chen. I have some other things to deal with tonight. Please try another day. I'll pick you up then. Speaking of this, Chen Luo also gave Chen a regretful look. Is that so? After listening to Chen Luo's explanation, although Qin was a little bit reluctant, even though the manic consciousness in her mind kept urging her, she finally nodded in understanding and said, "Then I won't bother you. But if you have time, remember to come to the academy to find me." "Definitely." Afterwards, after the two said goodbye with some reluctance, Qin turned around and got on the bus. As the vehicle moved, Chen Luo's figure gradually disappeared from her field of vision. Finally, the consciousness whispering in her mind gradually faded away, and the impulse towards Chen Luo in her heart gradually returned to calm. After calming down again, recalling what she said to Chen Luo just now, a blush subconsciously appeared on Qin's face again. She couldn't figure out how she could send out such an invitation so easily. You must know that this is theirs. First date. If it were normal, she would never become so impulsive. But when she stood in front of Chen Luo, her calmness in the past completely lost its meaning. This state is absolutely abnormal. Although it is absolutely not like her usual self, but recalling the time she spent with Chen Luo today, Qin's eyes could not help but ripples appeared, and thoughts in her heart surged, but she just left for a while. Inexplicably, now she is suddenly want to see each other again. Is this what love is? Thinking of this, Qin's face became more and more dizzy. Qin. Just as she was thinking about this, suddenly, a familiar voice sounded beside her, pulling her back to reality in an instant. Looking back, when she saw the person coming, Qin's originally smiling face instantly regained calm. Her brows were slightly frowned. She looked straight at the person and said in a slightly indifferent voice, "Scott, what do you want from me?" Seeing Qin's unapproachable face, Scott's face became slightly stiff, and his heart became more and more bitter. After thinking about it all day, Scott finally realized how stupid what he did today. Even if he didn't want them to be together, he could have changed to another way, as directly as he is now. It is undoubtedly unwise to speak out in front of Qin. On the contrary, not only did his approach not play the role he expected, but it may also have contributed to the two getting together. To be honest, when he saw Qin holding Chen Luo's arm with a smile on his face, and the two walking side by side, he had never realized so clearly before that the distance between him and Qin had begun to grow. Far, but such a result is not what he wants to see at all. Realizing this, Scott immediately set out to make amends. "Qin, I'm sorry for what I said in front of you and Chen Luo today. Now that I think about it, I am indeed too assertive. As for who you should like, Qin, this is also your own freedom. I have no reason, and I don't have the position to say those words, so I apologize to you for my own recklessness. I hope you can forgive me." After realizing his mistakes, Scott's remedial measures were also very ingenious. He did not intend to continue to speak ill of Chen Luo in front of Qin. Instead, he sincerely apologized for everything he had done before and said that he would never to interfere in the other person's emotional life. Even if he doesn't want to admit it anymore, Scott has now realized that the possibility of Chen Luo and Qin getting together has increased infinitely. Continuing to impose obstacles will not only not have the effect of separating the two, but will also arouse Qin's passion. Dissatisfied, and thus further and further away from him. He definitely doesn't want to see such a result. He clearly knows that once the two get further and further apart, even if Qin breaks up with Chen Luo for some reason, as he expected, then he will never have any chance. But if the two of them still maintain the same relationship as before, then he has a glimmer of hope. After realizing this, Scott also showed no hesitation at all, and took decisive action in order to get Qin's understanding. Judging from his understanding of Qin, as long as he can take the initiative to apologize, then the possibility of the other party forgiving him is definitely very high. Regarding this point, Scott has sufficient confidence. Sure enough, after hearing Scott's sincere apology, Qin's complexion finally became a little better, her brows slightly relaxed, and she looked at the other party for a while. Then, next time, I hope I won't see such a scene again. Also, Chen is my boyfriend now. I hope that when he comes to me in the future, your attitude towards Chen should be better. Don't forget, the professor has already said that Chen he's the one who could be our ally. Even though he had expected it in his heart, after hearing Qin admit that they were already together, Scott couldn't help but become extremely sour in his heart, but he didn't show it, but nodded with a smile on his face, expressing that clear. Seeing Scott's reaction, after confirming that the other party would not continue to trouble Chen Luo, the manic mood in Qin's heart slowly returned to calm. Ever since I saw Scott speak ill of Chen Luo in front of her today, deep in Qin's heart at that time, the manic consciousness couldn't help becoming more violent, which also affected Qin's emotions to some extent, causing her to she even had a killing intent towards Scott. But fortunately, she was still rational at the time, so she didn't do anything. Until now, after she stepped into the bus and saw Scott again. Recalling that scene at the beginning, her mood suddenly became manic again. If Scott dared to say something about Chen in front of her Luo's bad words, then she might attack her friend without any hesitation. But fortunately, the other party is not that stupid. After hearing the other party's seemingly sincere apology, finally, As the manic killing intent in her heart gradually faded, Qin's rationality finally prevailed, and she regained her previous kind personality. It is precisely because of this that Qin chooses to forgive what the other party did before, and the relationship with Scott is restored again. But these are not things that Chen Luo can know now. After watching the other party gradually leave, it didn't take long before Chen Luo received the message. Now Eric has gathered his manpower, and there are Blade and Lucian who just arrived. At this moment, everyone is already waiting in the direction of the airport, ready to leave at any time. After receiving the news, Chen Luo didn't have any hesitation and immediately left for the airport. Not long after, when he came to his private airport and boarded the plane, he saw that everyone had already gathered at this moment. Magneto, Eric's side, Mystique, Raven, Victor, Sabretooth, Toad, and Nightwalker. Apart from the first two, this is the first time Chen Luo has seen the remaining two. Toad, as the name suggests, his ability is also very simple. That is, he can stick out his tongue to attack like Toad. Coupled with his super jumping ability, his combat effectiveness is not bad. Nightwalker, with super speed that moves at supersonic speed, definitely does not reach the level of Quicksilver, but besides super speed, she has another ability that makes Chen Luo interested, that is, she has the ability to sense the energy level of other mutants. As long as she is close to a certain range, she can use this ability to sense the location and corresponding level of nearby mutants. It can be described as a pretty good auxiliary ability. As long as there is this ability, then she can judge how many mutants will exist in the Hellfire headquarters they are about to go to, so as to formulate corresponding strategies. And apart from this point, she can also confirm that at the moment is in the Hellfire headquarters, besides the Black Emperor who is still guarding the headquarters, whether the Queen has also returned to at the moment. It can be said that with the existence of Nightwalker, they are undoubtedly more confident about the next battle. In addition to these few people, the other is Blade and Lucian under Chen Luo's command. Don't think they are inferior to the former in terms of numbers, but in terms of actual combat ability, I'm afraid the four of them combined are no match for Blade and the others. In this regard, Chen Luo has absolute confidence. *72 Chun, you are finally here. Chapter 170, Part 2. Sitting in the driver's seat at the moment, Raven, who was in charge of driving the flight, turned his head and looked at Chen Luo with a bright smile on his face. Sorry for keeping everyone waiting. Chen Luo strode to Blade and sat down next to them, and turned his head to look at the two whom he hadn't seen for 2 years. When he saw the changes in the two of them, Chen Luo couldn't help being a little surprised. In the past 2 years, they have not been idle either. After fighting in Baixiong Kingdom and the other 11 clans, the temperament of the two of them has become much sharper to the naked eye, as if they had just been unsheathed. It looks like a long knife, and it's aggressive. It makes people dare not look directly at it. But looking at the auras of the two, Chen Luo could feel that in the past 2 years, they must have made great progress, a big step forward on the road to become the king. That's right, in Chen Luo's eyes, there is no doubt that Blade and Lucian also have the possibility of becoming kings. As the rare Daywalker in hundreds of years, and the first werewolf in the history of the werewolf race who can freely master the transformation from human to werewolf, the abilities of the two are definitely well-deserved top level. But due to the limitations of their own race, this had also led to their upper limit not being as exaggerated as mutant. 0 Without the existence of Chen Luo, I am afraid that the highest point they can reach is only about the strength of an ordinary third-level mutant. But now with Chen Luo's move, after transforming the two into the Source Blood clan, the potential of the two has also been improved by huge amounts thanks to the powerful ability from the Source Blood clan. The two are awakening separately. Their own Blood Ghost art is like mutant's ability, and the awakening of Blood Ghost art gives them the capital to compete and even surpass mutant. The powerful Blood Ghost technique is even comparable to Wolverine's self-healing ability, and the fighting skills of the two have been tempered, which also made the two of them below the king level. It can be called overwhelming strength. And this is not their endpoint yet. Chen Luo believes that as long as they keep progressing at this speed, their strengths will be boosted again in a few years. A dramatic improvement officially set foot on the king's level. And not only them, Chen Luo also has sufficient confidence in Serena and the others' abilities. I believe that in a few years, they will also be able to successfully go one step further and become king-level existence. By that time, there will be more than a few kings sitting in the Chen Luo family, then he will officially replace Hellfire's position in the Dark World and become the leader of the Dark World. Undoubtedly the strongest lesson. Thinking of such a scene, Chen Luo couldn't help feeling turmoil in his heart. Afterwards, when Chen Luo asked the two about their recent situation in the past 2 years, flight also took off slowly under Raven's control, taking advantage of the darkness, and flew towards the city that never sleeps. A few hours later, as the plane slowly landed from the airport, and as the cabin door opened, everyone cheered up, including Eric. Their faces became unprecedentedly serious. Obviously, no one cares about the next battle. Let's go. Regarding this, Chen Luo didn't say much, waved his hand, and immediately led the crowd towards the destination. Following the direction pointed by Asirs was Memory, It only took them less than an hour to reach the gate of Hellfire Base Camp. Standing in front of this luxurious club with the Hellfire logo, Chen Luo stopped, turned around and looked at the crowd, and said softly, "We're here." Hearing this, everyone raised their heads subconsciously. When they saw the luxurious club next to them, they all showed surprise on their faces. They never expected Hellfire actually blatantly opened its base camp in such a prosperous area, which was in stark contrast to the wilderness they had originally thought. Eric also looked at Chen Luo with some surprise and said, "Chen, are you sure Xiao is here?" Chen Luo didn't answer directly, but turned to look at the night girl beside him, smiled and said, "Whether the other party is here, let her come and see if you know." Hearing this, everyone's eyes fell on Nightwalker, their eyes full of searching, waiting for her answer. Chapter 171, Part 1. Facing the gazes of Chen Luo and the others, Nightwalker showed a bit of embarrassment on her face. "Everyone, although my ability can sense the existence of other mutants, it still has a certain sensing range. My ability can only work within 10 meters of me." After a pause, she continued to speak with some hesitation, "So judging from where we are now, I can't sense the internal situation. Although she still has the ability to move at super speed, this is the headquarters of Hellfire after all. If she is allowed to rush in like this, she still feels a little uneasy. After all, according to what Chen Luo said, there is now the Black Emperor, the 4 super mutants sits in town. If she runs into her, she will be in danger. So even if it is for her own safety, before coming here, Nightwalker made a silent decision in her heart that she only needs to be an assistant for this trip. As for the matter of rushing into the battle, it is better to leave it to other people to deal with." Fortunately, Eric has long been familiar with the ability of the Night Girl, so he was not too surprised. After thinking about it, he pointed to the entrance of the club not far away, and looked at her calmly. "Don't worry, you don't want me to do other things. Did you see the 2 guards at the door? You just need to use your ability to perceive whether they are mutant. If their identities can be confirmed, it will be enough to prove that we did not find the wrong place this time. Leave the rest to us to deal with." This request did not exceed the scope of the ability of the Night Walker. After hearing Eric's request, she immediately regained her confidence and nodded heavily. "No problem, then leave it to me." As soon as the words fell, 2, 3, 3, saw her feet move, and with the activation of the ability, the figure disappeared in place in an instant. In the state of super speed movement, the speed of the Night Girl at this moment has reached about double the speed of sound, and the distance of hundreds of meters is only a matter of a second for her, not to mention that they are now only a few meters away from the Hellfire Club. It was about 20 meters away. Therefore, it was only a blink of an eye. When everyone came back to their senses, she had already appeared in front of them again. Perception has arrived. They are indeed mutants. As soon as he stopped, Yixingen immediately told what he had perceived when he was approaching the gate of the club just now. "According to my perception, the 2 guards at the gate are of the 3rd level mutant level, but apart from the 2 of them, there is no other reaction." It's no wonder, after all, she just walked around the gate of the club and didn't go in. In addition, her perception range is limited, so it's not surprising that she can only perceive the 2 mutants at the gate. It seems that this is the right place. Hearing the words of the Night Walker, Eric nodded. His face could not help showing a wave of fluctuation, but soon, he regained his calm. After thinking about it, Eric turned his head to look at Chen Luo and offered his suggestion. "Chen, for the next action, I want to let Raven go in and take a look. With her ability, she should be able to successfully detect the internal situation. I think we'll just wait here now, wait until Raven comes out, and then decide on the next plan." The reason why Eric did this is because of his own considerations. Since he is very sure that this is the base camp of Hellfire, and Xiao is also likely to be here, then Eric definitely does not want to cause the other party to be alert in advance because of his recklessness, so he chooses to limit. So after thinking about it carefully, he wants to let Raven go in to investigate first, and it is best to mark the location where Xiao is, so that when they start to act, he can rush to the other side as quickly as possible to prevent he escapes. But doing so is not without its drawbacks. Although Raven's ability is very suitable for camouflage, it also has the possibility of being discovered by the other party. If she is discovered by the other party, then with her 3rd level mutant strength, it may be difficult to escape from it. Regarding this point, after hearing Eric's plan, Chen Luo also thought of it immediately. To be honest, apart from putting Raven in danger, this plan is indeed a relatively safe method. If you want to prevent Xiao from alerting in advance and choosing to escape, then only by surprise like this may you be able to successfully surround the opponent here. Regarding Xiao's possible escape, not only Eric, but also Chen Luo after taking over the task issued by the system is absolutely unacceptable. So for Eric's proposal, Chen Luo has no intention of rejecting it. It's just that on the basis of this proposal, he also plans to add something else. Facing Eric's gaze, Chen Luo nodded slowly. "I have no objection to this action, but I still have a problem to be solved here." Speaking of this, Chen Luo turned his head, looked at Raven at the side, and then expressed his thoughts. "I think we can't let Raven go alone for this operation. After all, this is the base camp of Hellfire. With Raven's strength, it must be extremely risky to break into here alone. So my thinking is, it would be nice to have someone else go in with her. After saying these words, Chen Luo's gaze slowly shifted to Eric, who was on the side. A curve was drawn at the corner of his mouth, and there was an inexplicable smile on his face, which made Eric's heart skip a beat. And to keep Raven from getting hurt, I think only Eric and I have the confidence here. So I'm counting on you from now on. Eric, please keep Raven safe. Hearing what Chen Luo said, everyone subconsciously looked at each other, their eyes full of doubts. Chen. At this time, Eric spoke again. Looking at Chen Luo, he also had some helplessness on his face. If I can get in so easily, then I don't need Ruixian go check it out? Or, don't you think they don't know my face? As an old opponent who has fought against Hellfire for decades, Eric will never believe that when he and Raven swaggered to the gate of Hellfire, the other party would not recognize him. I am afraid that they have not waited for them to enter. Xiao will already receive the news that they came here, and such a result is obviously not what he wants to see. Originally, when Eric heard Chen Luo speak, he still had some expectations in his heart, thinking that the other party could offer some good solutions. But now it seems, Eric couldn't help showing a little disappointment in his heart. Regarding Eric's concerns, Chen Luo's face was as calm as ever. Obviously, he already had a corresponding solution in his heart. I definitely won't just let you go with Raven. Chen Luo looked at Eric seriously and slowly expressed his thoughts. What if I say that I can give you, Eric, the same ability as Raven? In this case, you should be sure to go in with Raven, right? What? Hearing this, Eric's face was full of disbelief. His brows were subconsciously frowned, and he looked straight at Chen Luo, his eyes still unable to hide his horror. Chen, do you know what you are talking about? How is such a thing possible? Not only him, after hearing what Chen Luo said, everyone around him also looked at him in disbelief, their faces full of shock. Definitely, there is one exception. Among the crowd, Blade, who had experienced the blood cup ability once before, immediately reacted, understood Chen Luo's thoughts. A flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, and at the same time, he was more and more looking forward to the next action tonight. Facing Eric's doubts, Chen Luo's face was as calm as ever, and he continued to speak unhurriedly. Eric, do you think it is necessary for me to lie to you? However, let me explain in advance that although I have a way to allow you to have the same ability as Raven, this ability is temporary and lasts for about half an hour. So once you successfully enter, you must make a quick decision as soon as possible. Find where Xiao is. At that time, you only need to send out a signal, and we will go in and help you. I believe that with my help, the first person will definitely be kept here by us. In Chen Luo's mind, if only Raven goes in alone, if the opponent is alerted in advance and wants to retreat in advance, then with Raven's power, even if he wants to stop him, he will be powerless. So it is necessary to come alone at this time, being able to entangle the opponent, thus giving time for the outsiders to attack. Among them, besides Chen Luo, the only one who has the ability to do this is Eric. Therefore, after Chen Luo told the other party his worries, Eric's face immediately turned serious. He nodded without any hesitation and said decisively, okay. If Chen Luo really has a way to let me go in together, then I have no problem. To be honest, after possessing Mystique's ability, it is the safest choice for Eric to go alone, which can effectively avoid the possibility of Raven being in danger. As for Eric, with his strength, even if people find him if there is anything wrong, he will not have any problems in a short time. The reason why Chen Luo didn't choose to do that is very simple. Even if Eric can have Raven's ability, this is his first contact with shape-shifting ability after all, and there must be a huge gap between him and Mystique in terms of imitation. Chapter 171, Part 2. Generally speaking, Chen Luo is worried that the other party's acting skills are not good enough. If he hasn't entered the gate yet, if the guards see the clues, then this operation will not only be declared a failure, but it will even startle the snake. In view of this, Chen Luo positions Eric as a bodyguard, and how to get involved depends on Raven's performance. After all, this is her old profession, and there will be no problem if she thinks about it. So, after both Eric and Raven had no objections, Chen Luo first dismissed the others and took them to a secluded corner, and then turned the palm of his hand and the blood cup reappeared in his hand. This is... Looking at the blood cup in Chen Luo's hand, Eric had some guesses in his heart and looked at Chen Luo uncertainly. Facing the curious eyes of the two, Chen Luo nodded lightly and said with a smile, you guessed right, the reason why I am sure that you can have Raven's ability, Eric, is also because of it. Then Chen Luo introduced the function of the blood cup to the two in a brief tone. Definitely, this is only limited to the first type of ability. As for the others, Chen Luo didn't say much. But even so, after the two of them learned that the blood cup can allow people to possess other people's abilities for a short time, they still couldn't hide their surprise on their faces. It's unbelievable. There are such miraculous things in this world. Looking at the blood cup in Chen Luo's hand without blinking, Raven subconsciously opened his eyes wide, and then looked at Chen Luo with amazement in his eyes. Eric didn't speak directly, but at the same time, He was also inexplicably shocked in his heart, and there was a trace of complexity in his eyes looking at Chen Luo. With his vision, how could he fail to see the terrifying aspect of the artifact in Chen Luo's hands? It is no exaggeration to say that relying on this artifact alone, Chen Luo already has the possibility to replace Hellfire and become the well-deserved overlord force in the Dark World. Think about it, if Chen Luo distributes his own blood to other people under his command, then through the effect of the blood cup, after inheriting Chen Luo's ability, his subordinates may also have Chen Luo's power. In this way, I am afraid that a large number of king-level combat forces can be created in a short period of time. Such a force, let alone a Hellfire, may even be added to all the forces of the Dark World. I am afraid that they are not opponents together. Thinking of such a scene, Eric secretly sighed in his heart, and at the same time, he couldn't help but raise the importance of Chen Luo to another level. After seeing Chen Luo 4.5 take out the artifact of the Blood Cup, Eric has realized that by the end of today's battle, there is no doubt that Chen Luo will also inherit Hell. The status of fire in the Dark World has become the most well-deserved strongest, and it can be expected that such a status will inevitably last for a long time. But this is not a bad thing for him. After all, they are all allies now. With Chen Luo's power to deter them, when they accept and collect mutants from all over the world, the other party will give them a treat if they want to. To save face, it will not be too embarrassing, which is obviously of great help to his plan to save his compatriots. Thinking of this, Eric made a silent decision in his heart. He must continue to maintain a good relationship with Chen Luo in the future, and it is best to keep them tied together. However, in order to maintain the relationship between them, it is obviously not enough to exchange some common benefits, and perhaps another Shirkong insurance is needed. At this point, Eric's eyes subconsciously glanced at Raven at the side, and he had an idea in his heart. But after all, this is all for the future. After Chen Luo took out the blood cup, he immediately started to move. I saw that she took some blood from Raven's body and then put it into the blood cup. With a thought, soon, the transformed blood came out of the oven. Seeing this, Eric, who had known the specific steps a long time ago, did not hesitate and immediately took the transformed blood and drank it all in one gulp. As the blood entered the body, within a few seconds, Eric, who had been tense all the time, suddenly felt as if some kind of change had begun to take place in his body. Following this deep feeling, Eric subconsciously moved. Chapter 172, Part 1. Then, under Raven's surprised gaze, Eric's body instantly began to be covered with a layer of dark blue ripples, just like Raven's state during shapeshifting. When the ripples disappeared, it was another Chen Luo who appeared in front of the two of them at this moment. Although he had expected it in his heart, after seeing that Eric really succeeded in shapeshifting as Chen Luo said, Raven still couldn't hide the shock on his face and subconsciously exclaimed, "I can't believe it, you actually succeeded." Up. Hearing Raven's voice, Eric finally came back to his senses and subconsciously looked at his hands that were no longer old at the moment, as well as the clothes on his body that were exactly the same as Chen Luo's, and the face that was exactly the same as Chen Luo suddenly appeared visible to the naked eye. Surprise. Turning his head subconsciously, looking at Chen Luo, the real master, Eric still had a bit of trance on his face, as if he still hadn't realized it. This is Raven's ability? It's amazing. Looking at Eric with a surprised face, Chen Luo, who had expected it for a long time, was not surprised at all. He waved his hand with a smile and looked at the other party. Okay, since it has been successful, then let's not delay. After all, this ability lasts, the time is limited. It is better to start acting as soon as possible. Hearing this, Eric also understood that the most important thing at the moment is to successfully sneak into the Hellfire Club. So he quickly suppressed the shock in his heart and nodded slightly. In this case, let's start to act. Then he looked at Raven and gestured with his eyes, as if asking what to do next. After all, Eric didn't have any experience in sneaking before. Even though he has the same ability as Raven now, he is still a novice in this area. So he didn't intend to intervene in this operation, but decided to follow Raven's train of thought. Raven was also unceremonious about this. As a master figure with rich experience in lurking, she obviously had an idea in her heart for this action. If I remember correctly, Chen seems to have said that Angel and White Queen and Hellfire are not here now because they have to perform other tasks, right? As he said that, 19 Raven subconsciously threw his gaze towards Chen Rong. That's right. Judging by the time, they should still be in Africa now, and they shouldn't be able to come back in a short time. Now, if the other party left, it would only be a few days. Thinking about it, such a short time should not be enough for them to return from Africa. After all, Chen Luo knew very well what kind of existence they had to face. It's fine if it's just a simple search for information, but if they accidentally meet the ancestor of the mutant and just wake up, then they probably won't even have the chance to come back. After all, what they have to face is that there are only a few in this world whose strength has surpassed the level of kings. Even Chen Luo dare not say that he has the certainty of winning the 5th level mutant, the legendary Tyrant Apocalypse. In the face of such an existence, only a mutant with teleportation ability like the Red Devil might be able to escape successfully, but a combination like Angel and Emma, even according to the memory obtained by Chen Luo, the other party also has a Psylocke together with mutant, there is absolutely no way to compete with it. But these are not what Chen Luo is concerned about now. After answering Raven's question, he is already clear about Raven's choice. As expected, after hearing Chen Luo's answer, Raven's next choice became obvious. She turned her head to look at Eric and slowly expressed her thoughts. Eric, next we will become Angel and Emma. I think Emma's status in Hellfire should allow us to come to Bung smoothly. Eric agrees with her analysis very much. After all, as one of the two kings of Hellfire, the White Queen's status here is also conceivable. If you can change into Emma's appearance, it will definitely not be difficult to meet Xiao. However, just as he was about to nod his head and agree to come down, suddenly, he seemed to remember something, finally reacted, turned his head a little stiffly, and looked at Chen Luo with an unprecedentedly ugly expression. Staring at Chen Luo, he gritted his teeth and said every word, "Damn it, Chen. Now I know why it wasn't you who came in with Raven." After Raven's analysis, Eric suddenly realized that if he wanted to sneak in with Raven, wouldn't he have to become a woman? To be honest, gender transformation will not be an obstacle for Raven, who has used this ability for decades, but for Eric, who has been a man all his life, when he thinks that he will switch his gender next, but it was completely beyond his acceptable range. Definitely, Chen Luo can understand Eric's thinking very well. After all, it was because he considered this level before that he gave Eric the chance to win Zhao's first kill, although he didn't think that the other party was really serious. It can be done. No, I don't accept such a plan of action. After understanding what he was going to encounter next, Eric's reaction was unprecedentedly fierce. He turned with a livid face and proposed another plan without any hesitation. I think we might as well launch an attack directly. As long as we break in as fast as possible, there is absolutely no possibility of reacting. At that time, we will be able to catch each other. Regarding Eric's statement, Chen Luo was non-committal and shrugged helplessly, but what he said next made Eric's expression change instantly. Definitely, I admit that this possibility does exist, and the possibility is not yet. But what if? If the other party really takes precautions and retreats early, it will not be so easy to find him next time. Are you willing to bear such consequences? Eric. Hearing Chen Luo's words, Eric became silent instantly, although he didn't want to admit it. But in the end, he found helplessly that what Chen Luo said might indeed exist. If it was really because of his rash attack that the other party was alerted and left early, then it might be difficult for him to find the other party's trace next time. What's more, with the death of the Red Devil and the departure of Emma Angel, now is a good opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Hellfire. If he misses this opportunity because of this, he will probably regret it. Thinking of Xiao, who was close at hand, the constant fire of vengeance in his heart not only did not make him lose his mind, but instead allowed him to regain his composure. After carefully weighing the pros and cons of this operation, Eric finally made a decision. Slowly raising his head, Eric looked at Chen Luo with eyes that wanted to breathe fire. If his eyes could kill dead man, Chen Luo would have been stabbed full of holes by now. Although he had reacted to Chen Luo's conspiracy, it was too late for him to stop now, and he wanted to repent, but when he thought of the consequences, he couldn't bear it at all. So after much deliberation, he finally nodded in agreement helplessly. I get it. Just do what you say, Raven. After finishing this sentence, Eric changed the subject, stared at Chen Luo firmly, and spoke again with a gloomy face. But only the three of us know about this matter. If you let me know who leaked this matter, you should know the consequences. Hearing this, Chen Luo and Raven looked at each other involuntarily, forcibly calmed down the smile in their eyes, nodded heavily, and looked at each other seriously. No problem. Eric, you know, I've always been a tight-lipped man. I will keep this secret for the rest of my life. No, I will definitely keep it for you. Raven on the side also suppressed a smile, nodded repeatedly, and agreed without thinking. Then, after watching the two leave, Chen Luo walked out of the corner and returned to the crowd again. When everyone saw that Chen Luo was the only person who came, they subconsciously showed surprise on their faces, but before they could ask any more questions, Chen Luo seemed to have known it a long time ago, and immediately opened his mouth to explain. Don't worry everyone, Raven and Eric are already on their way, and we just need to wait patiently. Just wait for Eric's signal, then it's time for us to act. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Even though they still had doubts in their hearts, they didn't say much, and nodded in agreement. Then, while Chen Luo and the others were waiting, on the other side, Raven and Eric also started their actions one after another. After using the ability to transform into Emma and Angel, the two walked directly towards the gate of the club without any intention of hiding their tracks. And their actions quickly attracted the attention of the guards at the entrance of the club. When they saw the person coming, they subconsciously lifted their spirits and did not dare to neglect them. They quickly opened the door without even asking a word. The two were welcomed in. Seeing the reaction of the two, Raven didn't stop at all, with a calm face, and walked straight towards the gate with Eric beside him. It wasn't until after their backs gradually disappeared that they closed the door again and returned to their previous serious faces. But these have nothing to do with Raven and the others. Passed the first hurdle very smoothly. Chapter 172, Part 2. After officially entering the base camp of Hellfire Club, Raven also displayed her superb acting ability honed over decades, coping with everyone she met along the way with ease. Less than 3 minutes after she appeared at the club, the news about Emma's return reached Zhao's ears smoothly. "Did you come back so soon?" After hearing the news brought by the torrent, Zhao couldn't help but a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. There was a look of interest in his eyes. He turned his head. Zhao looked at his right-hand man beside him and said calmly, "The rapids? Then trouble you to go down and pick up Emma and the others. I would like to hear about the legendary ancestor of mutant. Have they got any news?" "I see, boss." Lei Lu nodded, then turned around neatly and walked out of the room quickly. After the rapids left, Zhao was the only one left in this luxurious and spacious living room at this moment. He was sitting very quietly on the large sofa, as if thinking of something, with inexplicable doubts in his eyes. According to the time, it has been nearly 4 days since Asir's left. With his ability, 023 should be able to gain something now, but he hasn't heard from him until now. Could it be that something unexpected happened to him? It has been about 4 days since Asir was sent by Zhao to search for Chen Luo's base camp. Based on Zhao's understanding of himself as a competent general, the other party should not have found nothing. But until now, he has not received any news from the other party. This can't help but make some bad associations in his heart. But soon, he put the anxiety in his heart behind him. He subconsciously shook his head and laughed. Maybe I'm thinking too much. With Asir's ability, there shouldn't be any problems. Wait another 2 days. Maybe he will bring good news then. By then, Eric, it's time for us to end this feud. Speaking of this, a trace of emotion appeared on Zhao's face subconsciously. Although he had already decided to do something to Eric, he also regretted Eric's ability. After all, it is a powerful ability that can be at the same level as him. In Zhao's view, if Eric can continue to develop this ability, then the future development potential is absolutely much more terrifying. Even if he could surpass himself in the end, he would not be surprised at all. But it is a pity that now he will no longer give the other party a chance to continue to develop. In fact, since the other party decided to unite with that lowly vampire, in his from the bottom of my heart, I no longer regard Eric as my compatriot. Shaking his head, he didn't think about it anymore. After getting the news that Emma had returned, he now focused on the two who came back. The reason why he chose to send Emma to investigate the information of Apocalypse was obviously also very interested in this mutant ancestor. Now that the two have returned, they have already found certain clues. When he thinks that he will soon be able to obtain information about Apocalypse, Zhao's heart is also can't help but start to look forward to it. I don't know. What kind of existence will the legendary ancestor of mutant be? Thinking of this, Zhao couldn't help sighing with emotion. And at the same time as he was feeling emotional, on the other side, as the door opened again, a figure of rapids slowly entered from the door, and behind him were two familiar figures. Seeing the two behind the rapids, Zhao showed a smile on his face. "Emma, you are finally back." However, before he finished speaking, the moment he saw Zhao, beside Emma, Angel, who had been silent until now, suddenly moved. Chapter 173, Part 1. "Zhao, we finally meet again." Raising his head, beside AI Raven, Eric stared closely at Zhao, who was not far away, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a sneer appeared on his face. Hearing this, Zhao, who was originally smiling, suddenly changed his face. His brows were furrowed, his thoughts turned, and he immediately reacted. "You're not Angel. Who the hell are you?" Did you know now?" "It's too late." Eric snorted coldly, and then quickly began to change his form and return to his original state under the shocked eyes of Zhao and Rui Lu. Seeing that the angel in front of him suddenly changed into Eric's appearance, even with Zhao's usual calmness, he couldn't help but froze and subconsciously opened his eyes wide. "Eric, how could it be you?" He never thought that the angel in front of him would be transformed by Eric, but isn't his ability to manipulate metal? How could this ability like Mystique appear? Could it be that he awakened the second ability? Thinking of this, a look of excitement suddenly broke out on Xiao Qiao's face. Seeing the changes in Eric, Xiao suddenly became very interested in why he awakened the second ability. Now he has changed his original plan in his heart. What he thinks in his heart now is that if he can capture him alive, he will be more careful. Study the secrets of the other party. Maybe you can also successfully master the second, or even more awakening method of awakening. At that time, if he can really successfully master this method and apply it to himself and other people under his command, then Hellfire's strength will definitely be greatly improved. By then, mutant may dominate the world. The era is really coming. Looking straight at the other party, thinking of the beautiful scene in the future, Xiao couldn't help showing a sincere smile on his face, and subconsciously revealed 10 traces of it when he looked at the other party's eyes. Eric, it seems that I haven't seen you in these years, but you have changed a lot. How about it? Are you interested in telling me how you got this ability? After a pause, the corners of Zhao's mouth slightly raised a slight arc. His face was full of confidence that everything was under control. If you can explain everything clearly, maybe I will consider letting you go. Let me go? Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Eric's eyes. He subconsciously narrowed his eyes, and then raised his hands lightly. Following Eric's movements, the next moment, there was a slight trembling sound in the spacious living room. Immediately afterwards, the long sword placed on the wall, all kinds of tableware, knives and forks placed in the kitchen next to it, various iron utensils in the living room, and even countless steel bars cut through the surrounding walls, tightening the dragon towards Eric. I haven't seen you for so many years, but you are as confident as ever, Xiao. Looking firmly in Zhao's direction, Eric's eyes did not hide his anger. His heart was full of murderous intent, with a cold and cruel smile on his face. Then let me see. What else do you have now? Are you qualified to say such a thing? As soon as the words fell, the next moment, Eric had a thought, and the countless iron utensils surrounding him instantly turned into a torrent of steel, dripping quickly towards Zhao's direction. Seeing the powerful blow that was coming towards him, Zhao's face was calm, and he had no intention of dodging at all. He raised his feet unhurriedly and walked slowly forward. Following his movements, Eric's attacks arrived as expected, and all of them bombarded him in just a split second. However, when this torrent of steel with a huge impact finally fell on Zhao's body, Zhao's mutant ability was activated immediately at the moment the two came into contact. Under the action of the ability of energy conversion, all the kinetic energy carried in this attack was absorbed by Xiao. With the disappearance of the kinetic energy, the torrent of steel seemed to have lost its forward momentum in an instant and stopped instantly. Without the support of power, Eric reacted quickly when these iron products were about to fall to the ground one after another. As ability enveloped them again, the next moment, a brand new torrent of steel was formed again. This time, Eric did not attack directly, but controlled the torrent in front of him to surround the opponent, as if trying to trap him. However, such restraint is simply dispensable to Xiao. After absorbing the previous kinetic energy, following the transformation of Zhao's thoughts, in an instant, the kinetic energy contained in him was transformed into an unrivaled, terrifying force. Then, looking at the torrent of steel in front of him, Xiao slowly raised his hands. Just a slight push, and immediately, huge amounts of power poured out instantly. Under this terrifying force of dozens of tons, the torrent in front of him had no resistance at all, and a huge amounts of power appeared instantly. The gap is large enough for one person to enter and exit. Stepping out of the gap in an unhurried manner, even if the torrent of steel around him still stepped forward to block him, as soon as it touched his body, he seemed to be frozen in place, unable to advance an inch. However, this is something that can be expected. After all, Eric's attack is nothing more than manipulating metal hair slaves to launch an attack. If such an attack method has some effects on other people, but for Xiao who has the energy conversion ability, this approach is simply to increase energy for yourself. Definitely, Zhao's energy absorption also has an upper limit. If the energy infused into him at one time exceeds the limit that he can bear, then his end will definitely not be easy. But obviously, Eric does not have such ability. This is also caused by his ability limitations. Judging from his current development of his own ability, it is obvious that he uses external metals to attack. This method is definitely more than enough to deal with other people. But for Xiao, it can't affect him at all. No matter in the face of any form of energy attack, it cannot cause harm to him. Whether it is kinetic energy, thermal energy, or even wind energy that is ubiquitous in nature, it can be transformed and utilized by him, or used to improve his own physical fitness, or converted into other forms of energy and released from the body, causing a blow to others. To a certain extent, Zhao's ability is equivalent to a black hole of energy absorbing. As long as it does not reach the limit of his own endurance, any form of energy attack cannot cause damage to him. Just like Eric's attack, in essence, this method of using metal to launch an attack is actually a form of kinetic energy utilization. However, when this kinetic energy is fully absorbed, these metals lose their lethality. Undoubtedly, for Eric, when Zhao's ability meets him, it can be called Tianke. Relying on the kinetic energy absorbed from the steel around him, it will be transformed into an unrivaled force under his own control. In the face of such overwhelming force, Eric's means can't restrain him at all, and he walked slowly. Moving his feet, he walked towards Eric's direction step by step. Seeing this scene, Eric's face also became a little ugly, but after all, the two have been fighting openly and secretly for decades, and he is naturally aware of Zhao's methods, so he didn't mess up. With a thought, I saw that the torrent of steel that had gathered together instantly dispersed, forming countless tiny fragments, and then dispersed beside Xiao. Whoosh! The next moment, several small pieces made of steel with extremely sharp edges cut through the air in an instant, came to Xiao in an instant, and stabbed violently at his chest. However, this is of no use. The moment these fragments touched his body, the kinetic energy attached to them was completely absorbed by Xiao, and without the blessing of kinetic energy, these fragments also settled in place one after another, and then fell towards the ground one after another. At the same time, in front of Eric, countless fragments quickly began to gather, and then formed a thick wall about 2 meters high, blocking Zhao's only way. This time, he didn't use this solid iron wall to attack, but exerted the greatest strength to make it stand in place, motionless, thus resisting the opponent's progress. The reason why he used those fragments to attack just now, although the kinetic energy contained in them was also absorbed, but because the weight of these fragments is too light, the kinetic energy carried in them is also not much. Even if they are absorbed, Xiao can do nothing. The improvement obtained is not great. And if there is not enough energy for him to absorb and use, then it will be difficult for him to display the terrifying power just now. Without the blessing of strength, it would be very difficult for him to break through the solid iron wall in front of him. Obviously, for Zhao's mutant ability, he had already thought of a corresponding containment method and immediately put it into practice. And everything that happened afterwards was exactly as he expected. Without the kinetic energy support provided by Eric when Eric did not take the initiative to attack, Shang's Li Huang also instantly returned to its original level. Chapter 173, Part 2. Although after decades of strengthening, his strength has improved to a certain extent, and he also has a huge force of about several tons under normal conditions, but it is still not enough to shake the wall Eric placed in front of him. In addition to using the wall for defense, Eric did not stop his movements, and the small fragments scattered around were constantly attacking Zhao's direction. Definitely, in order to prevent the opponent from absorbing too much kinetic energy at one time, these attacks are carried out in batches, and the attack parts are also varied, including the eyes, ears, limbs, and the 3 inches below the dantian. Some shuddered. Faced with Eric's sudden change of tactics, Xiao was a little flustered to deal with it for a while, and subconsciously roared angrily. Ignoring the other party's roar, Eric tried his best to control the other party's actions, and said loudly without turning his head, "Raven, get out of here quickly. Then find a safe place to hide. The next battle here is beyond your participation, it's done." Hearing this, Raven also immediately came back to his senses, nodded, and then immediately planned to turn around and leave. "Damn it, Torrent, leave them all to me. Today, none of them will leave." At this moment, suddenly, a roar of huge amounts of suddenly sounded from the front. Hearing this sound, the corner of Lei Lu, who was standing quietly at the side, twitched slightly, with a smile on his face. "Boss, leave it to me." While speaking, Jiliu flipped his palms and then, in the palms of his hands, 2 white air streams visible to the naked eye quickly emerged, condensed and changed, and finally formed 2 small whirlwinds. "Leave them all to me." The next moment, Jiliu waved his hands violently and was about to launch an attack immediately. However, before he really started to make a move, behind him at this moment, at a long time ago, a solid iron ball the size of a baby's fist floated silently. Immediately afterwards, under Eric's control, the iron ball hit the back of the opponent's head in an instant. After receiving this sudden heavy blow, the Torrent, who was originally confident, immediately rolled his eyes. His consciousness dissipated instantly and then fell powerlessly to the ground, face down. And as he fell into a coma, the 2 whirlwinds that had been condensed and formed seemed to have lost their power and slowly dissipated. In fact, as early as the Torrent came to the 2 in front of him, when he was about to pick up the 2 of them, Eric had already made preparations silently, so when the other party opened the door, behind the Torrent, he had already ambushed his backhand now. Just as the opponent was about to join the battlefield, Eric's backhand immediately played a role, knocking him down in an instant, and he was unconscious, with no power to resist anymore. As for why they didn't directly kill each other, it's definitely because there are too few people like Riptide who have the strength of elite mutants, and there is no incompatibility between them. To reconcile the contradictions, so Eric also thought about it, and wanted to try to see if he could take it under his command. For Eric's thoughts, Raven also understood instantly, so when he left, he also took away the rapids, Li Nuheo, who was lying unconscious on the ground at the moment 0 out of the corner of the eye. Eric finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the 2 of Raven had finally disappeared. Although he is besieging Xiao here for the time being, Eric knows very well that this situation will not last long. After all, his ability can't kill him at all. On the contrary, it is constantly accumulating energy for the other party. So the other party will break away from his shackles sooner or later, and at that time, he still cannot escape the end of failure. If he was alone now, the outcome of today's battle could have been predicted long ago, but fortunately there are other people around him who can provide help today. Luo came to help, then the result of this battle is still possible to win. Thinking of this, Eric stopped hesitation immediately, and while trying his best to block the opponent's advance, He tried his best to control his mind, feeling all the metal buried in the building under his feet. Then, along with Eric's violently trembling body, the next moment, the whole building slowly began to vibrate. Countless steel bars poured out from the surrounding walls, and then gathered in the direction of Eric. Under Eric's control, these steels came to his side one after another, turning into a spherical shape to envelop it and wrap it tightly. Following Eric's movements, without the support of these steel bars, the surrounding walls could no longer support the weight of this huge building, and quickly began to crack and shatter, and then quickly collapse. Bang! Outside, while Chen Luo and his group were waiting, suddenly, a huge amount of sound suddenly came from the building in front of them. Then, under the shocking gaze of countless passers-by around, in the center of the city, this luxurious club that has stood here for decades finally ushered in its end, and slowly began to collapse. Seeing such a movement, Chen Luo, who had been waiting for a long time, flashed a light in his eyes. Here comes the signal. Chapter 174, Part 1. Accompanied by this unprecedented loud noise, suddenly, this prosperous gambling city for decades finally ushered in a rare riot. Because it is located in the bustling area of the city center, the sudden collapse of the Hellfire Club just happened so suddenly under the witness of countless people. Seeing this scene helplessly, everyone subconsciously opened their eyes wide, their faces full of disbelief. What's going on here? Wasn't it fine before? What happened? Was it an earthquake? What nonsense are you talking about? If there was an earthquake, how could this club be the only one involved? Don't talk about this. Just call 911 quickly. I don't know how many people can survive here. There is no doubt that the vibration coming from here at this moment has attracted the attention of countless people, and for a while, countless screams erupted. Just when everyone was in a panic, suddenly, the high-pitched voice of the sun sounded. Look, what is that? Hearing this voice, everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look. With the collapse of the huge and luxurious club in front of them, there were as many casualties as everyone had imagined. Except for a few unlucky ghosts who were crushed to death on the spot because they couldn't dodge, most of the remaining mutants came out of the collapsed ruins. Standing up, although it seems that there are some minor injuries on his body, but nothing affects his combat effectiveness. Definitely they are not the main reason people exclaim. Looking along the line of sight, I saw a shocking scene suddenly appeared in the middle of the collapsed ruins in front of me. Within a radius of nearly 20 meters, the area that was originally located in the core area of the Hellfire base camp is now completely covered by countless flying steel. Dozens of hundreds of tons of huge steel are floating in this area, forming a forbidden zone of life that isolates everything, making people daunting. And inside this restricted area of life, people can vaguely see a huge sphere covered by steel standing on one side, with streaks of silvery white metallic luster on its surface, and in the center of this huge amounts of sphere, there is a solid wall about 3 meters high and 1 meter thick, as if it is defending against something. At the same time, on the opposite side of the sphere, although people couldn't see what was there, they could clearly hear a low and suppressed beast-like roar. Eric, 033, you really pissed me off. This time, I won't let you go. Accompanied by this roar, immediately after, before people had time to react, the next moment, the big roar of Daomu echoed in their ears again. Boom. Following Eric's actions, although the club he carefully built was destroyed by the other party into ruins, correspondingly, under the violent vibration like a small earthquake, Xiao also absorbed the energy of the superstar, and relying on with the energy absorbed this time, Xiao also exploded with unprecedented terrifying and destructive power. This time, he didn't transform this energy into strength, but transformed it into a wave of energy with huge amounts of energy, which suddenly spread around. Like a runaway wild horse, when this torrent of energy erupted suddenly, the countless metals surrounding this area were instantly impacted by huge amounts of impact, accompanied by a ring-shaped shockwave, which was invisible to the naked eye. The speed rushed towards all directions rapidly. Puff. Carrying huge amounts of kinetic energy, the metal flying around fell on the melon-eating crowd who kept rushing to watch and didn't react at all. There were countless flesh-piercing sounds, and in the blink of an eye, countless people fell to the ground in response, and the next moment, there were mournful wailing sounds. Within a radius of several hundred meters, it is only a rough estimate that no less than 1,000 people were pierced by the flying metal just now and fell powerlessly to the ground. Seeing the pool of blood gradually gathering under them, they all showed horror and shouted for help. Damn it, my shoulder. Can someone help me? What the hell happened? What the hell happened? Help me, I don't want to die. In addition to those people who were pierced by countless flying metals because they couldn't dodge in time, there are quite a few people who were affected by the huge shockwave just now. Although they didn't suffer any injuries, they were all shocked by this shockwave at the moment passed out, when there was no meaning to wake up. Afterwards, except for those who were injured or unconscious, those who had escaped on the periphery of the crowd no longer dared to come forward to watch after seeing such a scene, and immediately turned around and fled in a panic. Piercing screams. It can be predicted, Jed, that it won't be long before this place will be surrounded by the police who heard the news, and by then, their next actions will definitely be affected to a certain extent. But the current Chen Luo didn't want to expose himself to human eyesight, so after reacting, he immediately turned around to look at the people behind him and gave orders with a serious face. It seems that Eric's signal has arrived. Now is the time for us to act. Listen up, all of you. Have you seen the area in the center? No matter what, don't set foot in that area. That's not where you can set foot now, understand? Your next task is very simple, to get rid of the mutant among those hellfires in the shortest time possible. Leave the rest to me. After Eric left, as the only king-level existence here, even a few people on Eric's side didn't raise any objections at all, and nodded heavily to express their understanding. Well, we don't have much time now, so hurry up and start acting. Afterwards, following Chen Luo's order, everyone ran towards the ruins not far ahead without hesitation at all, and within a few seconds fierce battles began in the ruins. As for Blade's battle, Chen Luo didn't intend to intervene. His eyes slowly shifted to the area where Eric was, and he was about to leave. However, at this moment, he seemed to suddenly think of something, and subconsciously raised his head to look up at the sky, his eyes flickering. Because at this moment, he suddenly remembered that there are still satellites constantly monitoring the ground above their heads. If the next battle is captured by satellites, then his purpose of hiding is undoubtedly can't reach it. It seems that we still need to do a little cover. Chen Luo whispered to himself. After saying this, he looked around unconsciously. Following the shock wave just now, thousands of people were pierced by scattered metal, except for a few people who were lucky enough to only hurt their arms. As for the fatal parts, even the injuries suffered by most people are already irreversible. As the speed of blood pouring out continued to slow down, their lives were also counting down at a speed visible to the naked eye. Less than 3 minutes after the accident, hundreds of people had gradually died. Looking at the small pools of blood under his feet, Chen Luo's eyes suddenly lit up, and he suddenly had an idea in his heart. Slowly stretched out his right hand, and with the mental power crazily spreading to the surroundings, he instantly connected with the countless blood flowing on the ground. Blood manipulation. With the activation of this ability, because Chen Luo's mental strength has long been inferior to what it used to be, the total blood volume of this scale is not a problem for him at all, and it even seems to be a bit easy to handle. With a light wave of his right hand, the next moment, the thousands of pools of blood that had been standing still on the ground reacted instantly. Under the watchful eyes of the few people who were still awake, endless blood shot up into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, the sky above their heads was covered with blood. Dyed red. Under Chen Luo's control, the blood on the ground gathered towards the sky one after another, and then slowly spread out, finally forming a huge shield about 100 meters high and covering a radius of hundreds of meters. At this moment, the area where Chen Luo and others are located has been covered by this blood barrier. Although there is no defense, as long as an ordinary person from the outside world can easily enter and exit, but for the surveillance of the sky, this barrier is undoubtedly it can play a shielding role, which has obviously achieved Chen Luo's original purpose. Nodding his head in satisfaction, Chen Luo turned his gaze, and then looked at the blood-colored shield that was still awake at the moment. Looking up at the sky, the crowd screaming again and again, their brows subconsciously frowned. Looks like these people need to be quieted down. While speaking, Chen Luo moved his feet and disappeared in place in an instant. Under the cover of night, Chen Luo at the moment has already reached the height of Mach 2 even before performing Bat transformation. Under such rapid speed, before these people have time to react, Chen Luo instantly stunned. However, this is not over yet. After knocking these people out, Chen Luo waved his hands, and Proxima Midnight Magic swayed out, covering the unconscious people on the ground one after another. With a thought, in the next moment, these people were suspended in the air, and then under Chen Luo's control, they quickly flew towards the outside of the bloody shield. Chapter 174, Part 2. With the speed beyond the speed of sound, coupled with the use of Proxima Midnight Magic, in less than a minute, thousands of people who fell into a coma have been transported to the periphery of the shield by Chen Luo. With nearly 500 points of terrifying mental power, even using magic in such a short period of time will not cause a lot of damage to him. At the very least, according to Chen Luo's estimate, it would be a breeze to deal with the next battle. After dealing with all the irrelevant people, finally, Chen Luo turned around and looked towards the central area of the ruins ahead. There is a battle between the two kings. After a few minutes of stalemate, the situation there has gradually become clear. Even though Eric tried his best to block it, he was still powerless in the face of Xiao, who could perfectly absorb and utilize all the energy. Tens of hundreds of tons of steel weighed down, but even this extremely heavy blow had no effect on Xiao at all. As the kinetic energy carried by it was absorbed, the originally rushing steel the torrent was once again stuck in place, losing momentum. Although under Eric's control, these steels flew towards the sky again, accumulated strength again, and once again turned into a long steel dragon, rushing forward continuously. However, this still cannot stop the opponent's progress. After seeing his base camp destroyed like this, at the moment Xiao has completely lost his usual calmness. His face is gloomy, his eyes are flickering coldly, he doesn't hide the murderous intent in his heart, and he quickens his pace, completely ignoring the steel torrent in front of him, quickly walked in the direction of Eric. With another conversion of energy, after converting all of it into his own power, Zhao's power at this moment has reached an astonishing hundreds of tons. Facing the torrent in front of him, he just gently stretched out his hands. With a push, huge amounts of power surged out, instantly blasting the torrent in front of him into countless metal fragments. Passing through the solid steel wall in the middle, without any intention of dodging, he just walked straight forward. Boom! Accompanied by a tooth-piercing loud noise, shape-shifting rapidly began to occur in the center of the wall, accompanied by a burst of noise on the wall without twisting the rule. The next moment, a huge amount of pothole instantly appeared on the wall, and after that, Zhao's figure stepped out slowly. As if strolling in a garden, Xiao slowly walked out of the pothole he had torn out violently, ignoring the obstacles of the countless steel torrents around him, and arrived step by step in front of where Eric is. Looking at the round iron ball enclosing Eric in front of him, a ferocious smile slowly appeared on Zhao's face, and he stretched out his hands again, pressing down on the solid ball in front of him. On the iron ball, a terrifying force suddenly erupted, and his fingers were like 10 extremely sharp knives, instantly poking out 10 deep holes in the iron ball in front of him, sinking his hands into it, and then pulling it hard slaw. A tooth-piercing sound came, and in front of Zhao's overwhelming strength, the barrier protecting Eric couldn't do anything. It was so easily captured by him. Tear it apart. Pulling the originally airtight iron ball out of a huge, deep hole the size of a person's file, Xiao smiled even wider when he saw Eric, who was in the middle, with an extremely solemn expression. Finally found you, Eric. I have to say that you did a good job. Although I don't know how you found this place, but to be able to reach this level, to be honest, I can't help but want to hats off to you. But it's time to stop here. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how hard you struggle, there is absolutely no chance of winning. Speaking of this, Zhao's tone paused for a moment, and his face immediately showed full confidence. Even if you cooperate with those lowly vampires, it can't change your future destiny. 1. You are destined to be losers. Yeah. Just as he finished speaking, the next moment, behind him, a voice that was very familiar to Eric sounded. Although he couldn't see the scene behind him because of Zhao's obstruction, Eric was instantly relieved after hearing the voice. Finally come. Hearing this voice, Xiao was taken aback for a moment, then slowly turned his head, trying to see who was behind him. However, he just made a move. The next moment, a strong gust of wind gushed out, and then 10 casserole file-size fists slammed towards his face. Mouth. Chapter 175, Part 1. The violent fist wind pushed away the surrounding air, and with unparalleled turbulent force, it slammed heavily into Zhao's face. However, when the fist with tens of tons of force hit the opponent's face, it didn't achieve the expected effect at all. It was just that Zhao's ability subconsciously activated as soon as he touched it. Huge amounts of kinetic energy were quickly absorbed by the opponent's body, and Zhao's body suddenly began to shake violently, as if countless afterimages were born, and then slowly returned to calm. Faced with such a punch from Chen Luo, Zhao's face did not have the slightest shape-shifting. He looked at Chen Luo with a slightly mocking gaze, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. You must be Chen Luo, right? It's a pity. Originally, I had some expectations for you, but now it seems that it's nothing more than that. After finishing speaking, Xiao slowly stretched out his right hand, pressed on Chen Luo's chest, and pushed gently. The berserk power erupted in Chen Luo's chest in an instant, and then, Chen Luo's body flew backwards uncontrollably and was mounted directly on the solid wall behind, making a huge amount of roar. After receiving such a blow from the opponent, at this moment, Chen Luo's figure was deeply embedded in the wall made of steel behind him. His chest suddenly collapsed, and blood began to overflow from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he had suffered serious injuries. Just after Chen Luo's fist blasted out, the kinetic energy contained in it was absorbed by Xiao, and then all this energy was converted into strength, pouring it all on Chen Luo's body. After a punch of strength, even though Chen Luo's body was strong enough to be called steel and iron, he was still defeated by the opponent's blow. Nearly half of the ribs in front of the chest were broken, and the internal organs were also damaged to varying degrees. If this kind of injury were for ordinary people, it would definitely be enough to make them seriously injured and fall to the ground. However, for Chen Luo, it was completely not worth mentioning. The super speed regeneration quickly exerted its own effects. Under the extremely powerful self-healing ability, Chen Luo's body recovered in less than 2 seconds. The collapsed chest quickly began to bulge, broken ribs, and damaged organs. It is also repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye, returning to its original state. gently clapping his hands, accompanied by a toothache. Chen Luo's body slowly walked out of the depression behind him and then quietly floated in the air. Seeing Chen Luo's appearance at the moment, Xiao frowned and looked at him with interest. Oh, still have flight ability? This ability is pretty good. Although he said so on the surface, in reality, a trace of worry suddenly appeared in his heart. The reason is also very simple, that is, on his side, apart from Angel, there is no other mutant that can possess flight ability. For an opponent with flight ability, even the powerful Xiao has nothing to do. After all, he can't fly. If the opponent takes advantage of flight and wants to escape, then he can't stop him. If Angel was still here, things would undoubtedly be much easier. Only she has the ability to intercept it from the sky. However, it is a pity that now Angel and Emma have set off for Africa to find clues about Apocalypse, so the current Hellfire is undoubtedly a bit stretched if it wants to deal with opponents with flight ability. And after possessing flight ability, the initiative in this battle has undoubtedly shifted to Chen Luo. Whether to fight or leave depends on his own will. If he finds that he cannot defeat Xiao, even if Chen Luo chooses to bring Eric with him leaving, Xiao also had nothing to do with them. Thinking of this, Mei's heart became inexplicably agitated. Looking at Chen Luo in front of him calmly, Xiao Xinxia began to think quickly. In his opinion, if he wants to successfully keep the two of them today, he must find an opportunity to defeat Chen Luo, who has mastered flight ability, so that nothing will go wrong. But now the initiative is in Chen Luo's hands. And flexibility, if the opponent wants to dodge wholeheartedly, then he is completely unable to touch the opponent now. You have to figure out a way. While his mind was turning, suddenly, he had an idea in his mind. He turned around immediately and stared straight ahead. Because of excessive use of ability, Eric, whose face is a little pale now, wanted to attack him immediately without even thinking about it. Not far away, watching this sudden scene, Chen Luo's eyes flashed, and he took action immediately. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Chen Luo instantly crossed a distance of nearly 10 meters, one step ahead of the opponent, and contacted Eric first. Holding Eric in the air with one hand, and then dodged, before Xiao could react. Suddenly, with a blur in front of his eyes, Eric, who had been standing there, disappeared instantly. Subconsciously turned his head to look at the sky. When Xiao saw the scene in the sky at this moment, his face suddenly became a little gloomy. At some point, Eric at the moment, who was still less than a few meters away from him, appeared in the sky, standing side by side with Chen Luo, at a height of tens of meters from the ground. With such a distance, there is no doubt that now he has been unable to touch the other party. It has to be said that after mastering the air supremacy, the current Xiao Na and Chen Luo have nothing to do, especially when Eric was rescued by Chen Luo. The plan he had just thought of was suddenly declared bankrupt. It turned out that what he wanted was to use Eric not far away as a bait, and use the way of attacking him to lure Chen Luo into the bait. As long as Chen Luo is close, he may be able to seize the opportunity and attack Chen Luo. If they could kill Chen Luo first, they would not be able to escape without the advantage of air supremacy. Although his plan was good, he forgot one thing, that is Chen Luo's speed. Now in the dark environment, Chen Luo's speed is as much as 2 Machs. When he reacted, Chen Luo had already rescued Eric. Looking at the sky above his head, Xiao was also in a bad mood at the moment, because he now understood that he no longer had the confidence to keep Chen Luo and Chen Luo behind, and they could leave at any time as long as the other party wanted to. If the two really choose to retreat, Chen Luo is fine, but he doesn't want to let Eric go anyway. After all, after seeing Eric display the second ability, Xiao has long been eager to learn about his secrets. I got it. If I miss this opportunity now, then I don't know when I will have to wait for the next time. Ignoring Xiao, who had a gloomy face below, after rescuing Eric, Chen Luo turned his head to look at him. In just a few minutes, in the process of blocking Xiao, Eric had already excessively overdrawn his ability, causing him to look a little pale now, slightly sweaty on his forehead, short of breath, obviously unable to fight anymore. Eric, you can take a good rest from now on, and leave the rest to me. Hearing this, Eric raised his head subconsciously, and looked at Chen Luo's calm face, as if he had a plan in mind. After thinking about it, Eric didn't refuse and nodded slowly. Then I'll leave it to you. But you have seen that guy's strength just now, so you'd better be careful. If it's true, he has no choice, then we'd better evacuate first. Speaking of this, Eric's face was full of unwillingness. If he could, he definitely wanted to avenge his mother, but after the current battle, the difference in strength between the two is there. His ability is useless to Xiao. Even if he has tried his best with all his strength, he couldn't do any damage to it. It's not like he hasn't fought against Xiao before, but at that time Xiao still had a glimmer of hope for Eric, hoping that he could join the Hellfire Club, so he never really used his ability, which gave Eric the ability to compete illusion. But it's different now. After learning about the alliance between Eric and Chen Luo, Xiao has completely lost patience with him, so this time, he unreservedly displayed his ability. To be honest, if it wasn't for Eric's ability to the secret of using the two abilities is still coveted, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for a few minutes, and he will be blasted to pieces in an instant. Even though Eric is also undeniably powerful as a level 4 mutant, Zhao's ability is simply too powerful for him, so in front of Xiao, Eric has no room to fight back. It's not just Eric, to be precise. Zhao's energy absorption is enough to restrain most of the attack methods in the world, whether it's all kinds of modern weapons or hand-to-hand combat, or even the legendary energy weapon. As long as it doesn't hit him, even the upper limit of the tolerance cannot cause damage to him. I have to say, in a sense, Xiao can be regarded as a regenerative healing factor. Facing such an opponent, even though Eric knew Chen Luo's strength in his heart, he was not very optimistic about whether Chen Luo could win the next battle. After all, according to the previous fights with him, Chen Luo's attack methods also use his physical advantages. With his speed beyond the speed of sound and his terrifying strength, if he faces other people, he will naturally be invincible. However, the opponent he will face next is completely restrained by these characteristics of him. Asking for flowers. Chapter 175, Part 2. Whether it's speed or strength, if you want to cause damage to the target, it is essentially the same as his previous attack. It is all about the use of kinetic energy. However, this attack method has no effect on Xiao. In his opinion, unless Chen Luo can unleash a destructive force comparable to a nuclear bomb with one punch, the energy he unleashes may exceed the limit that the opponent can bear, then he has the hope of winning. But it is impossible to think about it. If Chen Luo can really achieve this level, then he is not a human being, but a god. Definitely, Zhao's ability is not really flawless. Although his ability can allow him to absorb all kinds of energy, Xiao is also unable to defend against those with telepathy ability like Professor X. It is precisely because of this that the defense of the helmet is needed in order to guard against telepathy ability people like the Professor. Now because of their sudden attack, Zhao's helmet is not on his body. If Charles is here at this time, then Xiao has absolutely no room to resist. Unfortunately, such a possibility does not exist. So after experiencing the horror of Xiao, at this moment, Eric no longer thinks that they still have a chance of winning. Although an opportunity like today is very rare, he would not be reconciled if he just gave up like this. But now it seems that they just have to make another plan. 0.0 Chen Luo is naturally ignorant of Eric's thoughts, but since they have all come here now, and Xiao is close in front of him, if he is allowed to return empty-handed, not to mention Eric, not even Chen Luo himself, will be willing. Although Zhao's ability is very incomprehensible, but for Chen Luo, it is not impossible. After all, he still has other methods that he has not used. After nodding slightly and giving Eric a reassuring look, Chen Luo turned around and slowly drifted downward. Coming in front of Xiao, the corners of Chen Luo's mouth raised slightly with a slight arc. His eyes were extremely calm. Black Emperor, Sebastian Xiao, is that right? It looks like you have a pretty good ability. However, this ability will soon be mine. Seeing Chen Luo slowly approaching him, Xiao looked puzzled. What do you want to say? Chen Luo didn't answer his question, but slowly stretched out his right hand, and then a flat voice sounded. It's just a pity that a strong man like you will perish here today. After tonight, hellfire will become history. Chen Luo's face was calmer than ever, but his tone was so reasonable. At the same time, an unparalleled self-confidence rose from him. Not far away, Eric looked at his back. For some reason, he felt a little bit of faith in Chen Luo's words just now. Hearing this, Xiao was taken aback for a moment, and then immediately reacted, and couldn't help but sneered with disdain. Who do you think you are? You're just a lowly vampire. Already, with your strength, do you also want to defeat me? Although Chen Luo also has the strength of a king now, in Zhao's eyes, this kind of strength is nothing more than that. At best, he can only rely on his own speed and strength. At the current level, compared with their mutant's unique ability, it is nothing. As an out-and-out racist, Xiao is deeply proud of his identity as a mutant. He has a deep feeling for both humans and vampires. With a sense of superiority, Xiang didn't take the latter too seriously. Just now you said that after tonight, hellfire will become history? Well, I want to see what confidence do you have to say such a thing. Now I am standing here. Don't you want to do something to me? Then come on. Speaking of this, the disdain on Zhao's face became more and more obvious, and he sneered 3 times. Let me see, what kind of tricks do you butcher have? Facing the opponent's provocation, the corner of Chen Luo's mouth curled up slightly, and a purple halo loomed on the tip of his right finger. Since you want to see it, I'll let you see it. I hope you can still laugh out loud in the future. As soon as the words fell, the next moment, a purple halo spread out instantly, and in just a blink of an eye, it enveloped Xiao, who was not far away. Proxima Midnight Magic, activate.